What if your Scoutmaster survival advice suddenly became your only lifeline after getting reincarnated onto a cursed island? Ocean waves crash against the shore as a terrifying question looms in the air. Where did everything go so terribly wrong? Just moments ago, innocent scout kids were raising their hands in class, shouting out basic survival tips like building fires, finding fresh water, and foraging for food. If only they knew those basic wilderness lessons were about to become a matter of literal life and death. The instructor raises a single finger, stressing the most crucial survival fundamental of all. Standing tall in his uniform, he preaches that maintaining hope is key, because giving up only clouds your judgment and slowly destroys your mind from within. While some kids listen attentively and others rest their chins in total boredom, the lesson ends with a reminder that a proper mindset lets anyone survive anywhere. Clenching a fist tightly against the scout badge embroidered on his chest, the leader pledges to lead them through any hardship. Just as he blows his whistle to start the next drill, bam! The scene shatters into a blinding cosmic burst as a majestic noble lady manifests out of nowhere. Ah! Clutching her frilly dress in absolute shock, she gasps out loud as her heart pounds against her chest. Collapse! She drops straight onto her knees on a tropical sandy beach, surrounding palm trees swaying gently in the ocean breeze. Looking down from above, she sits paralyzed in her elaborate silk gown with her mouth wide open in pure disbelief. Seriously, who wears a 5-layer ball gown to a deserted beach party? A wide map view reveals the vast island as she screams internally that her life timing is absolute garbage. Rain falls onto dark asphalt as she remembers how it all started, reading a cheap practice novel she picked up off the street. Emergency lights flash through the downpour as a fatal bus crash takes her life right in the middle of reading that story. Divine rays of sunlight pierce through sacred glass as she awakens inside the very book she died reading. The novel pages detail a brutal year-long survival struggle of castaways stranded on a magically cursed island. But here's the twist. This wasn't just a basic survival manual. It was a dark reverse harem romance loaded with possessive male leads. A massive red R19 warning label pops up. She buries her face in her hands on the floor, groaning in total embarrassment at all the explicit scenes from the book. Looking down in utter agony, she realizes an even worse reality. She didn't even reincarnate as the beloved main heroine. Gazing at her reflection in the crystal sea, gasp, she discovers she has taken over the body of the infamous villainess Margaret Rose Floan. Dressed in crimson silk holding a feathered fan, Margaret is the Duke's arrogant second daughter who tried to murder the heroine by shoving her off a cliff. Because of her wicked actions, the original Margaret met a gruesome end, slaughtered mid-story by the male leads who completely lost their minds. She clutches her forehead in agonizing pain as Margaret's original memories flood her mind and mix with her past life. Sweat drips down her pale face as she pants, terrified of meeting the original villainess's brutal fate. Tightly gripping her ruffled blue skirt, she resolves to stay calm and figure out a plan to avoid getting killed. Standing up on the sunny shoreline, she knows she needs to find a hidden sanctuary and lay low until the magic gate opens in 1 year. TB Margaret quakes in fear as 6 glowing dark swords surround her. Every single male lead in this book absolutely loathed Margaret, but one guy hated her most of all. Emerging from the shadows is the primary male lead and crown prince of the Langrid Empire, Enoch Astor Klaus Langrid. Suddenly, she notices Enoch himself passed out cold right beside her on the sand, causing her chibi form to scream in sheer horror. Talk about nightmare difficulty unlocked. Her face turns completely pale with anxiety as she realizes what his presence actually implies. Standing over his unconscious body on the beach, she puts 2 and 2 together. Glowing novel text flashes in her mind, explicitly stating that Enoch wakes up on the sandy beach right here. Enoch groans softly as he begins to stir, while Margaret freezes in place and holds her breath in total panic. Realizing standing around is suicide, she spins on her heel and attempts to sprint away across the sand. She makes a desperate dash toward the dense jungle, but Enoch suddenly reaches out and violently grabs her ankle, slamming her flat onto the shore. A powerful hand forcefully grabs her jaw from behind. Enoch's cold voice growls right into her ear as she gasps for air. Dark atmospheric text rings out menacingly. Where do you think you're running." Enoch pins her down against the wet sand, his dark aura suppressing her completely as she whimpers in terror. A mini-map overlay highlights their current location right on the edge of the island shore. Clenching her throat with an icy grip, Enoch, glaring down, demands, "Explain what is going on here right now." She grunts under the intense pressure. Panic surges through her mind as she realizes he probably suspects her of kidnapping him. Because of course, a lady in a massive ball gown totally orchestrated an island abduction. Struggling to breathe in his iron grasp, she stammers out that she doesn't have a clue what's happening either, cursing herself for not fleeing instantly. Sweat drops pour down her chibi face as her brain frantically searches for an escape plan. She suddenly points a finger upward into the sky and yells, "Huh? What is that over there?" Taking advantage of the split-second distraction, she wriggles like a worm and tries to crawl away on her hands and knees. "Ah!" Enoch instantly yanks her back by her collar, pinning her flat as he snarls, "Does this look like a hilarious joke to you?" Staring down with terrifying yellow eyes, he demands an immediate explanation, while she screams back in desperation that she has no idea. Looking up at him with teary blue eyes, she shouts that she's just as baffled by this crazy situation as he is. Leaning down until his face is inches from hers, Enoch sneers darkly, asking if she honestly expects him to buy that excuse. Holding her down completely, Enoch states that given her atrocious track record, his extreme suspicion is justified, and honestly, the host can't even disagree. Flashback reveals why. In the past, Margaret was a ruthless, obsessive stalker who constantly harassed Enoch without a shred of shame. Man, inheriting a stalker's reputation on day one is tough luck. To make matters worse, Margaret's backstory gets even more absurd. She once bought a shady love potion that accidentally triggered a deadly allergic reaction in Prince Enoch, nearly taking his life. Ever since that disastrous incident, Enoch harbored a burning hatred for her, and the only reason she didn't end up on the execution block was her powerful family pulling strings behind the scenes. On top of that, Enoch suffered intense political discrimination as a maid son without aristocratic backing, making him despise entitled high society nobles even more. Margaret groans inwardly, completely speechless at the terrible reputation she just inherited from her predecessor. Talk about a toxic resume. Raising her hands defensively, she desperately insists that everything is just a huge misunderstanding, arguing that her family would never be stupid enough to kidnap the crown prince. Enoch pauses, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he admits she raises a valid point, suspecting the rival Rodban faction, the exiled former prince, might actually be responsible. Flashbacks show shadowy political figures whispering against Enoch, confirming he really was surrounded by dangerous, power-hungry enemies. Brushing off her silk gown, Margaret decides that political intrigue can wait until after they survive this island, cheerfully trying to bid him farewell right then and there. She turns to walk away, but Enoch immediately nabs her dress with a firm grip. Turning back with a forced, sweat-stained smile, she politely asks him to let go, but Enoch glares right back, growling that he won't allow her to slip away again. Setting aside his suspicions for a moment, Enoch outlines their immediate priority, scaling the nearby mountain to survey the surrounding terrain. Looking up at the clear horizon, he explains that if sea surrounds them everywhere, it proves they're stranded on a desolate island. Observing the evening sky, Margaret notices the sun is already sinking dangerously low against the clouds. Fear strikes her heart as she remembers the novel's brutal lore. Once darkness falls, ferocious, magic-infused beasts like giant vipers and shadow wolves swarm the jungle. Turning back to Enoch, she suggests climbing the mountain tomorrow morning instead, stressing that getting caught on steep cliffs after dark would be fatal. Enoch squints with sharp yellow eyes, mockingly remarking that he never expected an arrogant socialite like her to make such a rational decision. Ouch! Even his compliments sound like insults. Agreeing with her tactical logic, Enoch decides they should scout the immediate perimeter first to secure a safe hiding spot before sunset. Watching his calm, decisive demeanor from behind, Margaret acknowledges his battlefield experience. This guy earned his royal title through sheer ruthless skill. She suddenly remembers another crucial detail from the book. Useful modern survival items were mysteriously scattered all across this cursed island, including first aid kits and athletic sneakers. In the original storyline, the clueless fantasy characters completely ignored those weird modern objects, tossing them aside like garbage. Talk about wasting top-tier loot. Gazing into the dense palm forest, Margaret smiles as she realizes her real-world knowledge lets her utilize those hidden modern supplies effectively. She plans to tag along with Enoch just long enough to locate the secret shelter cabin from the novel, but Enoch glances back with a piercing death stare, whispering, warning her not to plan any sneaky escape. Flustered, chibi Margaret waves her hands frantically, promising to behave while inwardly groaning at how fast he picked up on her subtle hesitation. She reasons that managing one aggressive prince who hates her is far safer than running into a gang of hostile secondary male leads. Suddenly, a rustling noise echoing from the jungle foliage cuts her thoughts short as she freezes in terror. In a split-second flash of movement, Enoch leaps forward, violently slicing through the air with a sturdy wooden branch. Looking at the broken stick in his hand, Enoch casually notes it makes a decent temporary weapon, while Margaret stares wide-eyed at his terrifying reflex speed. Title screen flashes as the sky turns an ominous fiery orange, signaling that dusk is rapidly approaching. Shielding her eyes against the glare, Margaret scans the tree line, her anxiety rising as long shadows stretch across the beach. Ocean waves crash violently against towering coastal cliffs, forcing their path along the shoreline and forcing them deeper into the jungle. Picking up her heavy ruffled skirt, Margaret urges Enoch to hurry before complete darkness swallows the path. A sudden ominous howl echoes through the palm trees, causing them both to snap their heads around in panic. Eerie, scampering footsteps rustle through the thick underbrush as glowing predatory eyes lock onto them. A monstrous shadow wolf leaps out of the bushes with exposed fangs, completely defying the novel's rules that monsters only roam at night. Panic surges through Margaret as she screams internally, terrified by this unexpected shift in the story's timeline. The bloodthirsty beast lunges straight for her neck in a blinding flash. Gah! Margaret shrieks in sheer horror as the monster's jaws snap inches from her face. Swift as lightning, Enoch dives across the sand, scooping Margaret into his arms while wielding his wooden branch. With insane force, Enoch thrusts the jagged wooden stick straight down the wolf's throat, letting out a sharp grunt as the beast shrieks in agony. The massive beast crashes onto the dirt, completely lifeless from a single wooden stick strike. Margaret drops her jaw in pure disbelief. Seriously, who needs a legendary sword when you have a random tree branch? Sunset light frames Enoch's sharp profile as he holds her close, proving why he's the unstoppable main lead of the story. Suddenly, Margaret remembers another dark secret. Enoch suffers from severe traumatic hemophobia whenever he sees blood. She flinches, anxiously watching his expression as blood drops drip from the slain monster's corpse. Right on cue, Enoch's knees buckle, sending both of them tumbling onto the sand in a clumsy heap. Sitting up on the ground and dusting off her dress, Margaret groans at her own foolishness. She can barely survive herself, yet she's worrying about him. Her mind quickly shifts back to the monster attack, puzzled over why a night beast attacked while sunlight was still visible. Looking at the shadowy canopy above, she realizes that darkness, not time of day, triggers the monster's hunting instincts under the dense jungle shade. Enoch stands up slowly, his dark cloak casting a long shadow as he stares intently into the dimming woods. Shivering in her damp ball gown, Margaret curls up on the ground, overwhelmed by exhaustion and lingering fear. Seeing her trembling state, Enoch softens his cold gaze slightly, realizing that despite her notorious reputation, this terrifying ordeal must be a nightmare for a delicate noble lady. Enoch gazes down at Margaret, whose face is bright pink with embarrassment as she sits on the sandy beach in her ruffled ball gown. Gently cupping her soft cheek with his large hand, Enoch stares straight into her blue eyes with an unexpectedly tender expression. Kneeling before her on the shore, Enoch softly remarks that he's only checking on her because she looks like she's on the verge of collapsing. With a serious look in his golden eyes, Enoch asks if she's really all right, while Margaret wonders internally if seeing her distressed state reminded him of his wounded battlefield comrades. Stammering out her gratitude, Margaret stutters that she's fine and thanks him for saving her life, prompting Enoch to pull back his hand and admit that's a relief. Restoring his usual cold composure, Enoch reminds her that she's still the prime suspect in his mind, warning that once they get back to the Empire, he'll undergo a full, formal interrogation regarding this whole mess. Interrogate me? What did I even do? Margaret screams internally in total disbelief. Seriously? This poor girl just survived a monster ambush and now she's scheduled for a tribunal? Talk about zero gratitude. Enoch sighs, telling her to grab his hand quickly since the forest is dangerous. Brushing off her dress, Chibi Margaret strikes a confident pose in front of Enoch, trying to maintain her aristocratic dignity despite the absolute absurdity of their current situation. A detailed blueprint diagram reveals their newly built makeshift shelter, constructed from sturdy branches Enoch picked up, heavy pebbles he gathered, palm leaves he stacked, and soft moss Margaret collected from the forest floor. Enoch politely gestures toward the bamboo and palm hut, instructing her to take the safer spot inside, causing Margaret to note how immaculate his manners are even towards someone he openly distrusts. As the dusk sky settles over the shelter, Enoch bluntly warns her not to cling too close to his side, scoffing that he has zero intention of sleeping with her tonight. Wow, okay, Mr. Crown Prince, lower your ego a notch, nobody asked. Leaning closer with a sharp look, Enoch glares down at her, muttering that he can't trust what a former stalker like her might try to pull in the middle of the night. Waving her hands in a frantic panic, Margaret stammers that she was just addressing him respectfully as His Highness and wasn't planning anything weird. Inside the dim hut, Margaret sits stiffly beside Enoch, as he lies on his side turned away from her, while she groans inwardly at how freezing cold and intensely awkward the atmosphere has become. Trying to break the heavy silence, Margaret timidly asks if he's thirsty, arguing that they haven't had a single drop of water since landing on this island, and could collapse from severe dehydration long before rescue arrives. Enoch snaps his head back toward her with an irritated glare, warning Lady Floan not to test his patience while he's still playing nice. Flashing a charming, persuasive smile while leaning back in her silk dress, Margaret promises she'll be right back without trying any slick escape attempt. She cheerfully offers to venture outside to search for fresh coconuts, leaving Enoch sweating in confusion as he stares at her sudden helpful behavior. Looking up at the towering palm trees framing the twilight sky, Margaret suddenly stops in her tracks as she pauses to wonder what a coconut even looks like in person. A bright, magical graphic pops up revealing a pair of brown tropical coconuts as she proudly realizes, that's right, this is a coconut. Man, inheriting modern knowledge is great, but watching a high society lady figure out basic tropical fruit is top-tier comedy. Holding up the round fruit, Enoch explains that it grows on palm trees and contains nutrient-rich liquid that's perfect for instant hydration, while Margaret claps in delight like an excited toddler. Tapping firmly on the outer shell, Enoch inspects the fruit closely, confirming that this particular coconut is fresh enough to consume. Struggling on her knees, Margaret frantically smashes a heavy rock against her coconut, groaning that she's going to die of dehydration just trying to break it open, while Enoch casually cautions her that overripe ones cause severe stomach cramps. Suddenly, Enoch effortlessly cracks the thick shell in half with his bare hands, sending fresh coconut water splashing into the air. Margaret drops her jaw in absolute shock. Holding out the freshly opened coconut half like a wooden drinking bowl, Enoch calmly offers it to her, saying, "Here, thank you, Your Highness," Margaret stammers in pure amazement, utterly terrified and impressed by his sheer brute physical strength. Sitting across from her, Enoch takes a sip from his own coconut bowl after checking it for safety, encouraging her to drink up while she hums in satisfaction. Through his messy dark bangs, Enoch's golden eyes fixate intently on her, studying her every single gesture with deep curiosity. Margaret gracefully tilts the coconut bowl back, sipping the fresh juice while her long blonde hair catches the soft moonlight. A hilarious flashback contrast shows the original Margaret sprawling lazily across a velvet imperial couch with a silk fan, the absolute epitome of an arrogant, pampered noble lady who never lifted a finger. Swirling dark thoughts cloud Enoch's mind as he ponders how the spoiled daughter of a snobbish ducal family could possibly know how to construct a survival bed or identify hydrating tropical fruits in the wild. Sitting in the dark shelter side by side, Enoch stares at her shrouded figure, questioning whether this woman sitting beside him is truly the Margaret he thought he knew. Margaret blinks innocently with her bright blue eyes, holding her makeshift wooden cup, completely unaware of the intense psychological investigation happening right next to her. A subtle blush creeps onto Enoch's face as his chest tightens, caught off guard by how remarkably attractive and capable she looks under the night sky. The two rest quietly beside each other along the serene beach shoreline, surrounded by glowing bioluminescent motes in the evening mist. Breaking the quiet air, Enoch remarks outright that she seems like a completely different person now, causing Margaret's heart to skip a beat as she stammers, "Well," looking toward the dark mountain peak, Margaret quickly covers her tracks by reasoning that anyone is bound to change when thrown into extreme life or death situations, mentally deciding to play dumb for now. She reflects internally that since he already suspects her, confessing that her soul replaced the real Margaret would only make him think she caused this entire magical abduction. Glaring back at her, Enoch mutters skeptically that people almost never change their entire core personality overnight like this. Leaning closer, Enoch admits that given her calm judgment and resourcefulness, her explanation might hold weight, because no ordinary high society noblewoman could stay this composed in a monster-infested jungle. The story title logo shines against the starry night sky over the tropical palm forest as Margaret sighs with relief, thankful that she barely managed to dodge his intense questioning. Later inside the dark shelter, total silence settles over the bamboo structure as night deepens over the island. What do I do? Margaret panics internally as she lies awake, feeling every warm breath echoing from Enoch's unbuttoned collar right behind her neck. Trapped tightly against his chest, Margaret blushes bright red while Enoch slumbers peacefully right next to her, leaving her screaming inside, "How am I supposed to sleep like this?" Oh, come on, artist. Going from deadly wolf attacks to accidental bed sharing in 5 minutes, the romance tropes are hitting hard. Trying to distract her racing mind, Margaret stares up at the shelter roof, remembering that the monster wolf from earlier wasn't a normal wild animal at all. A flashback recalls that monstrous shadow beast, as she remembers Enoch noting that its sinister energy matched that of a high-tier demonic beast. Clenching her fist, she recalls another terrifying reality. Enoch mentioned his legendary sword aura failed to activate during the fight. A translator note clarifies that sword aura is the compressed energy surrounding a master's blade. A locked padlock symbol appears over magic circles and holy symbols, confirming the island's ultimate curse. Neither elemental mana nor divine magic functions here, forcing everyone to survive purely through physical strength. Recalling Enoch stabbing that beast with a literal tree branch, Margaret realizes his raw physical power is more than enough to protect them. Though Chibi Enoch grumbles about telling a noble lady about his tactical issues, making Chibi Margaret snap in annoyance. Staring down at her with piercing golden eyes in the dark, Enoch whispers ominously that out of everyone in the Empire, he finds it extremely suspicious that the two of them ended up stranded together. Chibi Margaret desperately defends herself, arguing that if she were actually masterminding a royal kidnapping, she wouldn't drag him out to a dangerous wilderness. She'd obviously lock him up in a secluded luxury estate. Enoch glares back with a menacing, razor-sharp golden gaze, prompting Margaret to stutter in a panic that she has zero intention of ever actually abducting him. Trying to shift the interrogation onto him, Margaret asks Enoch what he was doing right before they suddenly woke up stranded on this island. In a brief flashback, Enoch recalls sitting at his mahogany desk engulfed in endless stacks of imperial paperwork, admitting he was just grinding away in his office for days. Running a hand through his hair, Enoch notes that due to year-end financial reports, he hasn't left the imperial palace in over a month, leaving no obvious window for an ambush. Turning the spotlight right back onto her, Enoch points his finger directly at Margaret, coldly demanding to know what she was up to before arriving here. Margaret puts a secretive finger over her lips with a sly smirk, trying to act all mysterious while sweating profusely inside. A hilarious flashback memory shows the original Margaret passionately smooching a gigantic life-size painting of Enoch while her maid watches in sheer horror. She groans internally that she can never reveal that embarrassing truth. Seriously, talk about an absolute cringe classic. Floating above the night sky, Chibi Enoch decides it's too early to render a verdict, calling an official truce on the interrogation for the evening. Telling her to preserve her remaining strength, Enoch instructs her to get some sleep as Margaret collapses exhausted onto the makeshift moss bed. Feeling her face burn red while looking at his unbuttoned shirt, Margaret struggles to breathe while Enoch quietly groans about the oppressive nighttime heat. Drawing an imaginary boundary line in the dark shelter, Enoch warns that crossing into his side will get her tossed into the ocean, to which Chibi Margaret yells back that she wouldn't cross even for a fortune. As night deepens, Margaret recalls the key political heavyweights of the original story, including the Imperial Guard captain, the Hestian Crown Prince, the High Saintess, the Archbishop, and the Archmage. Glowing magical crests of the wolf, lion, and raven fill her mind as she realizes this grand abduction target wasn't just built for Enoch, but for all the high-ranking figures of the Empire. Looking over a mental map of the island, Margaret remembers that every main character woke up in completely different locations, noting how the original plot derailed the moment Enoch landed with her instead of the novel's heroine, Yuana. Screaming in internal agony, Margaret panics as she remembers the absolute worst part. She dropped reading the novel halfway through. Wow, classic webtoon protagonist curse. Always drop the book right before the plot twist. Staring at the hut's ceiling, she reasons that since the timeline is already broken, relying on the original safe house cabin might end up being a massive trap. A blueprint visual displays modern clothes and a hidden trapdoor as Margaret remembers that heroine Yuana discovered an underground bunker near the end of Volume 1 that was never even utilized. Outside, the quiet night sky frames the shelter, while Margaret ponders if that abandoned bunker could become her ultimate survival hideout. Closing her eyes, a peaceful graphic shows her soft expression as she resolves to find that underground shelter at all costs. She sighs inward with a bit of regret, admitting it's a huge shame she hasn't met her absolute favorite character yet, the legendary Archmage Kaden. Deep within the shadowy jungle, a ferocious monster wolf prowls through the thick foliage with burning crimson eyes. A pale, slender hand reaches out from behind the tropical palm branches as heavy panting echoes through the forest mist. Emerging into the light, a drop-dead gorgeous silver-haired man in an ornate blue imperial coat clutches his forehead, cursing in frustration as he asks, "Where the hell am I?" Host commentary time. Look at that majestic silver hair. Archmage Kaden has officially entered the chat, and the artist went absolute god tier on his design. A bright morning sun panel announces the arrival of the next day over the tropical island shelter. Waking up groggy and trembling from the bitter morning chill, Margaret whimpers to herself that this miserable survival reality definitely wasn't a nightmare. Rubbing her throbbing head, she realizes she almost froze to death during the night, mentally swearing to build a proper campfire before sleeping ever again. Noticing Enoch's heavy dark jacket gently draped over her shoulders, Margaret turns around in surprise as a smooth voice remarks that she's up early. Stammering in sheer shock, Margaret wide-eyes His Highness standing right before her in the morning light. Sitting gracefully with his crisp white shirt unbuttoned, Enoch looks breathtakingly handsome as he casually greets her. Looking closely at his tired eyes, Margaret asks in total disbelief if he stayed awake guarding her the entire night. Chibi Margaret immediately launches into full motherly nagging mode, scolding him for burning precious calories when they have a brutal mountain hike ahead of them. Sweating under her relentless scolding, Enoch covers his face, softly calling out, "Lady," to stop her energetic rant. Staring back at her with a deadpan look, Enoch reminds her that he still hasn't decided if she's actually trustworthy yet. A radiant full-body visual panel depicts Enoch posing like a high-fashion model under glowing golden sunlight. A hilarious text panel with a loud stomach growl notes how Enoch speaks so sternly and coldly, yet his body totally betrays his regal front. Talk about an instant reality check. Sitting side by side in chibi form, Margaret covers her snickering mouth as Enoch's stomach continues to roar in starvation. Deciding to call a temporary truce, Margaret suggests filling their empty stomachs with fresh coconuts before attempting to conquer the mountain, to which Enoch reluctantly agrees. Looking out over the shimmering blue coastline, Margaret's heart sinks as the grim reality finally sets in. Panoramic visuals of the massive tropical cliffs confirm that they are completely isolated and abandoned on a desolate island. Overwhelmed by the scale of the endless ocean, she officially confirms that she's stuck inside the brutal R-rated angst novel she read back in her past life. Slamming his bare fist onto the rugged rock ledge, Enoch angrily curses at the sky, demanding to know why they were dropped on an isolated island of all places. Ocean waves sparkle under the brilliant sun as Margaret stands silently beside Enoch near the edge of the cliff. Clutching his messy dark hair in sheer frustration, Enoch admits he hasn't the foggiest clue where they are or who orchestrated this abduction. Clenching his eyes shut in agonizing defeat, Enoch groans that he can't even form a logical hypothesis about their captors. Observing his slumping shoulders from behind, Margaret notes internally that she has never seen the proud crown prince look so completely broken and helpless. Dark, ominous symbols outline a sealed dimension gate, as Margaret reflects that it will take a full year before the magical portal reopens, wondering if she can survive alongside male leads' ominous whisper, destined for madness. Chibi, I'm just the language model and can't help with that. Looking down at Enoch as he sits motionless on the dirt, Margaret's expression softens with deep concern. Slumped over while clutching his throbbing head, Enoch gasps for air in severe physical agony, forcing Margaret to realize that his condition is rapidly deteriorating and leaving him like this could be fatal. Enoch looks over his shoulder, suggesting that now that they've confirmed they're trapped on a deserted island, they should start heading back down the mountain path. Refusing to let him succumb to exhaustion, Margaret reaches out her hand with fierce determination, declaring that they are going to survive this nightmare and make it back home together. Watching him closely, she reasons that even a seasoned battlefield commander like Enoch cannot make rational decisions when running on zero sleep and a severe calorie deficit. Realizing how distant they've been, she nervously assumes there's no way a proud royal prince would ever take her offered hand. But to her complete surprise, Enoch softly leans down and gently takes her hand into his own. Host commentary time. Look at that visual frame. The warm lighting and delicate sparkles are straight out of a high-budget romance manhwa. Margaret's eyes widen in sheer astonishment, completely frozen by the unexpected warmth of his grasp. Staring down at her with a gentle, breathless gaze, Enoch whispers a sincere thank you that sends a rush of heat straight to her cheeks. In an instant, the romantic atmosphere turns hilarious as Chibi Margaret realizes what just happened, her face flushing crimson as panic sets in. Blushing uncontrollably, she stammers at the top of her lungs, desperately trying to play off the awkward moment. Yelling right back while turning his head away, a super embarrassed Enoch stutters that he totally didn't hear a single word she said. Right on cue, a massive rumble echoes from his stomach, completely shattering the romantic tension like a bowling ball. Looking up at the clear morning sky, Margaret suggests they descend the mountain immediately to search for a proper meal. Enoch stands tall in his unbuttoned white shirt, struggling to maintain his royal composure despite his stomach betraying him. Tying her golden hair up into a tight ponytail, Margaret asks him to trust her leadership just this once. Host commentary. Honestly, tactical ponytail Margaret is easily the best version of her so far. She's completely taking charge. Leaning in with total confidence, she reassures him that even if spearfishing turns out to be a failure, she suddenly hitches up her dress skirt to expose her legs, casually mentioning she can gather clams or seaweed instead, causing Enoch's face to instantly explode into a bright red blush. Unbothered by his reaction, she asked if he can gather dry wood and light a campfire while she heads down to the shoreline. Enoch stands there scratching his head in complete bewilderment, surrounded by floating question marks. A hilarious side note frame pops up with Chibi Margaret wondering if this is literally the very first time His Royal Highness has ever laid eyes on a woman's bare legs. Talk about a sheltered imperial prince. Curious about his practical skills, she asks if he even knows how to start a fire without magic, to which Chibi Enoch dryly replies that he was once cut off from his main army during the Battle of Ramalazan. Reaching the water's edge with a makeshift spear, Margaret narrows her blue eyes as she attempts to recall the original novel's lore. A majestic visual frame outlines the original book's world building as she analyzes the island's wildlife. She remembers that aside from the monster wolves they encountered on their first night and a few giant reptiles, most of the fauna in the surrounding waters are completely ordinary animals. Biting on a leather strap as she adjusts her crude weapon, she notes that eating raw coconuts won't provide enough sustenance for the grueling survival days ahead. Standing in a heroic warrior pose with her wooden spear held high, Margaret transforms into the ultimate survival queen. A tiny chibi shot on the vast beach shows her confidence faltering as she admits to herself that talking big is much easier than actually surviving in the wild. Looking out over the crashing ocean waves, she swallows hard, realizing this is her very first attempt at sea fishing. In a quick mental flashback, Chibi Margaret remembers spearfishing in shallow freshwater rivers back in her past life, hoping those memories translate to the open ocean. Recalling basic survival techniques, step number 1 is checking the narrow gaps between coastal rocks where crashing waves sweep small fish in and trap them. Step number 2 is crushing those smaller trap fish with a heavy stone to use them as chum bait for larger prey. Standing motionless in the shallow tide, she holds her breath, waiting patiently for a big catch to approach her bait. With lightning speed and sharp focus, she thrusts her wooden spear straight down into the water. Her face lights up with pure joy as she feels heavy resistance struggling on the end of her spear. A massive, fat fish comes thrashing out of the ocean, impaled perfectly right on the stone spearhead. Chibi Margaret dances around in total triumph, boasting to the sky about whether she's an absolute survival genius. Host commentary time. Seriously? Who needs a male lead to feed them when you can spear your own dinner like a wild warrior? Pushing her chin up with massive pride, she realizes the wilderness lifestyle actually suits her surprisingly well. Looking out over the horizon with a generous haul, she chuckles that while she's no Bear Grylls, the sense of accomplishment is totally intoxicating. Returning to camp, she catches Enoch staring at her with wide eyes as she brings back the food supply. Feeling self-conscious under his intense golden gaze, Margaret offers a nervous, awkward smile while clutching her spear. A hilariously simple stick figure comic panel shows Enoch sitting near his woodpile while Margaret wanders around in the water, mumbling to herself. The stick figure comic continues as Margaret suddenly screams "fish" and dives headfirst into the tide like a wild animal. A text bubble against the sunset sky shows her internal embarrassment, begging him to pretend that chaotic splash never happened. As twilight settles over the beach, Enoch sits beside a roaring campfire, watching 2 large fish roast on wooden stakes as he mutters that he had no idea she knew how to clean fish so skillfully. Holding a crude knife carved from wood, Chibi Margaret casually responds that anyone who enjoys fishing knows how to gut and prep a catch. Suddenly, a wave of shock hits her as she remembers the original novel. In the original plot, the male lead hunts fish and offers it to the heroine like his own heart. But here, Margaret is hunting and gutting fish like a grizzly bear to feed Enoch. Glaring down at the fish with a dark, moody shadow over her face, she stabs the stick into the dirt in utter frustration. Chibi Margaret pouts in annoyance, while Chibi Enoch sweats in confusion, wondering why she's giving him such an intense death glare after feeding him. The fire crackles brightly under the twilight sky as Enoch softly murmurs to himself, his hand resting on his knee. Suddenly closing the space between them, Enoch leans down right into her personal boundary, asking in a low, velvet voice if it really was nothing. Staring straight into his intense golden eyes at point-blank range, Margaret's heart pounds rapidly in her chest, completely frozen under his overwhelming gaze. Instead of giving her a passionate kiss, Enoch casually reaches over and pats Margaret on the head like a stray puppy, letting out a satisfied smirk while her face flushes red in pure annoyance. Walking away with a smug chuckle, Enoch offhandedly remarks that watching her struggle was pretty amusing, promising he'll step up next time. Host commentary time. Wow, talk about a total mood killer. He went from dark romance male lead to annoying older brother in less than 2 seconds. Crouched down by the blazing fire, Enoch carefully turns the roasted fish on wooden stakes, while Margaret watches him quietly from behind the bushes. Covering her burning face with both hands, Margaret lets out a heavy breath, mentally scolding herself for almost falling for his handsome charm. Staring at his chiseled profile, she admits internally that his sudden close-up almost made her heart jump straight out of her chest. Looking down at the sizzled fish over the campfire, she warns herself that getting emotionally swept up by a red flag prince like Enoch will only lead to her utter downfall. Host commentary. Girl, you are on a deserted island with a total eye candy prince. Holding back your inner fangirl is an absolute extreme survival sport right now. As twilight settles over the shore, the two of them sit side by side on a fallen log near their makeshift palm shelter, bathed in the golden glow of the fire. Offering him the larger roasted fish, Margaret politely insists that His Highness should eat the bigger portion since she gets full easily. Chibi Enoch stares blankly at the skewers, while Chibi Margaret pushes the food toward him with a nervous giggle. Reaching out to grab the stick, Enoch points out that they aren't back in the Langrid Empire anymore. Taking a slow bite of the savory fish, he sternly tells her to stop being so overly considerate and prioritize her own appetite from now on. Margaret freezes in surprise as Enoch turns toward her with a gentle expression, promising that no matter what happens, he will make sure she escapes this island safely. Host commentary time. Look at that subtle shift in his attitude. He's acting like a protective bodyguard now. Her blue eyes sparkle with overwhelming relief as his comforting words wash over her. Looking down at the fish in her hands, Margaret wonders if this foolish prince realizes that he's the one neglecting his own well-being just to look after her. Standing up suddenly, Enoch casually mentions that once they find a way out, he'll send her back home first so she can call for rescue. Margaret's jaw drops in utter disbelief. Wait, rescue? Noticing her stunned look, Enoch glances over his shoulder with a sharp glare, asking if she honestly thought he'd just let her walk away on her own. Margaret gazes up in complete shock as his tone suddenly darkens with possessive weight. Stepping closer, Enoch stares down at her with glowing golden eyes, warning her in an icy whisper that she can only leave his side when he allows it. Chibi Margaret shivers violently as cold sweat drips down her neck, stammering out a frantic nod while muttering under her breath about how downright terrifying he is. As darkness settles over the island, Margaret slumbers soundly inside the shelter, covered safely under Enoch's heavy royal jacket. Waking up to the cool morning breeze, she sits up in confusion and looks back at Enoch standing near the entrance. Turning his head away coolly, Enoch mutters that he only draped his coat over her because it was warm, telling her not to overthink it. A funny little chibi panel pops up showing Margaret happily snuggling inside his oversized coat like a cozy sleeping bag. Sitting beside the morning fire wrapped in his uniform jacket, Margaret chuckles to herself, knowing full well that a proud imperial prince wouldn't change his attitude overnight. Adjusting the heavy fabric over her shoulders, she figures he's just acting out of basic noble politeness. Host commentary time. Honestly, Margaret's constant overthinking is hilarious. He literally gave her his warm coat while sitting in his shirt sleeves, and she's treating it like an act of diplomacy. In a quick flashback to the night before, Enoch sits cross-legged inside the dark shelter, glaring silently at Margaret as she snorelessly sniffles in her sleep. Noticing her shivering in the chilly ocean night air, Enoch leans down closer, muttering to himself if she's cold. Gently pulling his embroidered dark jacket over her sleeping form, he sighs that she can't even keep herself warm properly. Margaret rolls over with a soft groan. Nya. Suddenly, sleeping Margaret kicks her legs and screams at the top of her lungs, calling him a heartless, evil bastard right to his face. Enoch's jaw hits the floor in total shock. Chibi Enoch sits there completely baffled, holding the jacket with sweat drops pouring down his head as he wonders if she's somehow cursing him out in her sleep. Clinging tightly to his coat while buried deep in her dreamland, Margaret whimpers about how the person who used to keep her warm has completely cooled down. Rubbing her cheek against the soft lining of the jacket, she sniffles dramatically, muttering that his love for her has vanished into thin air. A side panel shows Enoch sweating bullets, totally frozen in shock by her chaotic sleep-talking. Finally settling down, Margaret rests her head peacefully on his jacket under the blue moonlight. Looking up at the brilliant star-filled sky, Enoch lets out a defeated chuckle, noting that this strange woman is full of wild antics. Back in the present morning, Margaret stretches her arms high into the air, complaining about sleeping on hard sand for 2 straight days. Suddenly, Enoch pops right behind her ear, cheekily whispering that her love seems to have worked out quite well. Margaret shrieks at the top of her lungs in absolute horror. Kya! Twisting around red-faced, she stammers in total panic, desperately asking what on earth he's talking about. A hilarious flashback frame flashes on screen showing Chibi Margaret dramatically clutching her chest and yelling, "You bad bastard," in her sleep. Enoch casually recites her exact sleep-talking lines word for word, teasing her about how she cried and hugged his jacket like her life depended on it. Realizing that her humiliating midnight monologue wasn't a nightmare at all, Margaret's soul practically leaves her body as she screams in sheer agony. Host commentary time. This is officially the most embarrassing moment in manhwa history. She literally confessed her inner novel lore confusion out loud to the male lead. Chibi Margaret tries to play completely dumb with an awkward laugh, while Chibi Enoch smirks knowingly, chuckle, refusing to let her off the hook. Waving her hands frantically, she stammers that as a proper noble lady, she would never use such vulgar language. Leaning in close with a wicked golden glint in his eyes, Enoch mockingly suggests that His Highness must have just been dreaming things up then. Closing his eyes with a satisfied smirk, he thoroughly enjoys watching her squirm in embarrassment. Stepping out of the bamboo shelter, Enoch casually remarks that she has always been a pretty strange woman. Turning back under the bright blue sky with a gorgeous smirk, he chuckles that her wild behavior didn't even surprise him. Below him, Chibi Margaret explodes into a fiery rage, screaming at him to just call her weird directly instead of acting cool. Walking away with a playful wave, Enoch calls back that he appreciates her deep love, leaving Margaret stammering uncontrollably in pure humiliation. Completely breaking her noble composure, Margaret clutches her fists and yells at the top of her lungs into the sky that it's totally not like that, scaring off a flock of wild birds. Gently folding Enoch's heavy dark uniform coat in her hands, Margaret lets out a soft sigh, politely thanking him for lending it to her as they prepare for the day ahead. Enoch coolly takes his heavy royal coat back, standing tall in his unbuttoned white shirt, while looking down at Margaret with an unreadable glare. Handing over the folded jacket with utmost respect, Margaret hears Enoch smoothly remark that keeping her warm was just basic chivalry, offering his full assistance if she needs anything else. Scratching her cheek nervously, Margaret carefully voices her proposition, suggesting they need to venture much deeper into the island's thick jungle if they want to survive. Enoch turns his sharp profile toward her, sternly reminding her that pushing into the dense wilderness makes rescue nearly impossible. Host commentary time. Look at him acting like a rational strategist, but little does he know she's working with full transmigrated novel spoiler knowledge. Clenching her fist against her frilly dress, Margaret internally admits that Enoch's logic would make complete sense in a normal shipwreck scenario. Looking at the shadowy outline of the prince, she reminds herself that this island is bound by supernatural rules. They can't leave until the mystical door opens, and revealing her novel knowledge will only make him suspect her as the mastermind. Stealing her nerves with a determined glow, Margaret decides she has no choice but to push her plan forward with absolute confidence. Politely bowing her head while holding a string of raw fish, Margaret prepares to take her leave on her own terms. Host commentary time. Girl literally packed her fish like a lunchbox and decided to go on a solo jungle hike. She is totally out of here. Enoch's golden eyes widen in absolute bewilderment as he gasps out a stunned sentence. Giggling awkwardly with a sweet fake smile, Margaret brightly thanks His Highness for saving her from the monster earlier, bowing low before casually turning her back to walk away alone. Tucking the fish over her shoulder, she takes a quiet step into the brush, completely serious about heading into the woods by herself. Swooping in with lightning speed, Enoch lunges forward and grabs her right by the waist, yelling at her to stop right there. Holding her firmly against his chest, Enoch lowers his voice with dark intensity, reminding her of his warning from yesterday that she can only leave when he allows it, though Margaret boldly talks back, stating their opinions clearly don't align. Turning around with a fierce glint in her eyes, Margaret aggressively defends her choice, leaving Enoch sweat dropping in total shock at her fiery attitude. Host commentary time. She is officially the first noblewoman in the entire empire to talk back to Prince Enoch like a boss. He doesn't even know how to process this rebellion. Laying out her survival strategy, she points out that while monsters roam the island, they can hide at sunset, whereas staying stranded on the open beach guarantees they'll miss the door opening. Deep down inside, Margaret knows she must uncover the true secrets hidden in the heart of this island to understand why her soul was dragged into this novel in the first place. Placing a hand on his waist, Enoch lets out a dry, disbelieving laugh, asking if she genuinely considers this crazy stunt to be reasonable. Sparkles fill the air as Enoch suddenly leans into her personal space, staring straight into her blue eyes with unmatched intensity. Clutching the strap of her tied fish over her shoulder, Margaret stares up at his handsome face, her heart skipping a beat under his hypnotic golden gaze. Her blue eyes reflect his striking image as time seems to freeze between them in the silent forest. Gazing down at her with gentle softness, Enoch's intense expression melts, showing a rare, vulnerable warmth. Host commentary time. Okay, the visual lighting in this panel is top-tier manhwa art. The artist made Enoch look like a literal glowing angel right now. Margaret smiles softly to herself, wondering internally if surviving together on this deserted island has finally opened up his guarded heart. Suddenly, a dramatic slash of reality slices right through her sweet, peaceful delusion. Shaking off her silly romantic thoughts with a bright smile, Margaret cheerfully agrees to stick together as they move forward. Trekking through the dense tropical jungle, rustling leaves sound as Margaret struggles to keep pace behind Enoch, panting heavily from exhaustion. Sweat drips down her flushed face as she wheezes for air, realizing that walking through a rough forest in a heavy ball gown is an absolute nightmare. Host commentary time. Who in their right mind designed high society corset dresses without adding mountain hiking usability? She is suffering. Suddenly, Enoch points a finger through the trees, telling her to look off into the distance. High above the thick canopy, a grand rocky cliff stands tall under the bright sky, illuminated by warm sunlight. Wiping her brow, Margaret smartly analyzes the terrain, noting that high cliffs usually have deep natural caves underneath that offer unmatched shelter from the elements. Enoch glares down suspiciously in his dark cloak, wondering if a pampered duke's daughter would really know advanced wilderness survival, while Chibi Margaret panics internally, deciding to improvise a vague cover story. Nervously brushing off his suspicion, Margaret claims her noble family forced her through strict survival training as a child, scoffing, stepping past him with a stiff posture. Glancing at her back, Enoch feels a surge of unexpected bitterness, assuming Duke Floan must have been a cruel father to put his precious daughter through such harsh labor. Looking back at his dark, irritated face, Margaret is utterly confused as to why His Highness is suddenly glaring like he wants to punch her father. Host commentary time. The miscommunication trope hits again. Enoch thinks her dad abused her while she's just making up wild excuses on the fly. Sweating awkwardly under his intense golden stare, Margaret chuckles nervously, giggling, claiming her past training is actually a huge blessing in disguise right now. Enoch scans the dark, overcast sky, grimly warning that dark rain clouds are rolling in and they need to reach that cliff shelter before getting completely trapped in a storm. Suddenly, a sharp wooden branch catches on her silk dress, tearing the delicate fabric with a loud rip. Flabbergasted by the sudden snag, Margaret gasps out loud as her foot catches on the rugged ground. Her fancy heel twists awkwardly, sending her tumbling forward as she screams in pure frustration at her cursed dress. Kya! Crashing onto the dirt floor, Margaret lands flat on her back, her golden hair sprawled everywhere in total humiliation. Enoch lunges over in absolute panic, reaching out a hand while urgently asking if young Lady Floan is hurt. Host commentary time. Look at how fast his cool composure shatters the moment she takes a fall. He went from stoic imperial prince to worried husband in 0 seconds flat. Groaning in pain, Margaret winces as a sharp, stinging sensation throbs along the cut on her foot. Without a second thought, Enoch gently guides her toward a large tree root, telling her to rest right there. Kneeling down gracefully on the dirt in his imperial uniform, Enoch gently takes her bare foot into his warm hand to inspect the injury. A deep red flush spreads across Margaret's face as she squirms awkwardly, muttering under her breath that his light touch tickles. Examining the sore red scratches on her delicate skin, Enoch murmurs softly, finally realizing why she kept lagging behind during their trek. Standing back up with decisive grace, Enoch politely asks her to excuse his sudden breach of noble etiquette. Before Margaret can even ask what he means, Enoch smoothly slides his arms under her knees and back. Swooping her up effortlessly into a breathtaking princess carry, Enoch holds her tightly against his broad chest while she gasps in pure shock. Completely losing her mind from embarrassment, Chibi Margaret turns bright red and shrieks at the top of her lungs. Yeah! Host commentary time. This is the ultimate Otome novel cliche, the Grand Princess Carry. Her noble composure was annihilated instantly. Carrying her along like a lightweight parcel, Enoch nonchalantly points out that carrying her is much faster if they want to beat the rain, while flustered Margaret flails her arms in utter chaos. Taking heavy, purposeful strides through the damp forest floor, Enoch sternly warns her to hold on tight if she doesn't want to slip and tumble right onto the dirt. Wobbling awkwardly in his firm grip, Margaret grips his shoulders for dear life as the sudden elevation shift throws off her balance completely. Wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, her cheeks burn hot against his high collar while she tries to regain her shattered composure. Carrying her effortlessly through the misty foliage like a knight in shining armor, Enoch glides forward with calm, unmatched grace.
High above in the ancient tree canopy, a lone black crow perches on a twisted vine, staring down at the unlikely pair moving through the shadowy wilderness. Suddenly, the massive bird flaps its wings with a sharp bristle, catching Margaret completely off guard as she flinches in surprise. Peeking upward at his razor-sharp jawline, Margaret internally swoons, realizing that he truly possesses the flawless grandeur worthy of a novel's main male lead. Host commentary time. Look at her casually rating his male lead aesthetics while literally being carried like a sack of noble potatoes. Her inner monologue is relentless. Staring into his quiet profile, she admits to herself that despite his cold exterior, having him around makes her feel surprisingly safe on this hostile death island. Clutching her hands together over her frilly gown, a soft hesitation creeps into her heart as she wonders if her altered behavior has actually changed how he views her. Sparkles surround her blue eyes as she softly murmurs to him, promising that she is a completely reborn person now who will never act like the spoiled villainess of her past. Enoch halts his steps in the dim forest, remaining utterly silent as he holds her tightly against his broad chest. Host commentary time. The dramatic silence in this panel is deafening. Bro didn't even drop a single word, just gave her the ultimate stoic posture. Gazing into the distance, Margaret convinces herself that showing her true, genuine side will surely be enough to earn a sliver of his goodwill. Looking up at him with a hopeful smile, she beams softly, genuinely believing that their icy bond is finally starting to thaw out. Suddenly, the atmosphere drops to sub-zero as Enoch looks down with a piercing glare, coldly warning her that he will never develop romantic feelings for her. Her breath hitches in her throat as his harsh words pierce her like an icy blade, reminding her that his present assistance is strictly out of noble courtesy and nothing more. A sharp crack of lightning illuminates the overcast sky while Enoch firmly instructs her not to harbor any foolish hopes, leaving Margaret clutching her collar in complete emotional ruin. Host commentary time. Talk about a brutal reality check. He just obliterated her sweet fantasy in 3 sentences flat. The main lead boundary setting is cold-blooded. Silent rain begins to drizzle through the dark leaves as Enoch continues carrying her through the dense woods without uttering another word. Panic suddenly flashes in Margaret's eyes as heavy, rhythmic thuds echoing through the thick brush catch her attention. Red, ominous sparks slice through the shadows, signaling that dangerous wild predators are surrounding them from every angle. Out of nowhere, monstrous red wolves burst out from the bushes, prompting Margaret to shriek out a desperate warning for His Highness, gasping, to look out! Enoch hurls her to safety onto the dirt ground as the wild beasts leap forward, forcing him to dodge the aggressive ambush. Low, terrifying growls reverberate through the air as 2 bloodthirsty red wolves corner Margaret, while Enoch yells out her name in sheer panic. Host commentary time. From cold emotional rejection straight into a full-blown monster siege in under 10 seconds. Talk about zero breathing room. A gigantic, shadowy maw looms over her trembling frame, pinning her to the damp soil while her blue eyes widen in pure terror. Snarling viciously with saliva dripping from their razor teeth, the feral wolves get ready to tear her to shreds, while Enoch desperately charges back to save her. A terrifying red wolf lunges directly at her face with wide-open jaws, causing Margaret to scream out in absolute desperation. Suddenly, a massive wooden branch smashes right into the monster's skull, sending it crashing to the dirt with a painful whimper. Brushing past the fallen beast with furious speed, Enoch yells at her to stop freezing up like a helpless victim. Host commentary time. Look at Enoch pulling off raw physical brawling against giant monsters without even drawing a sword. He is an absolute menace on this battlefield. Glaring back with fiery intensity, Enoch demands that Lady Floan immediately run to safety while he holds off the vicious pack. Scrambling back on her hands and knees, Margaret tells herself she refuses to stay as a useless deadweight dragging him down to his grave. Reaching out to climb a thick tree trunk, a monster's sharp fangs suddenly clamp down on her sweeping ball gown skirt. Screaming in horror, Margaret gets jerked backward as the massive wolf tugs ferociously on her heavy silk dress. Enraged beyond belief, Margaret curses at the top of her lungs at her utterly cursed high society wardrobe. Host commentary time. Honestly, who brings a multi-layered imperial ball gown to a survival horror game? That dress has caused her more damage than the actual monsters. While Enoch pummels beasts in the background, Margaret violently shreds her torn fabric, screaming out in pure rage at her endless misfortune. Monstrous fangs snap inches from her face as Enoch screams out her name in absolute agony, racing against
time to crush the predator. In that split second of mortal peril, a vivid memory of her original novel persona flashes through her mind, arrogantly cornering Prince Enoch in the Imperial Palace Hall. Her past self boisterously mocked his lineage, proudly boasting that her pure duke's blood made her vastly superior to him in every possible way. Realizing the deep scars those cruel words left on his pride, Margaret grimly admits why Enoch treats her with such icy distance today. Host comment time. The consequences of the original villainess's actions. Current Margaret is literally paying interest on debts she didn't even incur. Looking back at his cold, unforgiving eyes from the past, she realizes that winning his affection is an utterly impossible dream. Deep down, she knows that escaping to the hidden island bunker by herself is her one and only true ticket to survival. Yet, flashes of his unexpected kindness on this island, how he gently tended her injuries and carried her, fill her heart with a bittersweet ache. Imagining his rare golden smile bathed in soft sunlight, her heart throbs with a fleeting wish that things could have been different. Closing her eyes in quiet resignation, a single tear glistens as she bitterly reflects on how foolishly she believed they had grown closer. Opening her eyes slowly, the swirling chaos around her suddenly fades into an eerie, dead silence. Sitting up groggily against a tree trunk, Margaret blinks through her blurred vision, gasping out in shock as she realizes she's somehow still alive. Host commentary time. Wait, did she faint mid-fight, or did Enoch literally clean up the entire wolf pack in the blink of an eye? Looking down at the grass beneath her, her eyes widen in horror as massive pools of dark crimson blood coat the entire forest floor. Dozens of red beast corpses lie completely motionless and shredded across the dirt, painting a horrific battle scene. Whew! Letting out a relieved exhale, she spots Enoch standing tall a few paces away, with his back turned, seemingly completely unharmed. Pushing herself up off the dirt, Margaret hesitantly calls out to ask if His Highness is all right, before freezing dead in her tracks in utter terror. Dripping heavily onto the dark soil, Enoch's right hand is completely soaked in thick, gruesome crimson blood. As blood continuously splashes into a dark pool, Margaret remembers a terrifying novel detail: the severe, uncontrollable post-war PTSD after effects that drive Enoch into a bloodthirsty state. In the original novel, the Grand Duke's blood curse is absolute poison. The second Enoch catches the scent of human blood, his mind completely snaps into a violent berserk state, forcing his body way past its physical limit until he literally collapses from total exhaustion. Watching the dark aura swirl around him like a ravenous beast, Margaret grit her teeth with frantic resolve, panting, knowing with absolute certainty that if she doesn't put an immediate end to his frenzy right now, he will burn through his own life force. Enoch's massive frame looms in the shadow of the dense foliage, his instinctual bloodlust completely overtaking every shred of sanity as he turns his lethal focus toward the open perimeter. Whispering a desperate apology under her breath, Margaret watches Enoch's eyes ignite with a terrifying crimson glare before he sprints forward like a predator hungry for blood. Swinging a thick wooden log with all the raw strength in her body, Margaret whacks Enoch straight across the back of his head. Host commentary time. Did she just knock out the most powerful Imperial Grand Duke with a random tree branch? Talk about an ultimate cavewoman solution to a magical curse. Breathing heavily as sparks of lightning flash across the stormy sky, panting, Margaret clutches her improvised wooden club, admitting to herself that if he had dodged that hit, he probably would have torn her to shreds. Collapse! Enoch's massive, unconscious body slumps directly over Margaret's shoulders with a heavy thud, forcing her to drag his heavy weight into the shelter of a nearby rocky cave while hyperventilating from sheer exhaustion. Chibi Margaret lies completely flat on the stone floor like a squished pancake, sigh, groaning internally that her brain is completely scrambled and she has zero idea how she even managed to pull him all the way back here. Unconscious and completely drained, Enoch rests motionlessly against the jagged stone wall as the dark storm continues to rage heavily outside the mountain cave. Host commentary time. Look at him lying there so peacefully after almost tearing down half the forest. He really went from ferocious demon beast to sleepy prince in one panel. Kneeling down to examine his torn clothing, Margaret gasps out in horror, spotting deep, festering claw marks leaking toxic purplish energy, realizing the wild beast from earlier had lethal poison coated on its talons.
Staring down at his pale face with deep concern, Margaret turned silent, knowing that without any magical healing priests around, his survival rests entirely on her shoulders. Biting firmly into the hem of her luxurious noble gown, Margaret uses her teeth and hands to rip off a long strip of clean cloth to use as a makeshift bandage. Wrapping the soft fabric tightly around his bleeding forearm with gentle care, Margaret mutters to herself that since proper medical supplies don't exist in this wilderness, basic field first aid is his only lifeline. Gently wiping away the final traces of blood and placing a bouquet of soothing wild herbs beside him, Margaret soft-spokenly sighs as she admiringly admires her surprisingly neat bandaging job. Host commentary time. Is there anything this girl can't do? She's out here running a full surgical clinic on a deserted island with torn dress scraps. Stepping back toward the cave opening to catch her breath, Margaret wipes the cold rain droplets off her cheeks, relieved that at least the immediate life-threatening crisis has passed. Watching Enoch's chest rise and fall in a steady rhythm, she reminds herself that all she can do now is wait patiently for his body to process the venom and regain consciousness. Leaning against the cave entrance, a terrifying thought suddenly strikes Margaret. If he wakes up while still trapped in his berserk bloodlust state, her life will be in immediate jeopardy. Glancing down at the dirt floor, Margaret spots a long strand of durable, coiled mountain vines lying right near her feet. Hearing the heavy downpour crash against the jagged cliffside, Margaret picks up the tough natural ropes, deciding that extra precautions are absolutely mandatory for her personal safety. Hours pass before Enoch's golden eyes slowly flutter open, his vision blurry and disoriented as he groans out in pain, trying to figure out where on earth he is. Attempting to flex his arms, Enoch startles in sudden shock as he finds his wrists and ankles tied together with super tight green binds. Sitting up angrily on the dirt floor, Enoch glares up with golden eyes blazing like hot embers, roaring in fury for Margaret to untie him this instant. Host commentary time. Uh-oh, the big bad Duke woke up angrier than a wet cat. Somebody tell him she literally saved his life. Squeaking in complete panic, Chibi Margaret clutches her cheeks, internally screaming that he shouldn't be awake or moving around this quickly already. Flexing his muscular biceps with raw physical force, Enoch snaps the vine bindings cleanly in two with a loud snap, giggle, prompting Margaret to frantically wave her arms, warning him that straining his muscles will reopen his wounds. Just as Enoch lunges forward, Margaret abruptly reaches out and plants her single index finger directly onto the tip of his nose. Instantly freezing mid-motion with his eyes wide open, Enoch stands completely stunned into absolute silence by the absurdly intimate gesture. Looking down at him from a close angle, Margaret maintains a super stern gaze, completely unbothered by his intimidating Grand Duke aura. Pushing her finger slightly firmer against his nose, Margaret shouts out at the top of her lungs, demanding that he sit down, shut his mouth, and obey her instructions right now. To both of their absolute astonishment, Enoch instantly drops straight onto his knees, sitting totally tame and obedient like a disciplined puppy. Host commentary time. Did she just reboot a terrifying berserker Grand Duke using the legendary snout boop technique? That is hands down the funniest taming method in webtoon history. Question marks literally float around both of their heads as they stare at each other in utter baffle, with Margaret gasping internally over what on earth just occurred. A giant comic explosion bubble reveals Margaret's inner thoughts screaming out, how in the world did pressing his nose actually calm down a bloodthirsty curse? Sitting obediently on his knees with a blank expression like a docile pet, Chibi Enoch quietly blinks while Chibi Margaret keeps her finger raised in stunned disbelief. Staring down at his own bound hands in complete shock, Enoch stammers bewilderedly, asking why on earth his body suddenly lost all impulse to fight or move. Sparkling optical flares ignite around Enoch's golden eyes as he stares up at Margaret, his rapid heart rate suddenly settling into a warm, calm hum. Leaning down close to his face in a dreamlike rose aura, Margaret gently cradles his cheek with her warm hand, her touch instantly washing away the remaining violent curse inside his bloodstream. Softening her intense expression into a tender smile, Margaret gazes into his eyes with absolute warmth and gentle compassion. Overwhelmed by the soothing comfort, Enoch's heavy head slumps forward, resting his forehead directly against Margaret's chest as his body surrenders to deep sleep. Sleeping like a baby with his bound wrists rested peacefully against her dress,
Enoch exhales softly, while Chibi Margaret sweats profusely, shivering in comedic fear that if things went slightly differently, she would have ended up in a Wild 19 scene. Host commentary time. Look at the little mature rating sign floating next to Chibi Margaret. The author is having way too much fun teasing us with novel tropes. Resting her chin in her hand while sitting beside his sleeping form, Margaret recalls that in the original novel, seeing human blood always triggered his unbridled lust and violence. A romantic novel memory visual flashes, showing berserk Enoch aggressively embracing heroine Yuana amidst a sea of blooming red roses and dramatic passionate screams. Screaming in full mental agony while tearing at her blonde hair, flustered, embarrassed, Chibi Margaret loses her mind over how ridiculous the original web novel's plot was. Host comment time. Poor Margaret is having an absolute existential crisis comparing standard romance webtoon logic to her brutal survival reality. Cynically resting her face on her hand as rain continues to fall outside, Margaret sighs that what was considered a passionate, heart-throbbing romance for Yuana is literally a terrifying life-or-death battle for her. By the time the next morning arrives, the golden sunlight breaks through the gray clouds, prompting Margaret to wipe the sweet sweat off her forehead with a deep breath. Looking up toward the clear blue sky through the lush jungle canopy, she feels an immense surge of relief now that the endless torrential storm is finally ended. Walking back into the cool stone cavern while carrying a carved stone bowl filled with fresh river water, Margaret notes that while Enoch's physical wounds have stabilized, he suffered from a terrifying high fever all night long. Stopping dead in her tracks near the entrance, Margaret's eyes widen in sheer horror as a heavy, painful groan echoes from the dark shadow of the cave. Clutching his chest tightly with his crisp white shirt fully unbuttoned, Enoch lies on the ground sweating uncontrollably, his skin burning like red-hot iron from a sudden, violent fever spike. Wincing in sheer physical agony with his teeth tightly clenched, panting, Enoch gasps for air as the residual beast venom ignites an agonizing, fiery burning sensation throughout his inner veins. Dropping down to her knees beside him without a second thought, Margaret sets the water bowl down and frantically touches his forehead, terrified by the searing heat radiating off his body. Struggling to stay conscious under the unbearable pressure, Enoch groans weakly while Margaret cradles his trembling shoulders, realizing that his battle against the toxic beast poison is far from over. Extending a wooden bowl filled with fresh river water, Margaret gently offers a drink to Enoch, whose hands remain tightly bound by tough jungle vines. Keeping her gaze steady, Margaret carefully adjusts the vine bindings around his wrists, making sure he stays secure without causing him unnecessary pain. Enoch raises the heavy wooden bowl with both hands, quietly sipping the cool water while Margaret anxiously watches his condition. She secretly worries that leaving his fever untreated will only make his condition deteriorate faster. Standing up from the damp soil, Margaret informs Enoch that she needs to venture into the nearby forest to harvest healing herbs and forage for food. Host commentary time. Look at her acting like a full-blown wilderness paramedic while he's tied up like a captured bandit. Talk about a complete role reversal. Sweeping her torn blue silk dress around, she prepares to search the surrounding bushes before the bright sunlight fades completely. Enoch sits quietly against the stone cavern wall with his hands bound, staring after her vanishing silhouette as her heavy footfalls fade into the dense greenery. Looking down into the calm surface of the water bowl, Enoch squints in mild confusion, silently processing how gentle she has been acting toward him. Closing his weary eyes with an exasperated grumble, Enoch rests his head back, exhausted from the lingering effects of his chaotic mana eruption. Deep inside his mind, he mutters to himself that if she truly cared about his well-being, she could have at least untied his wrists before wandering off. Host commentary time. Bro is sitting there tied up in designer silk while giving her a 1-star customer service review in his head. Unbelievable. Sunbeams filter through the ancient tree canopy as Margaret kneels in the tall grass, picking a bundle of wild medicinal stalks known for stopping active bleeding. Gathering the useful plants into her dress folds, she wipes her sticky fingers and reminds herself that she must return to the cave before nightfall hits. Suddenly, a sharp snapping sound echoes through the dense foliage behind her, causing Margaret to flinch in absolute shock. Her blue eyes widen as she turns toward the shadowy tree line, praying that a ferocious wild beast hasn't
stalked her into the sunlit meadow. A shadowy masculine figure with glowing red eyes and a sharp, predatory grin materializes behind the thick foliage, instantly sending a cold shiver straight down her spine. Turning around with furious speed, Margaret bolts into a sprint through the woods, panicking at the realization that another dangerous survivor is roaming this desolate island. Host commentary time. Just when she thought she only had to manage one chaotic male lead, a wild card appears out of nowhere. A glint of sunlight catches a distinct silver dangling earring resting against a pale neck, revealing an eerily familiar aristocratic design. In a terrifying flash, a silver-haired young man with glowing crimson eyes leaps directly into her path, grinning devilishly as he locks his gaze onto her flustered face. Margaret freezes dead in her tracks, her mind going completely blank as the sheer absurdity of the situation hits her like a freight train. Staring into his sharp vampiric features, her heart drops into her stomach as she recognizes his signature silver hair, blood-red eyes, and manner-regulating earrings. Host commentary time! Oh no, out of all the people she could have bumped into, she literally stumbled into the most unhinged lunatic of the entire story. Internal panic explodes inside her head as she screams out his name in her thoughts. Caden Blake Rawhide, the absolute most dangerous male lead in the entire original novel. Scrambling backward in pure horror, Margaret turns to run, cursing her abysmal luck for choosing the exact wrong forest path. Flashback frames reveal the terrifying reality. While Prince Enoch merely despised Margaret in the original timeline, Caden was the literal executioner who ended her life. A gory crimson flash slashes through the memory curtain, showing the original villainous Margaret falling into a pool of her own blood. Standing tall over her lifeless body with a blood-drenched sword, Caden wiped the splatter off his pale cheeks with a cold, merciless smirk. A dark, magical crest shines behind the silver-haired noble, marking Caden Blake Rawhide as a prodigy born into the second line of the infamous Marquis Rawhide family. Tragic novel lore reveals that during his early childhood, Caden was heartlessly kidnapped by the Holy Temple and subjected to inhumane magical experimentation. Marquis Rawhide struck a filthy, corrupt bargain with the holy priest, sweeping his young son's horrific suffering under the rug while flames consumed Caden's innocent childhood. Host commentary time. Man, every single male lead in this novel comes with a massive truckload of dark trauma. No wonder they're all completely out of their minds. That unforgivable betrayal ignited an eternal inferno of pure hatred within Caden, driving him to seek total destruction against both his hypocritical family and the Holy Temple. Sprinting for dear life through the woods, Margaret frantically calculates why Caden hated her original persona so intensely. She remembers that back in the imperial capital, the spoiled original Margaret personally funded the temple's forbidden love potion experiments, making her Caden's ultimate target of revenge. Before she can take another step, Caden's iron grip hand clamps violently onto her wrist from behind, shouting at her to halt. Squealing in shock, Margaret's high heels lose traction on the slick dirt slope, sending her balance spiraling out of control. Both of them flip upside down, violently tumbling down the steep, grassy embankment together in a whirlwind of silken lace. Host commentary time. Look at them rolling down the hill like a pair of dramatic aristocratic bowling balls. This artist's slapstick physics are top tier. Snarky gasps echo through the valley as they bounce across the grass, sending leaves and flower petals flying everywhere. Crashing to a sudden halt at the bottom of the slope, Caden ends up pinning Margaret flat against the lush green grass, hovering inches above her chest. Staring down with piercing ruby eyes, his cold gaze sends a freezing chill through Margaret as she remembers his absolute loathing for her noble house. Get away from me, let go! Flail punching his chest in utter panic, Margaret accidentally triggers Caden's sharp metal coat brooch, which swings around and smacks her right across the face. Covering her burning face in pure humiliation, Margaret groans on the grass while Caden sits back, looking utterly baffled by her absurd reaction. Rubbing his neck awkwardly, Caden stares down at the flustered noblewoman who is currently throwing a complete tantrum on the forest floor. Resting beside her fingers in the grass, the massive purple gemstone pendant lies unclipped from his coat. Margaret winces, realizing that heavy metal brooch just gave her cheek a solid bruise. Suddenly, Caden leans forward and forcefully grabs her chin with his slender fingers, pulling her face into the sunlight.
He squints intensely at her delicate features, murmuring softly that her face looks suspiciously familiar. Host commentary time. Hold on, don't tell me he actually recognizes her through her flustered, messy hair wilderness survival look? Gulping down a knot of pure terror, Margaret stares straight into his glowing red pupil, terrified that he will connect her face to the infamous Duke's daughter. Grasping both of her arms, Caden hauls her up off the dirt with effortless strength, apologizing sarcastically for the rough tumble down the hill. Frantically slapping both hands over her own cheeks, Margaret tries to hide her features while her mind races at 1,000,000 miles per hour. Giving a dazzling, razor-sharp smile, Caden notes that meeting a gorgeously dressed noble lady in the middle of an uncharted wilderness is extremely suspicious. Margaret's inner thoughts suddenly remember a crucial novel plot point. Gasp! Without his specialized magic-regulating earrings, Caden cannot control his volatile mana reserves. The lore reveals that after arriving on the island, his magical earrings shattered, leaving his mana circulation severely damaged and triggering uncontrollable high fevers and violent emotional rages. Clutching his head in painful memories, the original Caden was a ticking time bomb of unstable magic power waiting to detonate. Sweeping light surrounds the scene as Margaret remembers the ultimate novel cure. The only person capable of purifying Caden's wild mana rampage was none other than the original heroine, Saintess Yuana. Staring back with an unblinking glowing red pupil, Caden's piercing gaze locks onto her with cold intensity. Panicking on the inside, Margaret wonders if his wild magic is about to detonate into a violent frenzy just like Prince Enoch's did, while Caden leans right over her shoulder, whispering smoothly to ask why she's staying completely silent. Gulping down a nervous knot in her throat, Margaret tries to keep her composure as his cold breath brushes against her face. Tilting his silver-haired head with a mischievous smirk, Caden playfully repeats his question, teasingly asking what she just whispered. Clasping her trembling fingers over her dress bow, Margaret summons every bit of courage she has left, asking him directly what he wants from her. Host commentary time. Look at her trying to maintain royal etiquette while literally getting interrogated on the forest floor. Talk about maximum tension. Caden's crimson eyes narrow slightly, scanning every inch of her face with razor-sharp focus. In a cute chibi breakdown, Caden tilts his head in utter bewilderment while Margaret pouts furiously, internally screaming about what kind of absolute lunatic she just ran into. Clamping his hand firmly around her wrist, Caden refuses to let her back away, prompting Margaret to glare and order him to unhand her. A fiery purple background bursts behind her thoughts as she fumes over why on earth she should ever get close to an unpredictable psycho like him. Resting his chin thoughtfully on his knuckles, Caden tilts his head, admitting out loud that no matter how much he looks at her, she strongly reminds him of someone he knows. Host commentary time. Oh no, the villain's memory bank is officially booting up. She is playing a super dangerous game right now. Sparkles literally burst around his face as his eyes turn into huge glowing stars, exclaiming with pure excitement, he finally remembers who she is. Pointing a sharp, slender finger right at her nose, Caden corners her completely. With a terrifyingly playful smirk, Caden asks if she happens to be none other than the notorious madwoman of the Langrid Empire, Lady Floan. Dark red pressure clouds the air as his eerie question echoes, completely paralyzing Margaret in sheer disbelief. Margaret's face twists into an annoyed, flushed scowl as she internally shrieks, "Madwoman?" before aggressively thinking that he's the last person on Earth who should call anyone crazy. Gently lifting a strand of her long blonde hair between his fingers, Caden notes thoughtfully that the infamous madwoman had the exact same golden hair shade. Flustered beyond belief, Margaret backs up and angrily shouts that calling someone a madwoman right to her face is insanely rude to a delicate young lady. Transitioning into a quick flashback, Margaret frantically recalls the time Caden personally visited the Floan estate, begging her original self to stop funding the Holy Temple's dangerous magic experiments. Seeing a memory of her original self standing arrogantly on a high marble balcony while guards restrain young Caden, Margaret realizes that since they only met face-to-face for a split second years ago, he shouldn't actually know her face. Host commentary time. Original Margaret really was out here speedrunning every possible villain route. No wonder literally every male lead wants her dead.
Scratching the back of his neck awkwardly, Caden relaxes his stance, admitting that his memory might be playing tricks on him. Margaret steals a cautious sideways glance, wiping cold sweat off her cheek while trying to play dumb. Caden lowers his hand, studying her features one last time to make sure he isn't mistaken. Leaning down until his face is just inches from hers, he stares deeply into her blue eyes, testing her reaction. In another chibi dialogue frame, Caden asks one more time if she's really not Lady Floan, to which Margaret firmly denies it, making Caden sigh in relief. Suddenly, a terrifyingly sharp, bloodthirsty grin stretches across Caden's face as he whispers that it's a relief she isn't her, because he absolutely deeply despises that evil woman, instantly making Margaret's blood run ice cold. Heavy red pressure crushes down on the atmosphere, sending a terrifying realization straight through her brain. A horrific visual of original Margaret lying lifeless in a pool of blood flashes across her mind, reminding her that Caden is a ruthless killer who wouldn't hesitate to execute her on the spot. Blinking in confusion, Caden tilts his head, noticing her suddenly go stiff as a board. Resting his chin on his palm again, he leans down closer, curious about her extreme panic. His expression suddenly softens into a serious, remarkably handsome gaze, surprising Margaret. Host commentary time. Look at that webtoon-level visual glow-up. 1 second he's a scary psycho, and the next second he looks like a cover model. Without any warning, Caden's strength completely gives out as he collapses straight forward, burying his flushed face right into the crook of her neck. Screaming in absolute shock, Margaret flails on the ground, wondering what on earth is happening as she catches a glance of his fever-flushed cheeks and flickering crimson eyes. Chuck's raspy, delirious murmur, gasping, Caden nuzzles against her collarbone, softly gasping that she smells extremely sweet. Kia! No! Squealing in pure terror, Margaret tries to push his heavy aristocratic shoulders off her, horrified by his sudden clinginess. Host commentary time. First Prince Enoch faints on her, and now Caden turns into a high-fever needy puppy. Margaret is magnetizing every sick male lead on this island. Looking past his silver hair, Margaret suddenly notices something horrifying on the ground behind him, internally gasping as she realizes Caden was literally lying on a pile of monster remains. Caden twitches in agony, his unstable mana circulation causing intense, feverish pain across his body. Screaming out in loud panic, Margaret's loud cry echoes across the sunlit mountain forest, sending a flock of wild birds flying into the sky. Shoving his heavy body onto the dirt slope, Margaret bolts into a desperate sprint through the woods, yelling at him to stay away. Inner text cards pop up across her blurred vision as she gasps frantically for breath, her heart hammering against her ribs. From an aerial view of the canopy, Margaret's massive blue silk ball gown rustles through the grass as she runs for her life, while Caden sits on the dirt, dazedly watching her escape. Frantically navigating the thick foliage, Margaret reminds herself that even if Caden doesn't plan on killing her right this second, he is still a ticking time bomb who will eventually destroy her. Suddenly, her eyes widen in utter horror as she rounds a bend, only to see a massive, bottomless cliff dropping straight down into a ravine. Instinct kicking into overdrive, Margaret reaches up and forcefully grabs a thick-hanging jungle vine, while Caden leaps through the air behind her. Swinging wildly across the massive gap like a complete wilderness badass, Margaret glides right over the deadly ravine in her massive aristocratic dress. Collapsing onto her knees on the opposite cliff edge, Margaret pants heavily, completely out of breath. Across the wide gap, Caden stands on the cliff ledge, flabbergasted as his magical vine retracts, realizing she actually pulled off an impossible escape. Wasting no time, Margaret scrambles to her feet and disappears straight into the dense tree line, leaving Caden standing alone at the cliff edge, muttering "wow" in utter disbelief. Waving his hand awkwardly with a nervous sweat drop on his cheek, Caden chuckles softly at the sheer madness he just witnessed. Host commentary time. She literally swung across a cliff like Tarzan in a ball gown. Caden is probably falling in love with her absurdity right now. Safe on the other side of the forest, Margaret leans heavily against an ancient tree trunk, trying to catch her breath as sunbeams filter through the leaves. Looking down at her palm, she realizes she accidentally snatched Caden's heavy purple gemstone brooch during the struggle, grumbling to herself in disbelief that she actually managed to escape a psychotic male lead. Looking down at her palm, Margaret inspects the sparkling purple gemstone brooch she accidentally snatched from Caden during her crazy cliff swing and escape, wondering if that wild lunatic was actually chasing her down just to get his fancy jewelry back. Glancing up at the sky, she gasps in panic as the gorgeous sunset colors turn into a deep purple twilight, realizing time completely slipped away while she was sprinting for her life. Realizing the island's flesh-eating monsters are about to wake up and prowl, Margaret checks her mental map, noting that she ran way too far into the deep jungle to reach her cave before total darkness falls. Host commentary time. Navigating a monster-infested jungle in a 100-pound ball gown is basically playing survival mode on maximum difficulty. In a worried, chibi thought bubble, Margaret bites her lips, stressing over Prince Enoch sitting all alone inside the dark cave while nursing his severe injuries and feverish magic spikes. Shaking her head frantically in a chibi panic frame, she slaps her cheeks to refocus, reminding herself that panicking over Enoch isn't going to save her from getting eaten alive in the dark. Spotting a small, shadowed hollow hidden beneath a massive overhang of mossy rocks, Margaret's eyes light up as she decides it's the perfect emergency hiding spot for the night. Ducking down onto the dirt, she carefully squeezes her massive silk ball gown under the rocky ledge, planning to huddle there until sunrise, until a strange metallic glint catches her blue eyes inside the crevice. Host commentary time. Wait a minute, don't tell me she just stumbled onto another modern item in a fantasy wilderness? Peering into the shadowy gap while lying flat on her stomach, Margaret blinks in complete disbelief at what's tucked away inside the dark dirt floor. Her blue eyes dilate in pure shock as she recognizes the unmistakable shape of a modern object, completely frozen in utter surprise. Reaching forward, Margaret pulls out a pristine, blue and white plastic emergency medical box from under the ancient rock shelf. Holding the glossy plastic first aid kit in her hands, her mind reels as she stares at the bold red cross emblem stamped right on top. Hugging the plastic kit tightly against her chest, Margaret literally tearfully cries in pure joy, realizing she just hit the ultimate survival jackpot. Host commentary time. Forget legendary magic swords or ancient spellbooks. A modern first aid kit is literally the most overpowered relic on a stranded island. Popping the plastic latches open, gasp, she scans the organized compartments filled with iodine bottles, Tylenol, painkillers, cold medicine, fever reducers, and tubes of healing ointment. Rummaging through the medicine tubes, Margaret grumbles softly to herself, realizing her transmigrated brain takes a few seconds longer to translate the Korean text printed on the labels. Exhaling a soft sigh of relief, a delicate smile touches her face as she realizes she finally has actual real fever medication to treat Enoch's deadly magic spikes. Suddenly, a terrifying dark shadow sweeps over the tree canopy as an ominous screech echoes through the woods, sending a chill straight down her spine. Clamping her hands over the plastic box, Margaret aggressively slides backward under the heavy rock ledge, holding her breath in sheer panic. Sweating cold droplets on her forehead, her heart hammers against her ribs as she internally screams about how fast these terrifying island beasts showed up after sunset. Peering through the hairline crack, she catches a horrifying glimpse of a massive, shadowed creature lumbering quietly past her rock shelter. Closing her eyes tightly in the pitch-black gap, Margaret whispers a desperate prayer, begging whatever beast is outside to just keep walking and ignore her hiding spot. Massive thudding vibrations shake the dirt beneath her stomach, sending glowing white shockwaves of pure terror straight through her chest. Host commentary time. You can literally feel the tension through the screen. One tiny squeak, and it's game over for our heroine. Looking through the foliage, she spots the towering dark silhouette of an enormous ape-like beast heavy-footing through the trees, realizing those heavy stomps definitely don't belong to a wild wolf. Red pressure clouds fill the background as the monster circles around her location like a ruthless predator tracking fresh scent, making Margaret freeze completely solid. Her eyes widen in sheer horror as two gigantic, thick legs covered in coarse black fur plant themselves right outside the rock entrance. Staring at the massive hairy feet standing just inches from her face, Margaret's brain short-circuits as she realizes this creature isn't a human at all. Glowing crimson eyes and razor-sharp fangs flash through the shadows as the grotesque ape monster lets out a low, terrifying guttural groan. Without warning, the massive furry monster drops straight onto its knees right in front of her rock shelter. Long, sharp claws slowly extend toward the dark dirt opening, making Margaret's blood turn into solid ice. Watching the giant
giant beast squat right over her hiding spot, Margaret's mind raced with horrifying visions of being ripped apart and devoured alive in the dark. Host commentary time. Look at how detailed the artist made those razor-sharp claws. This isn't just a monster, this is a total nightmare. In the middle of total life or death horror, a brief vision of Prince Enoch's handsome, confident smile flashes across her mind as she desperately wishes he was there to protect her. Muttering low, bizarre grunts, the ape beast twitches uncomfortably before slowly shifting its heavy weight back onto its feet. With slow, lumbering thuds, the hairy monster finally turns around and disappears into the foggy twilight forest. Huddled flat in the dirt, Margaret violently trembles while clamping both hands over her mouth, panting, terrified that a single exhale might bring the beast back. As total pitch-black night settles over the island forest, Margaret stays pinned to the freezing dirt floor, keeping her blue eyes wide open to watch for returning monsters. Sniffling quietly in the dark, she forces herself to swallow back her terrified sobs under the glowing crescent moon, enduring her very first night alone on this nightmare island. Host commentary time. Poor Margaret. Transmigrating into an Otome game was supposed to be romance, not hardcore wilderness horror. Morning sunbeams finally break through the lush jungle canopy as Margaret carefully emerges, clutching her precious blue medical kit while walking back toward the cave. Glancing back at the dense foliage, her expression darkens in confusion, wondering what kind of bizarre mutant creature she actually encountered last night. Recalling the original novel lore, she remembers that while monsters could evolve and shift forms, none of them were ever supposed to look that unsettlingly ape-like or bizarre. Flashbacks of the demonic wolf monsters flash across her memory, reminding her that every beast on this stranded island seems to be mutating at an unnaturally rapid pace. In a cute blue gloomy breakdown, Margaret's soul practically floats out of her body while internally crying about how the game's difficulty setting is turning into an impossible nightmare. Standing on the high sunlit cliff overlooking the vast ocean breeze, she stares out at the endless horizon, softly asking herself if she can really survive on this cursed island until the very end. Hugging the plastic medical box securely under her arm, she gathers her courage and picks up her pace toward her hidden rock sanctuary. Step by step, she approaches the familiar mouth of the dark cave, eager to finally check on Enoch and give him proper medication. Her blue eyes snap wide open in utter shock as she steps inside the cavern entrance, only to see that the leaf bed is completely vacant. Staring at the empty palm leaves scattered across the dirt floor, Margaret's heart drops into her stomach as she mutters out loud, "For His Highness." Host commentary time. Wait, where did Enoch go? Did he wander off while burning up with fever, or did someone take him? Shadow covers her flustered face as her mind instantly jumps to the absolute worst-case scenario. Drops of cold sweat fall as a small blue plastic pill bottle slips from her hand and rolls across the cave floor until a heavy black leather boot suddenly steps right in front of it. Gasping as her eyes dart up, Margaret spots Prince Enoch standing right before her, clutching his chest in agony with his collar torn open and his chest heaving for air. With sweat dripping down his neck and dark hair messy over his intense golden eyes, Enoch stares deeply into her eyes with a desperate, breathless expression that instantly steals her breath away. Standing together inside the sunlit cave opening, Enoch softly breathes out her name in a fragile murmur, whispering, leaving Margaret completely paralyzed in utter awe. Host commentary time. Look at that intense, feverish eye contact. Enoch literally looks like he dragged himself through hell just to see her face again. Margaret stammers awkwardly under his burning gaze, struggling to find an excuse as to why she vanished for an entire night. Host commentary time. Look at her sweating bullets right now. She looks like a kid who got caught sneaking out past curfew. Moisture glistens across Enoch's brow as he admits in a rough, strained voice that he genuinely believed she had abandoned him for good. His sharp golden glare pierces right through her, making Margaret's chibi form tremble in total confusion as she wonders why he's giving her that terrifying death stare again. An intense, dark pressure radiates off Enoch as he wonders if something terrible happened while she was gone, sending a jolt of panic through Margaret's chest. Sensing his misunderstanding, Margaret raises her hand frantically to halt his brooding thoughts, desperately trying to stop him from assuming she ran away. Host commentary time. If she doesn't explain that first aid kit in the next 5 seconds, Enoch might actually combust from pure emotional damage. Enoch narrows his eyes, sternly reminding her that she specifically told him she was heading out to gather medicinal plants. Crouching proudly beside the glossy plastic container, Margaret beams with a brilliant smile as she prepares to reveal her incredible discovery. She excitedly points to the white box, explaining that instead of wild plants, she actually stumbled upon an entire modern medical kit. In a cute chibi thought bubble, Margaret nearly blurts out how much of a total score this item is before suddenly stopping herself mid-sentence. Sweat drips down her neck as she realizes that an imperial prince from a fantasy world wouldn't have a single clue what modern slang like score even means. Host commentary time. Transmigrator rule number 1, always double check your vocabulary before you accidentally sound like a time traveler in front of the male lead. Awkwardly clearing her throat, Margaret gestures toward his bandaged arm, offering to check on his severe injuries before anything else. She reaches out with a gentle, reassuring smile, asking if she can inspect his wounds right away. Suddenly, Enoch's heavy hand clamps tightly around her delicate wrist, catching her completely off guard with his unexpected grip. Luscious pink roses fill the background as Enoch leans his dark, messy hair dangerously close to her face, whisperingly for her to never leave his side again. Holding her shoulder with breathtaking intensity, Enoch looms over her in the quiet cave entrance, making Margaret's heart race uncontrollably. Glowing golden eyes lock onto hers as he softly promises that he won't get hurt anymore, causing Margaret's hands to press nervously against the plastic box. Floating in an over-the-top pink bubble, chibi Margaret screams internally in pure embarrassment, wondering why on earth the mood suddenly turned into a romance manhwa panel. Host comment time. Check out that sudden art shift. The artist went all out with the pink filters and sparkle effects for this heart-throbbing moment. Rewinding back to earlier that morning inside the cavern, Enoch slowly opens his groggy eyes, wondering where he is. He remembers making it to the cave before passing out. Stumbling back against the cold cave wall, he winces in sudden pain, noticing a strip of Margaret's expensive silk dress wrapped around his aching arm. In a cute miniature thought bubble, Enoch feels surprisingly impressed, never suspecting a high noble's pampered daughter could give proper medical treatment. He glances around the hollow cavern, his pulse quickening as he notices the empty palm leaf bed beside him. Looking toward the sunlit entrance, Enoch's heart drops as he desperately wonders where Margaret could have gone. Host commentary time. Imagine waking up wounded in a cave and realizing your only survival partner is completely missing. Talk about an instant panic attack. A fiery red aura of magic spikes around his forehead as he clutches his burning skull, forcing himself to remember that she left to find herbs. Gripping his torn trousers with trembling fingers, breathless, he tries to reassure himself that she only stepped outside for a short moment. Looking out at the vast orange horizon, Enoch reflects on the strict survival rules he observed while wandering the island alongside Margaret. Glowing diagram illustrations show ancient mountain peaks and dangerous wolves, mapping out the precise nocturnal patterns of the island's beasts. As the daytime sky transitions into a deep crimson sunset, Enoch realizes that these flesh-eating monsters only emerge the second darkness falls. Realizing the lethal threat she faces, Enoch raises his hand in sheer horror, cursing under his breath as total panic sets in. Host commentary time. Look at how fast his composure completely shattered. He literally forgot all about his own feverish injuries the second he realized she was in danger. Ignoring his tearing muscles and bleeding wounds, Enoch charges straight out of the cave, sprinting full speed into the dense wilderness. Red glowing eyes ignite in the dark tree canopy, warning him that wandering through the woods at sunset is pure suicide. Pushing his battered body through the sharp branches, Enoch questions his own mind, realizing the old him would never risk his life for a noble lady. He stumbles through the shadows, amazed that he's willingly braving death just to search for Lady Floan. Leaning heavily against a tree trunk, he acknowledges the undeniable truth while gasping for cold night air. Clutching his throbbing wound in agony, Enoch realizes Margaret helped him without a single second of hesitation, saving his life when he was completely helpless. Host commentary time. The character development here is insane. Our ice-cold prince is finally realizing just how much Margaret has done for him. Dark memory silhouettes fill his mind, reminding him of how cold and cruel he was when he told Margaret he would never catch feelings for her. Clamping his sweaty palm over his face, Enoch's eyes fill with intense self-loathing as he curses himself for acting so pathologically cold. Slamming his fist furiously against a massive oak tree, he despises how sharp his words were to someone who had nobody else to rely on. Slumping against the rough tree bark, guilt eats away at his soul as he remembers cornering her with cold rejections. A heavy weight settles on his chest as he recognizes how terrified Margaret must have felt, waking up trapped in an unknown world all alone. Pushing off the tree trunk, Enoch sprints furiously back toward her hiding spot, desperate to fix his mistakes before it's too late. Host commentary time. Nothing fixes a cold-hearted male lead faster than a sudden dose of severe regret and life-or-death survival stakes. Soft floral linework outlines the screen, revealing that Enoch spent that entire dangerous night praying earnestly for her safe return. Returning to the present moment, Enoch kneels down right beside Margaret in the sunlit cave, his posture completely humbled before her. He leans close to her face, his warm breath fanning across her cheek as he whispers a soft request. Margaret blinks in utter confusion inside a cute frame, startled by the sudden intimacy of hearing her own name spoken so tenderly. Golden eyes lock onto her blue gaze at micro distance, sending a violent blush flying across her cheeks. With absolute sincerity dripping from his voice, Enoch gently asks her to call him by his first name from now on. Margaret's blue eyes widen in shock as she squeaks out a bewildered pardon. Host commentary time. Dropping title honorifics on a stranded island? That's practically an official marriage proposal in romance manhwa terms. Backing away slightly while grasping her collar, Margaret stammers in confusion, internally screaming about how strangely Enoch is acting. Blue shock lines fill her mind as she reminds herself that the original Cole Prince would never display this level of gentleness toward Margaret. Sweating tiny droplets, Margaret rationalizes that people must change when pushed to their extreme physical limits, while Enoch gently cups her soft jaw, asking what is wrong. Host commentary time. Poor Margaret is overanalyzing survival psychology while Enoch is out here falling head over heels in love. Looming over her, Enoch suddenly notices the fresh red scrape on her cheek, demanding to know who dared to lay a hand on her. Chibi Margaret nearly leaps out of her skin, flustered, embarrassed, internally screaming about how insanely overprotective he's acting all of a sudden. Quickly stepping back, Margaret swats her hand gently through the air, reassuring him that it's nothing to fuss over. She cocks her head in utter bewilderment, marveling at how drastically his personality inverted overnight. Trying to shake off the suffocating atmosphere, Margaret stammers that hearing such gentle concern from an imperial prince makes her think his fever must still be cooking his brain. Host commentary time. Look at her frantically deflecting. She'd rather believe he's delirious than accept that he's actually head over heels. In a gloomy memory frame, Enoch remembers the exact words Margaret told him when they first met, recalling how she warned him that forming feelings would only bother both of them. Her distant, polite smile haunts his memory, reminding him of how she requested that he pay her no mind whatsoever. The devastating realization of his own past harsh words hits Enoch like a physical strike, crushed by the memory of telling her not to harbor false hope. Slumping down onto his knees on the cold stone floor, Enoch bows his dark head in utter defeat, while Chibi Margaret sweats profusely, wondering why her words caused an absolute emotional crash. Host commentary time. Look at him kneeling on the dirt floor like a convicted criminal. The guilt is literally crushing his soul into fine dust. Margaret shakes her head inside a cute pastel frame, warning herself not to drop her guard just because she feels a sudden wave of pity for him. Carrying the heavy plastic kit, Margaret clears her throat and announces that she's currently on the literal verge of starving to death. She looks back at the kneeling prince, proposing that they head out to hunt for fresh food as soon as possible. Turning back with a sweet, reassuring smile, she adds that they'll get his terrible injuries patched up before doing anything else. Enoch gazes up at her in stunned silence, his golden eyes filled with unspoken gratitude. Host commentary time. That gentle smile just completely wiped away all his lingering dark thoughts. She really is his ultimate anchor on this crazy island. Looking up at the clear blue sky above the cavern, Enoch softly whispers a heartfelt thank you into the fresh air. Pulling out an antiseptic swab, Margaret adopts a professional doctor tone, announcing that it's time to disinfect his deep arm wound. As she carefully dabs the medicine onto his torn skin, Enoch winces slightly while she warns him that the liquid might sting just a little. Inside the tiered plastic toolbox, pristine rows of modern pills, surgical scissors, sterile bandages, and glass bottles rest side by side in perfect order.
Gently leaning down, Margaret softly blows on his fresh wound to soothe the sharp burning sensation. Wrapping the clean white gauze neatly around his ripped muscles, Margaret beams in satisfaction while Enoch stares at his perfectly bandaged arm, softly admitting how thoroughly impressed he is. Host commentary time. Look at how proud she is. She went from a spoiled noble lady to a certified battlefield surgeon in under 24 hours. Brushing off her hands, Margaret brightly declares that he's officially good to go, leaving Enoch resting his open white shirt in the warm cave light. Golden eyes stare intensely into her face, a tiny bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as a sudden suspicion crosses his mind. Reaching straight into the open kit, Enoch picks up a small blue medicine bottle, sternly demanding to know how she instantly recognized modern antiseptic. Margaret's throat tightens in sudden panic, her mind freezing under his sharp interrogation. Internal alarm bells ring violently inside her head, leaving her desperately scrambling for an excuse that won't reveal she's a transmigrator. Host commentary time. Busted. You can't just casually name modern medical supplies in front of a high-ranking imperial prince without raising a million red flags. Quick-thinking Chibi Margaret pulls out a fake map, gesticulating wildly as she lies through her teeth that the writing belongs to the mysterious eastern continent across the sea. Chibi Enoch nods along with deadpan expression, casually accepting her excuse that she studied foreign languages a long time ago. Floating in pink Chibi relief, Margaret wipes her sweaty forehead, praising her luck for making up an excuse on the fly using former noble memories. Staring deeply at the plastic box, Margaret's mind drifts back to the bizarre nature of their survival situation. She questions what ridiculous plot logic the original novel author was thinking when they tossed a modern Korean survival kit directly onto a fantasy island. Glancing up at his face, Margaret points toward his blood-stained cheekbone, asking about the subtle cut on his cheek. Host commentary time. She's out here critiquing the author's lazy writing tropes while completely ignoring the romantic tension building right in front of her. Enoch rests his hand against his chin, asking if she intends to keep the identity of the person who gave her that cut a secret. Margaret scratches her cheek awkwardly, wondering if his protective instinct kicked in because he already suspects who she ran into. Rationalizing the plot, she realizes there's no reason to hide meeting Caden, since Enoch is destined to encounter the wild Archmage eventually anyway. Tying her white leather boots, Margaret casually mentions that she ran into an extremely strange guy in the forest, causing Enoch's eyes to widen in sudden surprise. She explains that a magic pendant accidentally slipped out of the man's robe, landing squarely against her face, while Enoch's expression turns dangerously dark. As she adds that she was unlucky enough to get pinned underneath the stranger, Enoch's fist snaps shut, crushing a solid granite rock into fine gravel. Host commentary time. Did he just obliterate a solid boulder with his bare fingers? Jealousy really gives male leads absolute superhuman strength. Dust pours from his clenching fist as Enoch growls through grit teeth, asking if she truly didn't recognize who that man was, while Margaret screams internally in absolute terror. Frantically waving her arms, Margaret stammers out a quick distraction, desperately trying to steer his murderous aura away from the topic. Watching his intense reaction, Margaret confirms her suspicion that Enoch recognized the Archmage's signature pendant immediately. Leaning close with dark, serious eyes, Enoch suddenly shifts the topic, asking if she goes into violent seizures whenever she sees blood. Chibi Enoch sweats nervously, explaining that while it's a rude question, he needs to understand her physical condition if they are traveling together. Host commentary time. Look at him trying to act all logical and practical when he's secretly terrified of accidentally hurting her during a bloodlust fit. In a cute scroll checklist, Margaret reviews her long list of survival goals, avoiding wild beasts, keeping Enoch's trust, and dodging all the unhinged male leads. Holding his throbbing forehead in sheer distress, Enoch admits that his blood-induced rage used to be a controllable condition. He explains that the violent seizures only manifested after he returned from the battlefield, but were manageable at the palace using heavy medication. Margaret gapes in utter horror, asking if he genuinely has no way to suppress his berserk state on this isolated island.
Enoch awkwardly averts his golden eyes, prompting Margaret to yell at him to look her in the eye. Host commentary time. Finding out your only bodyguard is a ticking time bomb with no off switch is definitely not great for long-term survival. Remembering their violent clash from yesterday, Margaret recalls how his wild rage instantly vanished the moment she held him in her arms. Her blue eyes widen in sudden shock as a mind-blowing realization strikes her heart. Soft pink flowers bloom across the screen as Enoch begins to blush, starting to whisper what actually triggered his calm mind. Clamping his hand over his burning cheeks, Enoch's golden eyes glow with unbearable embarrassment, turning away as a massive pink aura engulfs the cave. Host commentary time. He's blushing! The ultimate cold-hearted prince is officially turned into a flustered puddle by a simple touch. Margaret stammers awkwardly, her fingers nervously hovering near her lips as her face turns bright red, flustered embarrassment. She can't believe Enoch just confessed how deeply her past words shook his soul. Enoch presses his hand over his mouth, his golden eyes filled with quiet vulnerability as he ponders what he just heard. He internally reflects on how throughout his entire harsh life, no one ever showed him such raw concern. In a somber flashback, young Enoch walks down the cold Imperial Palace corridors, surrounded by intense sibling rivalry, before the scene shifts to a gruesome battlefield filled with fallen soldiers and ominous black feathers. A dark memory turns violent as Enoch slashes through blood-soaked battlefields, remembering how voices commanded him to stop, yet Margaret was the first person in his entire life whose touch actually reached his heart. Host commentary time. Look at that dramatic backstory panel. He was literally fighting for his life in a bloodbath before she showed up to be his emotional off button. Returning to the present, Enoch gazes deeply at Margaret with an open white shirt, his golden eyes glowing with utter sincerity in the warm cave light. Margaret stares back in stunned silence, realizing that her earnest pleas during his berserk episode were the exact comforting words he had desperately needed his entire life. Enoch calmly explains that his bloodlust rage is a severe post-war trauma from the Battle of Rome Legion, where seeing blood triggers an unstoppable loss of control. To test his limits, Enoch suddenly pulls out a sharp twig and slices his own palm. Margaret screams in sheer panic, terrified that he's about to trigger another dangerous berserk state. Host commentary time. Why would he cut his own hand just to prove a point? Male leads in these novels really have zero self-preservation instincts. Enoch holds up his bleeding palm, reassuring her that small scrapes are completely harmless and won't trigger his episode, while Chibi Margaret collapses in relief. Margaret gazes at him with deep sympathy, her mind heavy with emotion as she contemplates his agonizing past. Watching him sit quietly against the cold cave wall, Margaret pities the fact that an imperial prince had to suffer all that trauma without a single person offering comfort. Enoch awkwardly scratches his head, sheepishly guessing that her soft words during his rage were the exact trigger that calmed his heart, while Chibi Margaret gets bonked on the head, screaming that this is TMI. Host commentary time. Ha! Look at her getting secondhand embarrassment from his honest confession. She just wanted a bodyguard, not emotional vulnerability. Margaret visualizes the original novel's plot, recalling how physical intimacy was supposed to ease his trauma. Yet wasn't a permanent cure. Shaking off her scattered thoughts, Margaret rests her chin on her hand, trying to reevaluate the bizarre dynamics between them. An explosive thought bubble bursts on screen as Margaret internally shrieks about how insane it is that a towering, powerful Grand Duke wants to be emotionally controlled? Enoch shines like a majestic webtoon heartthrob with sparkling light blooming around him, totally unaware of the chaotic mental breakdown happening inside Margaret's head. Host commentary time. Look at him casually glowing like an idol while she's having a full existential crisis. The artist went all out on his visual lighting here. Margaret sits cross-legged, sighing with relief that at least they identified his rage triggers so they can prevent future accidents. In a funny chibi frame, Margaret wags her finger strictly at Chibi Enoch, ordering him to avoid bloody situations at all costs while he bows his head obediently. Chibi Enoch tilts his head in utter confusion, asking what magical potion she used to heal his arm, while a cute medicine tube floats and sparkles. Suddenly dropping down onto his knees right in front of her, Enoch leans close and reaches out to softly touch her face. Margaret's breath catches in her throat, her eyes wide with shock as his shadow completely overtakes her.
Leaning in until their noses almost touch, Enoch stares intently at her cheek, his golden eyes filled with intense concentration. Gently rubbing his thumb across the faint red cut on her cheek skin, Enoch tenderly inspects the mark, making Margaret's heart do wild somersaults. Host commentary time. The closeness. The personal space in this cave officially dropped down to 0 inches. His tender expression instantly darkens into a sharp glare as Enoch demands to know what that mysterious stranger did to her cheek this time. Margaret quickly turns her head away, stammering that nothing else happened beyond what she already admitted. In a cute chibi recollection frame, Margaret lies through her teeth, explaining that the crazy guy just kicked her and ran away, leaving her lost until morning. Enoch unscrews the cap of the medicine tube, firmly commanding her never to wander around this dangerous island by herself again. Margaret flashes a sweet side-profile smile, secretly noting inside her mind that her promise to obey him was a complete and total lie. Host commentary time. She agrees to his face with a cute smile while planning her next secret solo trip. Classic survival protocol. Watching Enoch diligently organize their modern survival kit, Margaret realizes that relying solely on his protection won't guarantee her long-term survival. Over a dreamy starry night backdrop, Margaret recounts how the overwhelming physical exhaustion finally caught up with her, leaving her bedridden with a severe fever for several days while Chibi Enoch panicked. Waking up after days of rest, Margaret stretches her arms and groans, feeling completely drained from her illness. Sitting miserable by the riverbank with her dress ruffled up, Margaret grumbles that drinking raw river water gave her a terrible stomachache. Host commentary time. See? This is why you never drink untreated river water in a survival situation. Even fantasy heroines can't defeat parasites. With a sharp flash in her eyes, Margaret resolves that no matter how tedious it is, she must filter and boil all her drinking water from now on. A cute instructional scroll pops up, illustrating Step 1, position a coconut shell filled with stream water high above an empty bowl on the ground. Step 2 and 3 show a twisted strip of cotton cloth connecting both shells, so purified water drips down by gravity, followed by Step 4, boiling the collected water over a crackling campfire. Lifting her torn skirt frills, Margaret sighs in relief that despite her gorgeous dress being destroyed, her cotton inner chemise provided perfect filtering material. Resting her chin in her hand, Margaret gazes up at the sunny canopy, lost in deep contemplation about her current situation. Looking out over the shimmering river, Margaret feels a warm pang in her heart, realizing how surprisingly attentive and caring Enoch was while she was bedridden sick. Host commentary time. He went from an unhinged berserker to a devoted personal nurse. Talk about elite male lead character development. A glowing memory of Enoch's soft golden gaze appears, making Margaret wonder if he has finally begun to truly trust her as an ally. Suddenly gasping in sudden realization, Margaret's eyes snap wide open as a terrifying thought strikes her brain. She visualizes a chibi scene of Enoch falling in love with the novel's original female lead, dreading what will happen if the predefined plot takes over. Chibi Margaret turns completely white with terror, realizing that if Enoch falls for the real heroine, he might throw her aside or turn against her. Hearing heavy footsteps approach from behind, Margaret mutters to herself that she must find the modern bunker's location before the original storyline begins. Enoch stands tall above her with his shirt casually unbuttoned, holding up a string of freshly caught fish while asking why she's out of bed instead of resting. Host commentary time. Look at him casually carrying fresh fish like a wild hunter while sporting a fully unbuttoned shirt. He's serving pure island romance visual fan service. Margaret reaches out her hands playfully, agreeing to head back to the cave to cook dinner together before her stomach collapses. As they walk back through the lush forest, Enoch's sharp eyes suddenly narrow, abruptly coming to a dead halt. Walking right behind him, Margaret bumps headfirst into his broad back, squeaking in pain as she rubs her nose, flustered and embarrassed. Peeking out from behind his shoulder, Margaret asks why he stopped, but her blue eyes instantly widen in utter shock. Throwing his arm out protectively to shield Margaret behind him, Enoch glares at the flower bed ahead, where an unconscious man in a royal blue robe lies collapsed on the grass. Dark, murderous aura erupts around Enoch as his golden eyes flare with rage, growling through gritted teeth as he recognizes the silver-haired intruder lying on the ground. Host commentary time. It's Caden! The wild archmage literally passed out right in front of their campsite. things are about to get extremely chaotic.
Standing right behind Enoch's broad back, Margaret stares down at the silver-haired intruder in utter shock, gasp, instantly recognizing him as the legendary Archmage Kaiden. But Enoch is already radiating pure murder, clenching his fists while growling through gritted teeth at the sight of his rival. Before Enoch can take a step forward to crush the unconscious mage, Margaret throws her arms out wide, physically blocking him with her own body. She stammers desperately, begging him to hold his horses before he does something irreversible. Enoch stops dead in his tracks, his golden eyes flickering with confusion as he blinks down at her. He softly utters her name, completely thrown off by her sudden protective stance over a total stranger. Ignoring Enoch's intense stare, Margaret kneels down right beside the silver-haired mage, carefully examining his face to double-check his identity. She gently places her hand on his chest, feeling his ragged breathing as he groans in pain. It really is Kaiden, completely defenseless and knocked out cold. Enoch crosses his arms tightly over his broad chest, his expression hardening as he asks if this is the exact culprit whose magical pendant caused her injuries earlier. Host commentary time. Look at Enoch instantly switching into protective boyfriend mode. He doesn't care if Kaiden is an archmage, he only cares that he bruised Margaret. Margaret internally marvels at how Kaiden somehow stumbled straight into their campsite after being shaken off. But before she can digest the odds, Enoch's face goes dark as he bluntly suggests they bind the guy hand and foot, making Margaret scream in absolute disbelief. Enoch glares down with a cold, ruthless gaze, coldly reasoning that since an archmage possesses terrifying destructive magic, taking precautions is basic survival logic. While Margaret points out that nightfall is approaching and they need to hurry, a sudden movement on the grass makes her freeze. Kaiden's fingers twitch, and in a fraction of a second, his hand swoops up to firmly grab her wrist. With surprising strength, the unconscious mage yanked her downward, causing Margaret to shriek in panic as Enoch snaps his head around, bellowing her name in pure fury. In a flash of terrifying speed, Enoch swoops in and scoops Margaret up, pulling her safely away while glaring daggers down at the collapsed mage. He breathes out anxiously, desperately checking if she was hurt in the scramble. Covered in a cold sweat, Margaret nervously laughs off the close call, stammering her thanks while internally shrieking over how insanely fast Enoch reacted. Host commentary time. The man literally moved like a teleports behind you anime character. Nobody messes with his girl on his watch. Brushing herself off, Chibi Margaret gasps for air, scolding Enoch for grabbing her so abruptly before suggesting they haul the passed-out archmage back to their cave shelter first. But just as she steps forward, another hand tightens around her arm. Chibi Margaret blinks in utter confusion, wondering who on earth is holding on to her now. She looks back only to realize it's Enoch himself holding her in place. Chibi Margaret's sweat drops, wondering why he's acting like a possessive guard dog all of a sudden. Enoch keeps his firm grip on her hand, looking down at her with a heavy, unreadable expression that completely freezes Margaret in place. Margaret's blue eyes widen in sudden shock, sensing that the atmospheric tension around them has abruptly plummeted below zero. Margaret tries to lighten the mood with a sweet smile, thanking him for his protection, only for Enoch's voice to turn bone-chillingly cold as he points out the dark red mark on her wrist left by Kaiden's grip. Pulling her flush against his chest, Enoch's golden eyes burn with dark, murderous intent as he growls a terrifying question, asking if he should just murder the archmage right here and now. Host commentary time. He wants to execute an archmage over a temporary wrist redness. Male lead jealousy in webtoons is truly built different. Margaret's soul practically leaves her body as she slams her arms into a giant X pose, screaming, shrieking at the top of her lungs for him to stop his insane train of thought right this second. She stares at him like he's lost his absolute mind, yelling in disbelief whether he's seriously proposing murder over a simple red mark on her wrist. Shaking him frantically by his unbuttoned collar, Margaret scolds him like a frustrated kindergarten teacher, lecturing him about needing serious anger management lessons. Seeing her chaotic outburst, Enoch lets out a soft, amused chuckle. Unable to hold it in any longer, Enoch drops down onto his knees and bursts into full-blown laughter. Margaret and the unconscious mage just sit there in sheer bewilderment, completely baffled by his sudden mood swing. Wiping a tear of laughter from his eye, Enoch playfully holds up a finger and yields to her demands, leaving Chibi Margaret tilting her head in utter confusion. Host commentary time. Going from lethal assassin mode to laughing schoolboy in 5 seconds flat, this man's emotional range is a wild roller coaster. Enoch leans back with his shirt loosely hanging open, flashing a breathtaking heartthrob smile that looks straight out of a romance cover. Meanwhile, Margaret internally panics, wondering on earth why he's looking at her with such satisfied eyes. Looking back down at the sleeping mage, Enoch casually remarks on Kaiden's identity. Margaret nods to herself, noting that as the Grand Duke and Crown Prince, it would be weirder if he didn't recognize one of the continent's top 5 archmages. Shaking off her awe, Margaret takes charge of the rescue operation, suggesting they carry their survival gear back to the cave first, before dragging the heavy archmage over. Enoch rubs the back of his neck with an irritated sigh, admitting that while he hates the guy's guts, an archmage's magical knowledge could prove useful for escaping the island. However, his core condition remains non-negotiable. The intruder gets tied up. Standing tall with his broad shoulders and unbuttoned shirt silhouetted against the twilight sky, Enoch exudes pure dominance, making Margaret feel tiny in comparison as she stares up at him. Dark shadows cover Enoch's eyes as he delivers a stern ultimatum, demanding complete agreement to bind Kaiden, or else he'll throw the helpless mage straight into the wild ocean. Cold sweat pours down Chibi Margaret's face, flustered, embarrassed, as she realizes his sweet tone earlier was just an illusion. The man was never offering her an actual choice to begin with. Host commentary time. Classic male lead illusion of free choice. Agree with his plan or he throws the plot point off a cliff. Wisely choosing survival over debate, Margaret dusts off her skirt frills with a fast nod, assuring him that she 100% agrees with his binding plan. She flashes her brightest, sweetest, innocent smile, doing everything in her power to keep the scary Grand Duke calm and compliant. With their decision officially finalized, the pair prepare to execute their hostage protocol and transport the Archmage. Back inside the warm cave hideout, Margaret unbuttons Kaiden's outer robe to inspect his condition, only to gasp out loud in horror. Beneath his royal blue robes lies a horrific, severe wound dripping with dark blood across his abdomen. Margaret's jaw drops as she wonders what kind of terrifying monster could inflict such deadly injuries on a top-tier archmage. A dramatic flashback flashes through her mind, recalling the massive beastly roar and fiery explosion that shook the entire island forest earlier. She realizes Kaiden must have engaged in a violent duel with that gigantic demonic gorilla. Watching Kaiden wince and let out a faint groan in his sleep, Margaret pieces the puzzle together, confirming that the mysterious explosion was indeed his desperate battle for survival. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo near the entrance. Remembering Enoch's severe blood trauma, Margaret turns around in sheer panic, yelling at him not to look. But it's too late. Enoch is already clutching his forehead, gasping heavily, panting as the sight of fresh blood triggers his berserk state. Host commentary time. No, no, no! She forgot to cover the blood before he walked in. We are going back to level 10 danger instantly. Red veins pop across Enoch's face as his bloodlust explodes, growling through gritted teeth that she needs to tie him up as well before he loses control. Chibi Margaret completely loses her mind, screaming in absolute horror. In a split second of wild instinct, Enoch lunges forward like a ravenous beast. Pushed to the absolute brink, Margaret kicks her legs up and forcefully shoves her boot directly onto his chest, screaming for him to snap out of it. The physical impact shocks Enoch's system. He trembles violently, his face flushing crimson, as he struggles against the overwhelming surge of adrenaline, his golden eyes wide with inner turmoil. Holding her leg firm against his chest, Margaret swallows hard, her eyes sharp with absolute determination as she remembers how physical restraint and firm vocal commands are his only off switch. She realizes that despite his terrifying brute force, Enoch isn't actually pushing her foot away. He is actively fighting his own monstrous instinct to avoid hurting her. Enoch growls through gritted teeth, ordering her to move out of his way. But Margaret doesn't back down an inch. She glares straight into his wild golden eyes, shouting a commanding refusal right into his face. Her blue eyes flash with fierce, undeniable authority, radiating an unshakable aura that cuts straight through his red haze. With a single explosive command, Margaret barks out her final order. The sheer force of her voice shatters the berserk trance, causing Enoch's eyes to blink back to normal. The red aura completely vanishes as Enoch collapses limply onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Margaret lowers her leg, gasping for breath, panting, as the life or death crisis finally comes to an end. Wheezing out a massive sigh of relief,
Chibi Margaret spends the next hour wrapping thick ropes around Enoch's body while he rests unconscious, muttering to herself that she needs to put her brain on maximum alert 24/7 on this cursed island. But suddenly, an explosive realization hits Margaret like a freight train. She throws her hands up and screams at the top of her lungs, wondering on earth the original characters survived this novel without her. Host commentary time? Look at the translator footnote. The original female lead never had to pin a Grand Duke to the wall with her bare leg. Survival transmigrators really do all the heavy lifting. After the terrifying high-stakes confrontation inside the cave, Margaret collapses onto the ground, holding her face in sheer exhaustion. She takes a deep breath and reminds herself that her main priority right now is staying alive and handling one crisis at a time. Turning her attention toward their supplies, she tends to the crackling campfire while keeping a close eye on their injured guest. She knows that without proper medical care, Kaiden's severe abdominal bleeding could quickly turn fatal before sunrise. Over on the stone floor, Enoch slowly stirs back to consciousness, letting out a soft wince as the lingering effects of his bloodlust-induced frenzy finally begin to fade away. Opening his bright golden eyes, Enoch gazes down at his own trembling hands in utter disbelief, quietly muttering to himself, "Whisper about what terrifying actions he almost committed while out of his mind." Sensing that he has completely regained his senses, Margaret sits beside him with a calm yet firm posture, gently asking if he feels all right now after that insane emotional roller coaster. Seeing him bound tightly from head to toe, Margaret leans forward, telling Enoch that she is going to untie his thick restraints now that his berserk state has settled down. Enoch clutches his forehead in deep embarrassment, letting out a heavy groan as he admits he has no valid excuse for his dangerous behavior, quickly shifting the focus to check if Margaret sustained any injuries during his outburst. Margaret unbinds the final green vines around his legs, reassuring him that she remains completely unharmed. She adds that they already disinfected Kaiden's deep wound and applied a heavy hemostatic agent, ensuring the unconscious archmage won't bleed out. But just as she finishes speaking, Enoch's hand glides forward, his warm fingers softly brushing against her jawline. Margaret freezes instantly, her blue eyes widening in total shock as she barely manages to utter a faint breath. Bathing the dimly lit cave in a soft, romantic glow, Enoch gently cups her cheek with incredible tenderness, looking straight into her eyes to clarify that he wasn't asking about that unwanted mage. He was asking strictly about her well-being. Host commentary time. Look at this man, bound up in ropes 2 seconds ago, and now he's pulling off top-tier romance K-drama moves. The duality is legendary. His intense golden eyes bore deep into her soul, radiating a heavy, protective warmth that renders Margaret completely speechless as she gazes back at his handsome face. Enoch's thumb glides gently across her soft cheek, his voice dripping with absolute sincerity as he hangs on her every word, completely ignoring his own physical pain just to ensure she is comfortable. Red blush explodes across Chibi Margaret's face as she stammers out an awkward response, giggling nervously while assuring him that she is totally fine and doesn't need any special treatment. Shifting his gaze with deadly seriousness, Enoch places his hand over her collarbone, growling in a low voice that if that archmage ever makes her uncomfortable, she just needs to say the word and he will eliminate him on the spot. Cracking his knuckles with a chilling, bloodthirsty smirk, Enoch casually claims that assassinating a top-tier archmage would be child's play for him. Meanwhile, Chibi Margaret sweat drops in sheer terror, frantically questioning whether murdering Kaiden is really as easy as he makes it sound. Host commentary time. The man treats taking out a continent-level archmage like swatting a pesky fly. His confidence is completely unhinged. Looking back at the passed-out archmage sleeping near the fire, Chibi Margaret scolds Enoch for constantly trying to trigger another lethal brawl. But Enoch merely smirks, claiming that eliminating rivals early just makes survival infinitely easier. Chibi Enoch nonchalantly waves his hand like it's no big deal, leaving Chibi Margaret staring at him in utter disbelief, internally complaining that his prickly words are getting more terrifying by the second. As the glittering night sky settles over the dense island canopy, Margaret rests her head on her hand with a tired sigh, deeply worried that living on this chaotic island might actually drive both of them insane before they ever find a way back home. Throughout the long, grueling night, the duo stays on high focusing, Margaret carefully tending to Kaiden's feverish state, while Enoch sits nearby holding a bowl of clean water to assist her.
When the golden morning sun finally breaks through the lush tree canopy, Kaiden remains completely unconscious, his face pale as he breathes heavily. Margaret worries internally if the monster's claw contained lethal venom, similar to the beast that poisoned Enoch earlier. Realizing that Kaiden's breathing has stabilized and he simply needs rest to recover, the pair decide it is safe enough to leave him behind inside the shelter and head out to scout the surrounding cave terrain together.
Slogging through the humid jungle atmosphere, Margaret wipes beads of sweat from her forehead, panting heavily as the oppressive heat begins to drain her physical stamina. Host commentary time. Corsets, heavy noble dresses, and tropical jungle heat translating into a historical manhwa is truly a physical endurance test. Casting her mind back to her previous observations, Margaret recalls the island's geographic layout, remembering a perilous terrain near towering cliff faces, where a hidden wooden cabin was built right beneath the mountain peak. She remembers standing atop the high summit during her previous climb with Enoch, scanning the vast blue horizon and mapping out the dense forest topography down below. Analyzing the layout, she notes that the island features 3 massive mountain peaks. She reasons that their best strategy is to search the immediate area surrounding their current mountain first, before venturing toward the other 2 dangerous ranges. But as the blazing sun beats down mercilessly through the thick leaves, the sheer heat threatens to make Margaret faint right on the dirt path. In a fraction of a second, Enoch swoops in without warning, smoothly scooping Margaret up into a breathtaking princess carry while holding his long spear in his other arm. Floating in his arms, Margaret's blue eyes widen in sudden realization as she catches sight of his bare forearm, noticing a grid of deep, jagged battle scars etched into his skin. She internally whispers with deep respect, realizing those marks are bitter remnants from his endless battles on the warfront. Holding her close against his firm chest, Enoch looks down at her with genuine concern, calling her name softly as he senses her sudden silence. Chibi Margaret completely panics from the intimate physical proximity, squirming frantically in his arms while her brain short-circuits in utter embarrassment. Noticing her restless movement, Enoch stops in his tracks and asks in confusion if he is feeling unwell, while Margaret desperately stamps out that nothing is wrong at all. Waving her hands in a frantic motion, her cheeks turning bright red, she lies through her teeth that she's just overheating, while internally screaming over how casually he keeps manhandling her body. Host commentary time? Girl, he's a Grand Duke carrying his future Duchess. Personal space doesn't exist in his dictionary anymore. Forcing an awkward, sweaty smile, Margaret desperately tries to play off her flustered state, praying that he doesn't hear her rapidly pounding heart. Effortlessly striding along the forest trail, Enoch carries her like she weighs absolutely nothing, maintaining a steady, powerful pace through the dense greenery. Margaret gasps in surprise, begging him to put her down before he gets exhausted. But Enoch calmly refuses, pointing out that at her current exhaustion level, she would collapse on the trail within minutes. Keeping a watchful eye on the path ahead, Enoch reassures her in a calm tone that they only need to trek a little further to reach their destination. He acknowledges that she might feel uncomfortable being carried, but gently asks her to hold on just a bit longer for her own safety. Gasp, leaving Margaret staring up at his handsome jawline with touched, blushing eyes. Reaching the edge of the forest, a breathtaking sight opens up before them, a colossal waterfall cascading dramatically into a crystal-clear blue basin surrounded by lush greenery. Sitting down on the smooth shore rocks, Margaret dips her legs into the refreshing crystal water, letting out a blissed-out sigh, as the icy mountain current instantly washes away her heat exhaustion. Turning his back respectfully to grant her privacy, Enoch stands guard with his spear in hand, telling her to take all the time she needs to cool off, while Chibi Margaret happily nods in gratitude. But as he turns his head slightly to ask if she needs any extra supplies, his golden eyes catch a sudden view that completely freezes him in place. Adjusting her silk dress away from her neck, Margaret pulls down her ruffled collar, exposing her stunning porcelain bare back under the soft sunlight. Enoch catches a direct glimpse of her glowing bare skin and turns beet red in an instant, quickly spinning his head back around, snicker, while Chibi Margaret blinks in utter confusion. Stuttering with a crimson face, Enoch stammers out that she should just yell if she needs anything, quickly walking further down the riverbank while Margaret cheerfully confirms she's all good. Clutching his shirt tightly over his pounding chest, Enoch's face burns like hot coals as he desperately berates himself internally to pull his mind together. Host commentary time. Look at the ruthless Grand Duke turning into a stuttering, blushing mess over a glimpse of backskin. The puritanical male lead trope never fails to deliver maximum comedy. He grips his head in deep moral shame, internally screaming at himself over what kind of shameless, indecent thoughts he is daring to entertain about a noble lady. Tightening his fist against his chest, Enoch curses his own lack of self-control, sweating bullets as he tries to erase that breathtaking image from his brain. But his chaotic mind instantly flashes back to earlier in the cave, recalling the exact moment Margaret's delicate hand reached out and tugged gently on his unbuttoned shirt from behind. In his vivid memory, Margaret looked up at him with those innocent, shimmering blue eyes, softly explaining that she only grabbed his shirt because she couldn't reach behind her own back. Flashing back to her gorgeous bare back glowing in the warm candlelight, Enoch's mental defenses completely crumble, leaving him hopelessly trapped in his own overwhelmed romantic heartbeats. Flashing back to that awkward moment in the cave, Enoch turns beet red as he stammered out, flustered, embarrassed, and total disbelief, completely caught off guard by her unbelievable request. Standing with her back turned toward him, Margaret fidgets with her dress ruffles, trying to muster up the courage to explain her sticky situation. Looking back over her shoulder with glowing red cheeks, Margaret stammers out a desperate plea for him to help unbutton the back of her dress, squirming in total embarrassment over how awkward this is. Chibi Margaret frantically flails her arms in panic, explaining that since this is her only noble down, she can't risk ruining it, while Chibi Enoch hides his face in sheer embarrassment. Host commentary time? The poor guy is fighting for his life here. His warrior instincts never prepared him for unbuttoning a lady's dress. Peeking through his fingers with a wide, sweating eye, Enoch lets out a shaky breath, trying his absolute best to stay noble and composed despite his racing pulse. His gaze drops down to the delicate silver necklace resting gently against her soft porcelain upper back, inhales deeply, sending another wave of heat straight to his face. Standing motionless behind her, the height difference makes the whole setup feel insanely intimate, leaving both of them frozen in high-voltage tension. Enoch's chest heaves heavily as his heart pounds against his ribs like a sledgehammer, his shadow completely swallowing her up from behind. Slowly reaching out his trembling hand, his long fingers gently touch the silk ribbon tied at her waist, untying it with extreme care. Margaret flinches slightly from his sudden warm touch, holding her breath as a shiver runs straight down her spine. Looking down with deep, focused eyes, Enoch gulps, swallows hard, concentrating on his hand so he doesn't lose his sanity completely. With gentle precision, his fingers pop open the tiny buttons along her spine one by one, revealing her smooth back under the dim light. Host commentary time. The tension in this scene is off the charts. Look at his hand control. The man handles delicate silk buttons like he's defusing a magical bomb. Snapping back to the present moment beside the waterfall, Enoch clears his throat awkwardly, breaking the heavy silence by asking Margaret what she wants to do first once they escape this island. Chibi Margaret floats imaginary bubbles above her head, happily listing off that she wants a thorough bath with actual soap, followed by an extravagant formal banquet. A mouth-watering vision of grilled lobster, juicy prime steak, and gourmet pineapple slices fills her imagination, sparkling with luxury. T internally reflects that while these noble memories belong to the original Margaret, they feel entirely real to her now as a transmigrator. Floating pictures of delicious pastries, sweet strawberry cakes, and glittering diamond tiaras fill her thoughts, representing all the riches of this fantasy world. Yet, despite all the luxury, her heart aches with homesickness as she stares into the dark night sky, silently missing modern Seoul, even if she was just a lonely orphan back home with no family waiting for her. Host commentary time. Transmigration tropes always hit differently when you realize how lonely the protagonist's original life was. It adds so much emotional weight to her journey. Seeing her quiet expression, Enoch gazes down at her with a thoughtful look, quietly admitting that he isn't quite sure what his own future holds after returning home. Chibi Margaret swings her tiny fists in outrage, complaining that she gave a super detailed answer while he's being completely vague. But Enoch suddenly reaches out and grabs her wrist. Leaning close over her with an intense gaze, Enoch traps her in place, his warm chest almost touching hers as her breath catches in her throat. Looking up at his handsome face in total confusion, confusion, Margaret stammers out what means by putting her in such a difficult position. Gently poking the side of her waist where her dress was already loosened, Enoch drops a smooth, playful truth bomb right on her. Chibi Enoch nonchalantly explains that he actually finished unbuttoning her dress ages ago, but she just stood there completely lost in her thoughts. Realizing she was standing half unbuttoned for no reason, Margaret screams in outrage, flailing her arms with a bright red face. Tucking her blonde hair behind her neck, Margaret pouts flusteredly, internally fuming over when this straightforward Grand Duke got so sly and smooth. Chibi Enoch puts on a dramatic innocent front, raising his hands with a fake apologetic smile that makes Margaret's blood boil even more. Host commentary time. He definitely knew what he was doing. The cold-blooded Duke is turning into a teasing master, and I am totally here for it. Hilariously fleeing into the woods with his back turned, Enoch walks away briskly while Margaret screams at him to never turn around. Immersing her body into the cool crystal river water, Margaret lets out a soft, blissful sigh, letting the refreshing current wash away all her sweat and exhaustion. Floating peacefully on her back in the sparkling blue pool, she smiles brightly, soaking in the blissful serenity of the cool mountain spring. Looking up at the lush green forest canopy framing the blue sky, she sighs contentedly, admiring how peaceful the island feels for once. Splashing lightly in the water, she reminds herself she needs to finish bathing quickly so they can complete their scouting mission before sunset. Deciding she spent enough time soaking, Margaret wipes a droplet from her eyelash, preparing to climb out onto the bank. But as her eyes hit the empty riverbank, she freezes in shock, discovering that her blue dress left on the shore rocks has completely vanished. Panicking from inside the water, Margaret calls out timidly to Enoch, who stands far down the path with his arms crossed and his back turned. Clasping his arms tightly against his shirt, Enoch stoically replies that he has no idea why she's asking him about the clothes she personally took off. Shocked by his cold response, Margaret stammers out that her entire dress is literally gone, causing Enoch to freeze in disbelief while she frantically screams at him not to turn around. Host commentary time. Wait a minute, who stole her dress? Don't tell me there's a perverted thief stalking them in the jungle. Enoch grips his head in extreme frustration, internally sweating as he tries to process how a whole dress could vanish into thin air. Peeking over the edge of the smooth rock with teary, helpless eyes, Margaret cowers in the water, completely stranded without any clothes. Noticing subtle rustling noises in the surrounding foliage, Enoch's expression turns lethal as he realizes an intruder is nearby. His golden eyes narrow into razor-sharp slits, radiating a terrifying aura of bloodlust as he tracks the thief's escape trail through the trees. Gripping his wooden spear with lethal force, Enoch's knuckles turn white as he prepares to execute whoever dared touch her belongings. Walking forward into the dense greenery, Enoch sternly instructs Margaret to stay safe in the water while he sweeps the surrounding jungle area. Margaret rests her chin on the riverbank rock, watching his intimidating back disappear into the shadows with a stunned, anxious expression. Deep inside the forest brush, a male figure wearing a military uniform frantically sprints through the trees, clutching Margaret's folded blue dress in his arms. In a split second, Enoch swoops in like a shadow, violently tackling the thief onto the dirt path and slamming his spear tip right at the man's throat. Staring down with blood dripping from his own lip, Enoch growls in a terrifying low voice that there seem to be a lot of familiar faces popping up on this island lately. Host commentary time. Look at that lightning-fast tackle. Enoch moved like a wild panther. Nobody messes with his girl's wardrobe. Looking down at the pinned intruder's official uniform, Enoch recognizes the royal insignia etched into the fabric. Trembling on the ground under the sharp spear tip, the captured officer stammers out a breathless, shaky apology for keeping His Highness waiting. Standing triumphantly over the pinned knight, Enoch glares down with menacing golden eyes, demanding to know the true meaning behind this shameless action. Pinned beneath the sharp edge of Enoch's wooden spear, Diego grunts in pain as the Grand Duke demands to know how the captain of the Imperial Guard ended up stranded on this remote island. Trembling under Enoch's intense gaze, Diego stammers out that he unexpectedly lost consciousness right in the middle of standard military training, only to regain his senses lying on the riverbank. Sensing no immediate danger from the disoriented guard, Enoch lowers his wooden spear shaft slightly. Breathes out Diego, sits up from the grass, clutching the stolen fabric tightly. Recognizing the Grand Duke's authority, Diego immediately drops down onto one knee in full military salute, expressing deep gratitude to His Highness for sparing his life. Raising his head with an anxious look, Diego hesitantly questions Enoch about how a high-ranking royal like him ended up stuck in this deserted wilderness as well. Enoch turns his head away with a subtle exhale sigh, explaining that his own mysterious disappearance unfolded in the exact same inexplicable manner. He reveals that he was simply attending to his normal duties at the Imperial Palace before suddenly waking up stranded here, completely unaware of any way to send out a rescue signal. Host commentary time? So everybody literally got magically teletransported onto this crazy survival island while minding their own business. Talk about a bizarre plot setup. Enoch adds that 2 other companions are currently traveling with him who suffered the exact same mysterious fate, causing Diego's eyes to widen in complete disbelief. Diego quickly clarifies that Crown Prince Arthal and Bishop Ruzef were also mysteriously transported here and are currently forming a small survival party together. Restless and thoughtful, Enoch strokes his temple while analyzing the situation, realizing that only high-profile figures from the Langrid Empire and Hestia Kingdom are being targeted. He internally reflects that while he initially suspected an assassination plot by the hostile Rodvan faction aimed directly at him, confused, the strange gathering of foreign royals rules out that simple theory. As dark doubts loom over his mind, Enoch suddenly pivots back to the real issue at hand, pointing his spear handle menacingly at Diego to ask why anyone in his group would ever need a woman's gown. Host commentary time. Look at Enoch keeping his priorities straight. Politics can wait, but explaining why you stole his girl's dress is an immediate emergency. Diego freezes on the ground, his eyes wide with shock as Enoch's voice cuts through the quiet woods like a razor blade. Stuttering in a flurry of panic, Diego defensively argues that the situation was extremely urgent because someone in his group desperately required clothing. Sweating profusely from the sheer intensity of Enoch's lethal gaze, Diego nervously stammers out an inquiry as to whether His Highness is directly accusing him of being a common thief. Without missing a beat, Enoch snaps his spear tip right in front of Diego's face with blinding speed, stopping mere millimeters from his skin. Radiating a terrifying aura of bloodlust, Enoch commands the trembling captain in a deadly low whisper to answer the question without playing games. The oppressive pressure in the air turns heavy as iron as Enoch orders him to explain himself properly right now. Shaken to his core, Diego desperately pleads that he's a loyal knight of the Langrid Empire and definitely not an enemy, but Enoch merely smirks with cold disdain. Enoch chuckles darkly, mocking him by stating that he should have brought up his loyalty before shamelessly targeting his companion's personal wardrobe. Host commentary time. Did you catch how effortlessly Enoch referred to Margaret as his companion? His protective possessiveness is totally showing through that lethal glare. Clasping his hand against his chest with a heavy breath, Diego lowers his eyes guiltily, preparing to reveal the full truth behind his desperate action. Diego finally confesses that among his small, surviving group, Saintess Ioana Lucy is also present, causing Enoch's eyes to snap wide open in utter surprise. Lowering his spear slightly, Enoch mutters her name in disbelief, seeking confirmation that the legendary Holy Maiden is truly on the island. A glowing vision of Ioana Lucy appears in their minds, the revered saintess draped in a sacred veil, gasp, radiating ethereal golden light and divine grace. As the first saintess to appear in the Empire in over a century, her unique divine powers are celebrated across all kingdoms as a holy miracle. Enoch scratches his dark hair in sheer bafflement, amazed that even a holy figure blessed by the heavens managed to get dragged into this island nightmare. Host commentary time. The original novel's female lead has officially entered the building. This stranded island is turning into a full-blown high society reunion. Shaking his head in deadpan irony, Enoch mutters that God clearly doesn't exist if even the clergy can't avoid such disasters, before demanding to know if the saintess was somehow left without any clothes. Enoch crouches down sternly, pointing out that the blue dress happens to be the single set of garments Margaret possesses on this entire island. He glares sharply at the captain, declaring that stealing someone else's only dress would only be justifiable if the saintess was literally standing around completely naked. Observing
Observing Diego's guilty silence, Enoch's golden eyes glint dangerously as he deduces that the saintess is obviously fully clothed. Extending his open hand demandingly, Enoch strictly orders Diego to hand over the stolen dress immediately, causing the terrified guard to scramble in panic. Host commentary time. You simply cannot beat the Grand Duke's flawless courtroom logic. If the saintess isn't unclothed, hand back the dress right now. Scrambling on his knees, Diego submissively hands over the folded silk dress into Enoch's outstretched hand with a trembling apology. Stowage the dress safely under his arm, Enoch turns to walk away, establishing a strict rule to meet at this exact spot once every 10 days while keeping their movement secret. He sternly warns Diego to keep their contact hidden from the rest of his group, but stops dead in his tracks when Diego asks if Enoch will join forces with them. Glaring over his shoulder with a chilling gaze that could freeze lava, Enoch strictly reminds Sir Diego that he was only authorized to answer direct questions. Diego bows his head submissively in utter submission, acknowledging the Grand Duke's absolute authority without daring to utter another word. Walking back toward the river, Enoch issues a final directive to notify him if an escape route is discovered, whispering while strictly commanding Diego to stay out of Margaret's sight. He throws back a final grim warning, promising that if Diego becomes a nuisance or threatens their safety in any way, he won't hesitate to eliminate him on the spot. Left standing alone in the quiet woods, Diego lets out a nervous breath, visibly shaking from the terrifying ordeal he barely survived. Host commentary time. Poor Diego looks like he just fought a final raid boss. You don't mess with a possessive Grand Duke and expect to walk away unscathed. Meanwhile, back at the riverbank, Chibi Margaret sits curled up in a ball wearing only her thin white camise, shivering uncontrollably from the biting cold wind. She internally fumes with outrage, wondering how far Enoch wandered off and cursing the perverted thief who stole her gown, while secretly thanking goodness that her undergarment was left behind. Unable to suppress the chill shaking her body, she squints her eyes and lets out a massive sneeze. Achoo! Wrapping her arms tightly around her knees while sitting on the damp stone rock, Margaret groans miserably. Whimper, realizing she is definitely going to catch a severe fever if she stays wet much longer. Suddenly, Enoch's loud voice echoes through the trees, calling out her name, causing her to snap her head around as he comes sprinting toward her carrying the blue dress. Rushing up to the riverbank with breathless concern, Enoch holds out the recovered gown, apologizing sincerely for taking so long to return. Margaret leaps onto her feet in absolute joy, her eyes sparkling as she cheers happily upon seeing her precious noble dress safe and sound. Wiping a tear of relief from her eye with a blissful laugh giggle, she lets out a contented breath. But suddenly, intense dizziness overwhelms her brain, causing her vision to tilt dangerously. Host commentary time. Oh no! Spending all that time submerged in freezing river water completely drained her immunity. High fever is striking at the worst possible moment. Enoch's eyes widen in horror as he screams out her name in total panic, just as a loud splash tears through the water. Losing total consciousness from the burning fever, Margaret falls backward into the deep, sparkling river current, floating motionless, while Enoch frantically lunges into the water to save her. Submerged under the clear blue surface, dizzy Chibi Margaret floats helplessly with swirling eyes, completely passed out cold as the cool river current wraps around her. Floating through the misty haze of her regaining consciousness, Margaret lets out a bitter sigh as she mentally berates her own frail body, complaining that she truly is as fragile as a delicate glass fish floating in freezing water. Blinking her heavy eyelids open, Margaret finds herself staring up at the stone ceiling of a dimly lit cave, only to realize with a shock that her head is resting directly on Enoch's lap. Enoch glances down smoothly to greet her, causing her inner voice to scream in absolute embarrassment as she realizes where she's lying. In a flurry of sheer panic, Margaret instantly scrambles backward across the dirt floor, her face burning red as she stammers out, "What on earth is going on?" Crossing her arms defensively around her chest, flustered and embarrassed, she squints at him with wide, suspicious eyes, demanding to know what reason could possibly justify her waking up in such an intimate position. Host commentary time. Look at Margaret waking up to a royal lap pillow and immediately reacting like she fell into a trap. Most Otomelis would pay top dollar for that view. Enoch leans back calmly against the stone wall, explaining that her temperature suddenly spiked from the freezing river water, so he retrieved a box of modern pharmaceutical pills, though he candidly admits he had no clue which tablet was meant for a cold. Running a hand through his dark hair with a soft chuckle, Enoch gazes at her with smoldering golden eyes, confessing that sitting helplessly beside a medicine chest made him feel more powerless than ever before in his life. Waving her hands to reassure him, Margaret gentles her tone, telling him it's not his fault at all, while quickly pivoting to the topic of her miraculously recovered dress. Looking over at the roaring campfire, Chibi Margaret tilts her head curiously and asks where he managed to find her stolen dress, causing Chibi Enoch to break out into a guilty sweat. Host commentary time! Oh boy, Enoch is sweating bullets because explaining how he intimidated a whole knight captain into giving back a dress isn't exactly fairy tale knight behavior. Enoch averts his gaze with a heavy gulp, sigh, hesitating awkwardly as he tries to frame his answer without escalating her anxiety. He finally reveals that he ran directly into Sir Diego in the forest, causing Margaret's heart to instantly drop into her stomach. A grand image of Diego in his shiny captain uniform flashes in her mind, the righteous leader who should be bound by strict military chivalry. She finds it completely mind-boggling that such a high-ranking imperial figure would resort to sneaking off with a bathing woman's clothes. Pouting furiously with her hands on her hips, huffs, Margaret explodes in utter disbelief, loudly demanding to know what happened to noble knight chivalry on this cursed island. Host commentary time. You tell him, Margaret, being stranded on a desert island is no excuse for imperial knights to turn into low-level wardrobe thieves. Bowing his head with deep sincerity, Enoch places his hand over his chest and apologizes on behalf of his former subordinate's disgraceful theft, leaving Margaret completely caught off guard as to why he's taken the blame. Enoch glances away awkwardly, his voice dropping into a low whisper as he stammers out that he felt personally responsible because of how she feels. He admits that he knows how utterly terrified she used to be of Diego, causing Margaret's eyes to widen as dark shadows loom over the cave wall. Looking down thoughtfully, Enoch explains that Diego was always fanatically devoted to rules and deeply despised how the original Margaret used to cling to Enoch, often acting aggressively whenever their paths crossed in the capital. Host commentary time. So Diego was basically acting as the self-appointed anti-simp police back in the Empire. No wonder original Margaret was terrified of him. Enoch's piercing golden eyes narrow slightly as he quietly reflects on those intense past encounters. Margaret stares back at him with sparkling blue eyes, her heart fluttering softly as she realizes how deeply he pays attention to her inner feelings. Blushing profusely, Chibi Margaret frantically fans her face to cool off her burning cheeks, trying to hide her flustered expression from the handsome Duke. Seeing her flustered reaction, Enoch lets out a soft, enchanting chuckle, his sharp features softening into a breathtakingly gentle smile. Host commentary time. Okay, somebody call an ambulance because Enoch's soft smile combined with his open collar is dangerously lethal to viewers' hearts. Reaching over with surprising tenderness, Enoch gently rests his warm palm right on top of Margaret's head, startling her with his sudden affectionate head pat. Flashing a brilliant, heartwarming smile, Enoch laughs softly while looking down at her like she's the most precious person in the world. Chibi Margaret fumes with an intensely red face, inner thoughts screaming whether he's intentionally trying to melt her heart with those sparkling puppy dog eyes. As his warm hand strokes her soft blonde hair, Margaret closes her eyes and leans into the touch, internally acknowledging that his soothing presence feels surprisingly comforting. Host commentary time. She went from total suspicion to leaning into head pats in record time. The Grand Duke's romance stats are off the charts. Snapping her focus back to reality, Margaret suddenly remembers the main survival plot and wonders if he mentioned any other survivors stranded on the island. Turning her head toward him, she directly asks if there were any other companions traveling alongside the guard captain. Enoch tilts his head with a subtle frown, claiming that he couldn't get a definitive answer out of Diego regarding exact survivor numbers. Margaret internally reasons that gathering intelligence and joining forces with other survivors would be the most logical step if they ever want to build an escape raft and leave this wilderness behind. Host commentary time. Margaret is trying to play a logical survival game, completely unaware that Enoch is playing a selective information hiding game. Enoch gestures calmly, explaining that Diego appeared to be just as clueless and stranded as they are, knowing virtually nothing about the island's secret layout.
He reassures her by revealing their strategic pact, agreeing to meet Diego at the riverbank once every 10 days to exchange survival intel, easing her worries while keeping their safe distance. Glancing down at her pristine blue gown, Margaret's mind suddenly hits a massive red alert as she realizes she went underwater in her chemise and woke up fully dressed in her gown. Cut to Chibi Enoch blushing furiously as he avoids eye contact. Clearing his throat with an awkward cough, Enoch stammers out that he personally changed her wet clothes, swearing he averted his eyes as much as humanly possible. To which Margaret responds in deadpan silence, realizing he definitely saw everything. Host commentary time. Did Enoch just pull the classic anime, "I looked away, I swear" excuse? You can't put a wet dress back on someone with your eyes completely closed. Collapsing face first onto the cave ground, Margaret dramatically groans, whimpers that her maiden purity is completely ruined and she can never get married now, sending Enoch into an absolute tailspin of panic. Tilting his head with complete deadpan sincerity, Enoch casually suggests that if her marital prospects are ruined, the most logical solution is for her to simply marry him. Chibi Margaret leaps up screaming, pointing out that he brutally rejected her marriage proposal back in the capital, while Enoch casually defends himself by stating that their circumstances have completely changed since then. Bathed in a soft pink romantic aura, Margaret gazes up at Enoch in shocked silence, her breath catching as his handsome silhouette looms over her. Host commentary time. Look at Enoch proposing marriage like he's offering her a piece of bread. This man really switched from icy Grand Duke to proposal master in 5 seconds flat. Enoch's glowing amber gaze locks onto hers with unyielding intensity, proving that his casual proposal wasn't just a playful joke. Margaret's shimmering blue eyes wobble with sheer overwhelmed confusion as her brain attempts to process his proposal. The tense atmosphere diffuses back into cute chibi comedy as the two sit across from each other on the stone floor to regain their composure. Gently taking her hand to check her pulse, Enoch mentions that Crown Prince Arthdal was also thrashing around with the fever last night, but is fully recovered, prompting Margaret to heave a sympathetic sigh for all the stress Enoch endured taking care of 2 sick patients. Host commentary time. Poor Enoch, acting as the single dad of the cave, nursing 2 feverish adults while fending off wardrobe thieves. Give this man a break. Dusting off her skirt, Margaret announces that her fever has completely broken and decides to sleep on the far side of the cave to let him rest, leaving Enoch reaching out his hand in disappointment. Left sitting alone in his wide-open shirt, Enoch rubs the back of his neck with a dissatisfied sigh, staring at his empty hands. Under the bright full moon, Margaret lies asleep in the quiet darkness, but suddenly groans in pain, whimper, as a suffocating weight presses down onto her body while an ominous blood-red aura leaks into the room. Suddenly, Crown Prince Arthdal lunges from the dark, pinning Margaret flat against the stone floor and slamming his hand tightly over her mouth to silence her screams. Host commentary time. Oh no! The mood instantly went from cute rom-com to high-tension survival horror. Arthdal just made a crazy midnight move. Muffled against his heavy grip, Margaret's eyes widen in sheer terror as Arthdal's bloodthirsty red eyes gleam in the dark, whispering a menacing warning for her not to dare wake Enoch. Gazing down at her with lethal suspicion, Arthdal recalls rumors of a mysterious blonde woman traveling with Enoch, completely unaware that Enoch is fast asleep just a few feet away. A terrifying smirk spreads across Arthdal's face, his fangs glinting dangerously as he chillingly asks why she lied about her true identity. Lowering his face dangerously close to her neck, Arthdal repeats his sinister interrogation in a bone-chilling whisper, sending icy shivers straight down her spine. Host commentary time. Gasp! Talk about a heart-stopping cliffhanger threat. Arthdal saw right through her fake name, and if she doesn't talk fast, this cave is turning into a battleground. Framed against sinister crimson spider lilies, Arthdal mockingly asks if she hid her identity because he previously expressed disgust toward the Floan family, coldly warning her that lying comes with severe consequences. Pinning her wrists firmly against the ground, Arthdal looms directly over her trembling body, taunting that she was smart to hide her name initially, because meeting the infamous Margaret Floan first on this deserted island is far too suspicious to be mere coincidence. Silver-haired Caden lowers his head thoughtfully, his low voice echoing through the quiet cavern, as he mutters that something about this situation feels entirely wrong. Pressing his hand firmly over her mouth, he gazes down at Margaret's wide blue eyes, carefully studying every single detail of her frightened face.
Leaning down dangerously close, Caden whispers that while her face matches the infamous Margaret Floan, her current presence is so radically different that she's actually his exact type, right before a sudden heavy strike shatters the darkness. With a violent impact, Caden gets kicked straight across the cavern floor, sliding roughly against the hard stone wall. Host commentary time. Gasp! Did Enoch just deliver a prime-time Imperial boot straight to Caden's ribs? Talk about an absolute zero-delay response time. Caden slides to a halt against the rock face, wiping his mouth with a sly smirk as he greets the person who interrupted his midnight interrogation. Grand Duke Enoch stands tall like an impenetrable wall, his massive frame completely shielding Margaret from any further danger. Piercing the dark with a menacing violet glare, Enoch growls in disgust, asking what kind of shameless royal etiquette permits a man to assault his own lifesaver the minute he regains consciousness? Caden sits hunched over on the dirt floor, clutching his bruised ribs with a quiet groan. Whimper. Host commentary time. Caden woke up choosing violence, only to get an immediate reality check courtesy of Enoch's combat boots. You gotta respect the sheer disrespect. Completely unbothered by the brutal kick, Caden flashes a playful grin up at Margaret, casually asking if she was the talented lady who patched up his mortal wounds. Enoch extending his arm to block Caden's view, asking Margaret in a stern tone whether she ever granted this rogue mage permission to address her so casually, to which Chibi Margaret frantically shakes her head no. Shrugging his broad shoulders with his shirt fully unbuttoned, Caden scoffs that formal etiquette hardly matters when everybody's life is hanging by a thread on a deadly island. Reaching down, Enoch firmly grasps Margaret's hand, making it crystal clear that maintaining proper distance definitely matters if they plan on escaping this wilderness alive. Host commentary time. Look at Enoch instantly locking down handholds the second another handsome rival enters the chat. His territorial instincts are through the roof. Caden lets out a soft chuckle, amused to see the legendary, cold-hearted Crown Prince Enoch actively putting his own body on the line to protect a daughter of the Floan house. Turning toward Enoch, Margaret softly requests a moment to speak, stepping forward to face the silver-haired mage herself. Approaching the seated mage, Margaret stares down at him with serious determination, her mind racing with urgent survival questions. Pointing directly at his chest, Margaret loudly demands to know how he received those brutal injuries, prompting Caden to admit that he was mauled by a terrifying island monster. Host commentary time. So Caden didn't just get hurt falling off a cliff, he literally went head-to-head with a wild apex predator. This island is basically a high-level raid dungeon. Closing his glowing red eye with a subtle smirk, Caden reflects back on his violent brush with death. Margaret's eyes widen in sheer realization, suddenly connecting the dots and remembering the deafening beastly roars that shook the forest earlier. She looks down at her hands, reflecting on how original Caden treated her with total disdain back in the Imperial capital. Watching him rest against the cavern rock, Margaret ponders deeply why a man who despised her would risk his life fighting a monster just to buy her time to run away. Host commentary time. Margaret is out here doing full emotional algebra trying to calculate his Sundare motives. He definitely threw hands with the beast just for her. Reaching into her gown, Margaret pulls out the intricate purple gem pendant and holds it out to him, asking if this lost magic item belongs to him. Chibi Caden casually accepts the glowing artifact, muttering that while it's extremely valuable, he doesn't particularly enjoy carrying it around, leaving Margaret looking utterly bewildered. He inspects the silver framing, holding the pulsing jewel between his fingers with an indifferent expression. A dramatic close-up highlights the pulsing violet crystal, radiating a dark and mysterious magic aura. Post commentary time. Gasp! Look at the art detail on that magical artifact. You just know an item with that much visual flair is going to explode the story open later. Caden nonchalantly reveals that the pendant is essentially a glorified burial urn, sending Chibi Margaret into an absolute tailspin of horrified trembling. His glowing amber eye glints menacingly through his messy silver bangs, revealing the deep magic depth hidden beneath his playful demeanor. An ancient parchment map unfolds in his memory as Caden explains the historic lore of the lost Ingram dynasty and the sealed Tower Masters. A massive ancient citadel crumbles into dust in a visual depiction of the artifact's ancient rumors, claiming it holds enough raw mana to wipe an entire empire off the map. Host commentary time. Wait a minute. He's casually carrying around a pocket-sized nuclear bomb? No wonder he was reluctant to hand it over. Caden shrugs nonchalantly with his bare chest exposed, pointing out that the pendant is completely useless because only the original creator can break the mana seal. He adds with a smirk that the legendary archmage who forged it died over 1,000 years ago, making the world-ending weapon nothing more than a shiny paperweight. Deep down, Margaret remains deeply suspicious, wondering why on earth he's freely oversharing top-secret high-level magic secrets with them. Flipping the interrogation back onto them, Caden casually asks how the Grand Duke and Noble Lady ended up traveling together in such a remote cave. Host commentary time. Caden really said, enough about my dark magic urn, let me hear the juicy details of your cave date. This man has zero filter. In a silly chibi flashback illustration, Caden triumphantly boasts that he was on his way to storm the Holy Temple the moment his wounds healed up. Enoch and Margaret stare back at him in deadpan, unamused silence, completely refusing to engage with his chaotic temple-destroying ramblings. Yawning dramatically, Caden stretches his arms and nonchalantly announces that he'll be leaving their cozy cave as soon as his injuries close up. Flashing a charming wink, Caden blows a kiss while thanking Margaret for her medical care, causing both Enoch and Margaret to recoil in hilarious chibi disgust. Host commentary time! The contrast between Caden's aggressive flirty winks and Enoch's deadly death glare is pure comedy gold. Caden is pushing every single button Enoch has. Turning back to face him, Margaret urgently asks where he could possibly be heading on a deserted, monster-infested island. Caden taps his chin thoughtfully, theorizing that the island might hold hidden underground bunkers, abandoned cabins, or secret magical doorways. Chibi Margaret slaps her forehead in utter exhaustion, while Caden cheerfully babbles on with unearned optimism. Caden's expression sharpens as he suggests that their sudden arrival feels like a mass magical warp, meaning there must be an escape gate hidden somewhere on the island. Host commentary time. Hold on, what? An escape gate? Finally, someone in this party is thinking like a true fantasy RPG player instead of just building log cabins. Enoch and Margaret gasp in shock, realizing that a hidden warp gate would completely explain how multiple people vanished from the capital and woke up on this shore. Looking at him with newfound respect, Margaret internally acknowledges that despite his eccentric behavior, his archmage intellect makes him an invaluable asset. Caden stands tall as a dazzling radiant light sparkles around his handsome figure. Intense split panels capture Caden's glowing amber gaze, locking directly onto Margaret's wide blue eyes. Host commentary time. The tension in the air just shot through the roof. The artist is pulling out all the visual romance stops for this locked eye stare down. Reaching out with dramatic flair, Caden extends his open palm toward Margaret in an elegant gesture. Framed by a soft romantic glow, Caden gazes at Margaret like a classic Otome prince offering her his hand. Enoch boils with terrifying green jealousy in the background, while Margaret screams out loud in utter confused shock. Caden winks devilishly while surrounded by blooming pink roses, clearly loving every second of the chaos he's causing. Host commentary time. Caden is out here playing full-blown romance protagonist right in front of Enoch. The disrespect is legendary. As the electric standoff between the Grand Duke and the Rogue Mage reaches a boiling point, the dark cave heavy with unspoken rivalries. Flashing a dangerously seductive smile, Caden poses his ultimate offer, asking Margaret if she wants to leave Enoch behind and explore the island together. Enoch lunges forward with lightning speed, thrusting his muscular frame directly between Caden and Margaret before the silver-haired mage can even touch her. With his shirt unbuttoned, Enoch glares down with lethal, glowing dark eyes, warning Caden in a low, dangerous growl to back off immediately. Standing like an unbreakable shield between them, Enoch demands to know what scheming trick Caden is trying to pull on Margaret this time, prompting her to gasp his name in relief. Reaching out, Enoch firmly takes hold of Margaret's wrist and coldly orders the rogue archmage to go back to sleep and mind his own business. Host commentary time. Enoch is officially on high alert boyfriend defense mode. The moment another guy breathes in Margaret's direction, Enoch instantly deploys a full physical blockade. Margaret glances sideways at Enoch, her face flushing slightly, as she feels the overwhelming sense of protection radiating from his firm grip. She admits in her inner monologue that she had zero desire to follow Caden anyway, and was frantically trying to invent a polite rejection, making her deeply thankful that Enoch stepped in to resolve it. In a charming past memory, Caden tilts his head with a lazy smirk, playfully questioning why on earth they would ever need to relocate their shelter. Back in reality, Chibi Margaret grips her wooden scroll pouch with a flustered groan, completely stressed out by Caden's unpredictable behavior. Host commentary time. Trying to manage two ridiculously overpowered male leads on a deserted island is practically an extreme sport. Margaret deserves an award just for surviving their huge egos. Caden squints his glowing amber eye, letting out a soft sigh as he silently tracks Margaret's movements around the dimly lit cavern. Rested comfortably against the stone face, Caden smirks quietly to himself, completely ignoring his previous promise to pack up and leave the instant his physical injuries patched up. A dramatic flashback reveals that a few days prior, Enoch explicitly threw Caden out of the cavern once his chest wounds healed, but the stubborn mage simply refused to vanish. Refusing to give up, Chibi Caden parked his butt right outside the cave entrance for 2 straight days, cheerfully offering to act as night guard despite survival guidebooks warning that human scent lures apex predators. Host commentary time. Caden is literally camping out on their front porch like a lost puppy who refuses to be adopted. You gotta admire his sheer shameless persistence. Turning her back on him, Margaret internally mutters that Caden isn't just an eccentric archmage, he's a completely unhinged lunatic. Sitting on the stone floor, Caden lazily calls out to ask where she's off to which Margaret calmly lies that she's scouting the area, when in reality, she's doing grueling mountain climbing. As she turns to depart, Caden frantically attempts to spring up after her, only to clutch his ribs with an excruciating groan. Over her shoulder, Margaret sweetly reminds him that injured patients belong in bed resting comfortably, stepping out into the radiant morning sunshine. Host commentary time. Look at Margaret hit him with the ultimate nurse checkmate. Stay in bed, sick boy? She really knows how to keep a rogue archmage locked down. Bright sunlight filters dramatically through towering jungle cliffs, framing the lush blue skies as Margaret pushes deeper into the unknown wilderness. Dressed in her elaborate ruffled ball gown, Margaret carefully navigates through autumn-colored leaves, carrying her makeshift bamboo scroll container. Wiping sweat from her forehead, Margaret vents her frustration, wondering how anyone is supposed to locate a hidden bunker or wooden cabin in such a vast, uncharted landscape. Exhausted from trekking across steep hills, Margaret collapses onto a giant tree trunk, letting out a weary sigh. Host commentary time. Hiking through dense, monster-infested jungle in a full-blown noble ball gown is an absolute flex. Her physical stamina stat must be completely maxed out by now. Unplugging her bamboo canteen, Margaret tips her head back and gulps down refreshing spring water to quench her burning thirst. Wiping her lips with a satisfied blush, Margaret exclaims cheerfully that she finally feels alive again. Leaning back against the thick bark, Margaret gazes up at the sky, realizing that if today's search yields no shelter, they'll have to pack up and migrate further down the coast. A breathtaking close-up highlights her vivid, sparkling blue eyes glowing under the golden afternoon rays. Host comment time. The artists put their entire soul into rendering those eyes. Every single close-up panel in this webtoon looks like a museum masterpiece. Cracks frame the stone background as Margaret reflects that 3 long weeks have slipped away since they first washed up on this deserted shore with 0 signs of rescue. Resting her chin against her arm, Margaret contemplates their dire survival situation, knowing Enoch regularly exchanges crucial intel with Diego's squad. In a cute chibi recollection, overly protective Enoch strictly instructs Margaret to return before sunset, making her chuckle softly, giggle at how sweet he is beneath his rough exterior. Watching the sky shift into brilliant magenta twilight, Margaret decides it's time to head back down the trail, hoping to spot a useful clue before dark. Host commentary time. Even in the middle of a dangerous survival ordeal, Enoch's protective curfew rules are surprisingly wholesome. He really cares about her safety. Suddenly, Margaret's foot strikes a hard metallic object hidden under the grass, causing her to lose balance with a startled scream. Tumbling backward, her eyes widen in complete shock as her gaze falls upon a strange, metallic device half buried in the dirt. Reaching down, she lifts up a bright red flare pistol, noticing faint lettering deeply etched into the side of the barrel. Zooming in on the frame, she traces the engraved letters spelling Alea, wondering out loud what the mysterious name could possibly signify. Host commentary time. A bright red flare gun engraved with a name? We just stumbled straight into a major plot item drop. Who on earth left modern survival equipment on this magic island? Holding the red pistol alongside a small pouch filled with flares, Margaret tilts her head trying to recall if a weapon like this ever existed in the original novel's lore. Striking a dramatic action pose, Margaret aims the heavy metal barrel straight ahead, pondering whether the old mechanism even works after lying in the damp soil. In a hilarious chibi panel, Margaret aggressively squeezes the trigger over and over, but nothing happens but hollow metallic clicks. Pouting in deep disappointment, Margaret slumps her shoulders, grumbling that the mysterious flare gun is nothing more than broken junk. Host commentary time. She was ready to be a total action movie heroine, only for the gun to go click, click, click. The anticlimactic comedic timing is top tier. Shrugging off her annoyance, Margaret casually adjusts the hammer grip, lifting the barrel nonchalantly toward the open sky above. Boom! Without warning, a roaring pillar of intense golden light shoots straight into the heavens, knocking Margaret back in absolute terror. High above the tree canopy, the sky erupts in massive sparkling fireworks, illuminating the entire island in blinding yellow light. From deep inside the dark forest, terrifying beastly howls echo back, leaving Margaret pale with horror as she realizes she just signaled every predator on the island. Host commentary time. Oh no! She literally set off a giant decorative firework beacon in the middle of apex predator territory. Talk about summoning the entire dungeon at once. Turning on her heels, Margaret sprints at breakneck speed through the twilight woods, panting, screaming that she's officially out of her mind. Slinking past tree branches, Margaret frantically complains in her mind, questioning who in their right mind modifies a simple distress flare to detonate like a massive festival display. Leaping high into the air, Margaret vaults right over a massive fallen log blocking the forest path. But as her feet touch the ground, two gigantic red mutant wolves rise up from behind the log, their glowing white eyes locked straight onto her. Host commentary time. Out of the frying pan and straight into a pack of giant mutant wolves. Her luck today is genuinely down in the subterranean tier. The alpha wolf lets out a fierce yelp, prompting Margaret to glance back in sheer panic as she continues her frantic sprint. Out of breath, Margaret wipes sweat from her forehead, relieved that she managed to outrun the main pack. Until she suddenly spots a tall figure standing in the clearing ahead. Shrouded in ominous dark magic purple light, a mysterious individual with long flowing silver hair stands motionless among the dark trees. As the silver-haired stranger turns around in confusion, Margaret comes charging toward him at top speed, screaming at the top of her lungs for him to move and run for his life. Host commentary time. Wait a second. Who is this new white-haired stranger standing calmly in the woods while a monster wolf charges behind them? The cast keeps growing. The giant double-headed red wolf charges forward, snapping its razor-sharp jaws right behind them as Margaret yells for the clueless stranger to start running. In an utterly hilarious chibi finale, Margaret dashes right past the dumbfounded silver-haired guy like a runaway freight train, leaving him standing there in total confusion as wild beasts swarm the forest. Without wasting a single millisecond, Margaret grabs the bewildered silver-haired priest by the sleeve and drags him along for the ride, leaving his jaw practically scraping the dirt in sheer disbelief. Right behind them, three terrifying red mutant wolves tear through the foliage at breakneck speed, heavy breathing panting, their razor-sharp claws kicking up giant clouds of dust as Margaret desperately sprints in her full noble ball gown. Out of breath and thoroughly terrified, the priest shouts in confusion, asking if this monster ambush was caused by that strange flare explosion earlier, to which Margaret yells back, panting, that magic doesn't even function on this cursed island. She glances over her shoulder, loudly clarifying that whatever exploded in the heavens wasn't magic at all, leaving the white-haired cleric nodding along in total bewildered panic. A giant red wolf snaps its massive jaws just inches from their heels. Margaret's heart drops into her stomach as she realizes they're going to be torn to shreds within seconds if she doesn't think of something fast. Host commentary time. Navigating an apex predator chase while wearing 40 pounds of silk ruffles is pure chaos. Margaret is basically doing an extreme triathlon in full royal attire. Scanning the surrounding forest, her eyes lock onto a towering rock face jutting out above the tree canopy, realizing that massive cliff might just be their only ticket out of this mess.
Pulling out her bright red flare pistol with a sharp metallic clink, Margaret instructs the panicked priest to duck on her signal, prompting him to shriek in confusion about what she's planning. The poor cleric freezes in terror as the heavy metal barrel of the flare gun is thrust right past his cheek, his eyes wide with sheer panic. Margaret shouts for him to drop, causing the priest to cover his head and duck down while screaming in absolute horror. Boom! Margaret pulls the trigger, blasting a roaring, fiery projectile directly into the unstable cliff overhead. Massive boulders and flaming debris collapse onto the trailing wolf pack, setting the creatures howling in agony. Host commentary time? Who needs high-level offensive magic when you've got a tactical flare gun and severe environmental hazards? She just turned that rock cliff into a localized airstrike. A massive shower of dirt and rubble settles as Margaret collapses onto the damp soil, gasping for air and thanking the heavens that her crazy stunt actually worked. Wiping sweat from his brow, the silver-haired stranger catches his breath and demands to know who on earth she is, prompting Margaret to finally turn around and get a clear look at his face. Sunlight catches his pristine features, flowing silver blue hair like clear water, an immaculate holy stole, and unmistakable regal aura identifying him as Archbishop Rujef, one of the 12 priests of the Holy See and a former candidate for the papacy. In a comical chibi moment, Rujef glares back without a drop of gratitude, making Margaret grumble internally about why every single male lead in this story possesses such an infuriatingly high-maintenance personality. Host commentary time. Margaret is literally collecting arrogant webtoon male leads like high-tier rare drops. She deserves a medal just for enduring their massive egos. Resting her chin on her hand, Margaret fixes him with an ice-cold glare, sarcastically asking if he wants to be served up as monster kibble again since he talks so tough after being rescued. Trembling under her intimidating stare, Rujef begrudgingly mutters a stiff thank you, but as he looks closer at her features, his eyes suddenly widen in shocking recognition. Lunging forward, Rujef forcefully grabs Margaret's shoulders, demanding to know if she's actually the notorious flown young lady, leaving her sweating in confusion over how he identified her so quickly. Dark purple malice swirls around Rujef as he grinds his teeth, accusing her of stalking him all the way to this remote, deserted island just to force him into crafting a love potion. Margaret snaps back in utter fluster, yelling at top volume about what kind of absurd, nonsensical crime a love potion is even supposed to be. A visual rap sheet panel pops up detailing Floan's past misdeeds, harassing Rujef over love potions, charge of intimidation, and bribing secondary clerics with brand new church buildings to fund illegal potion experiments. Host commentary time. Original Floan's crime record is genuinely hilarious. Intimidation, bribery, and illegal alchemy? No wonder this poor priest looks like he's confronting his worst nightmare. Dramatic bad ending pop-up heralds the opening of Margaret's new Rujef dead ending route, sending her into a chibi panic as she frantically screams inside that she isn't that crazy Floan girl at all. Pointing an accusing finger, Rujef angrily demands to know if bringing him to this island was also part of her evil scheme, leaving Margaret clutching her head in sheer exhaustion as she gets framed for things she never did. She internally groans, realizing that with Floan's abysmal reputation preceding her, finding any actual allies among future survivors is going to be a complete lost cause. Rujef lets out an audible gasp as Margaret suddenly steps forward, her eyes blazing with absolute determination. Taking a deep, weary breath, Margaret prepares to unleash her ultimate defensive maneuver. Pointing her finger right back at his nose, Margaret roars at the top of her lungs that she isn't Floan, reminding him that she almost lost her life saving him. A side strategy box notes, the louder person wins tactic, become more unreasonable than your opponent. In a hilarious chibi showdown, Margaret continuously yells at him, demanding to know if he'd even be alive right now without her, completely overwhelming Rujef until he cringes in total defeat. Host commentary time. The classic shout louder until the argument is won strategy works every single time. She completely shattered a holy archbishop's dignity with pure, unfiltered rage. Leaning in close, Margaret aggressively tells him that he should be kneeling and thanking her 100 times over, causing Rujef to sweat profusely while stammering in complete helplessness. Pointing imperiously, she orders him to keep bowing and repeating his thanks continuously until she decides to walk away. A cute secondary panel text box pops up declaring, "Hurry up and lay on hands, what are you doing?" Forced into submission, Rujef continuously bows down, humiliation burning in his eyes as he tremblingly mutters a faint, embarrassed thank you. Seeing the proud archbishop utterly occupied bowing to the dirt, Margaret realizes this is her golden window of opportunity. Sprinting away at full speed, Margaret yells, "Let's run away!" leaving Rujef bowing repeatedly to the empty air with massive question marks floating around his head. Wiping her forehead with a relieved sigh, Margaret compliments herself on fooling him so flawlessly without her voice shaking once. Looking up at the twilight sky as birds fly across the magenta horizon, she silently prays that since their paths won't cross again, her nightmare encounter with him is officially over. Letting out a heavy, tired exhale, Margaret gazes at the golden autumn trees, coming to the tragic realization that her master plan to lie low and avoid the main male leads has failed miserably, having already run into 3 of them. Host commentary time. Talk about reverse harem magnetism. She literally tried to hide on an uncharted island, and the universe keeps throwing high-status male leads directly into her path. Massaging her aching temple, she admits her avoidance strategy was doomed right from day one, considering she bumped into the primary male lead, Enoch, the moment she washed ashore. Wondering why Rujef was even wandering around the mountain at dusk, Margaret is suddenly startled by a booming, panic-stricken shout echoing from below as Enoch stands at the cave entrance clutching his spear. Margaret lets out a startled gasp, instantly recognizing Enoch's voice calling up from the bottom of the cliff. Breathing heavily, Enoch stands with his white shirt completely unbuttoned, his muscular chest exposed, and his glowing golden amber eyes wide with raw anxiety. Heavy footsteps crunch against the gravel as Enoch charges up the steep path towards her, while Margaret stammers his name in confusion. Holding up her hands, Margaret frantically starts explaining why she was delayed and what kept her out past sunset. Before she can utter another word, Enoch drops his weapon and forcefully pulls her into a tight, overwhelming embrace, wrapping his arms tightly around her ruffled gown. Close-up of Margaret's vivid blue eyes expanding in total astonishment as she feels the fierce, possessive intensity of his grip. Enoch buries his face deep into her shoulder, his entire body trembling with intense emotion as he breathes out her name. Struggling for breath, panting, Margaret squeaks out that he's hugging her so tightly she can barely breathe, trying to explain that she only got distracted because she saw a flare signal in the sky. Enoch's hands tremble against the fabric of her back, his breath ragged as he whispers softly that he genuinely thought he had lost her forever. A breathtaking wide panel captures Enoch's broad, muscular frame, wrapping around Margaret under the golden rays of the setting sun, holding her like his entire world depended on it. Tears shimmer in Margaret's eyes as she leans into his chest, her heart aching as she realizes just how utterly terrified he was that something terrible had happened to her during her trek. Host commentary time. Look at the incredible emotional depth rendered in this embrace. Enoch was genuinely out of his mind with fear. The romance line in this webtoon hits completely different when the stakes are real. Margaret tightly grips the fabric of Enoch's shirt, melting into his warm embrace as the quiet twilight settles over the island wilderness. Still wrapped tightly in Enoch's arms, Margaret's mind quickly replayed the chaotic chaos of her afternoon, from spotting those flare sparks in the sky to being relentlessly hunted by wild monster packs, and finally tricking that arrogant Archbishop Rujef into bowing to the dirt. Looking down at the warm fabric of his shirt, Margaret blushes softly under the twilight glow, trying to construct a believable excuse for why she disappeared for hours without telling anyone. Before she can finish her story, Enoch suddenly drops to one knee and gently takes hold of her bare ankle, inspecting her minor scratches while sternly muttering that she's hurt. Margaret squeaks out, "Ouch!" wincing as his calloused thumb grazes her bruised skin. Scanning the inside of the cavern, Enoch's golden eyes narrow in deep confusion as he asks why the entire cave looks like a localized bomb went off, noticing shattered rocks and scattered debris everywhere. In a cute chibi moment, Enoch tilts his head with massive question marks floating around his hair, casually lying that the cave just magically ended up in ruins, leaving Margaret staring back in total bewilderment. Snapping back to priority matters, Margaret frantically asks where Kaiden went, only for Enoch to casually reveal that the wild cat boy ran off into the pitch-black jungle to search for her. Margaret gasps in sheer shock, realizing he went out alone in the middle of the night. Resting her fingers against her lips, Margaret's expression darkens as she contemplates how insanely dangerous this island becomes after dark, silently praying Kaiden doesn't get ambushed by high-level monsters.
Trying to diffuse the rising tension, Margaret starts waving her hands around frantically, babbling at top speed about how she merely went for a harmless mountain hike and completely lost track of time because the descent was slightly faster.
Enoch's face remains totally shadowed as he utters a low, terrifying laugh, causing the atmosphere inside the cave to plunge straight into absolute zero. Dark, suffocating purple mana swirls violently around Enoch's towering silhouette, causing a sweating Chibi Margaret to shake violently in sheer discomfort. Host commentary time. Look at that terrifying yandere energy radiating off him. Enoch isn't even yelling, but his silent rage is terrifying enough to make anyone sweat through their clothes. Running a tired hand through his messy dark hair, Enoch lets out a heavy, ragged sigh, softly confessing that he isn't angry at her at all. Lowering his hand, his piercing amber eyes burn with intense raw vulnerability as he whispers that the only person he's truly furious with is himself. Clenching his fist against his forehead, Enoch agonizingly blames his own weakness, lamenting that he failed to protect her and let her suffer out in the wild. Margaret holds out her hand in total shock, shouting for him to stop blaming himself for her own reckless mistake. Massaging her temple, Margaret firmly insists that her delay was entirely her own fault, telling him not to take the burden of the universe onto his shoulders. Turning his back to the cave entrance as bright light frames his muscular shoulders, Enoch sits motionless while Margaret reminds him that he was never under any obligation to protect her in the first place. Looking at his broad back, Margaret silently reflects on how unusually intense Enoch's protectiveness has been today, attributing it to his noble knightly spirit kicking into overdrive under the life-or-death pressures of being stranded. Enoch gently pulls at the frayed collar of his torn white shirt, exposing his collarbone. Host commentary time. The male lead torn shirt trope strikes again. The artist knew exactly what they were doing with this high-budget fan service lighting. Turning his razor-sharp profile toward her, Enoch softly thanks her for worrying, but firmly states that he has zero intention of letting them just comfortably rot away in this hostile wilderness. Margaret tilts her head in quiet confusion, softly asking him what he means by that statement. Before he can answer, Margaret suddenly lunges forward and thrusts her index finger right in front of his nose. Pointing imperiously at his face, Margaret boldly asserts that without her survival knowledge and magical support, he wouldn't even manage to survive a single day on this crazy island. Enoch's glowing yellow eyes expand in total astonishment as her blunt words hit him right between the eyes. Close-up of Enoch's intense amber iris reflecting the flickering light, completely mesmerized by her unshakable confidence. In a comically chibi internal thought, Margaret sweats nervously, stunned that Enoch actually agreed with her exaggerated claims so easily. Meanwhile, Enoch sits cross-legged, quietly chuckling that as unbelievable as it sounds, her claim is 100% the truth. A cute secondary panel shows Chibi Margaret chin-stroking, wondering if he's relying on her solely to help suppress his magical seizures, knowing his heart will eventually belong to the original female lead, Yuana, once she arrives on the island. A heavy thud echoes through her chest as a close-up panel highlights Margaret's brilliant blue eye widening in shock as Enoch whispers softly that he genuinely cares about her safety. Looking back at her with absolute sincerity, Enoch quietly confesses that he constantly worries about her well-being every single second they're apart. Host commentary time. Look at those emotional eyes. He's dropping straight-up male lead confession lines, and Margaret's brain is completely melting under the romantic pressure. Drop-dead gorgeous wide panel shows Enoch dropping to both knees right in front of Margaret, tenderly taking both of her delicate hands in his massive palms. Romantic echo bubbles fill the panel screen as Margaret's inner thoughts repeat his words in disbelief. You're on my mind, me too. You're on my mind. Realization strikes her like a bolt of lightning, causing Margaret's eyes to snap open as she panics internally over what she just blurted out. Leaning forward with his exposed chest glowing under the ambient light, Enoch fixes her with an intense stare, repeating her words with a subtle smile. Me too, huh? A hilarious visual panel shows past Margaret chasing Enoch with floating hearts, while current Enoch looks baffled. Margaret screams internally, flustered, embarrassed, realizing her phrasing made it sound like she still harbors romantic feelings for him. Host commentary time. The classic verbal misstep. She tried to play it cool and accidentally confessed that she thinks about him day and night. Flashback panels recall memories of Enoch treating her foot with utmost gentleness atop a high tree branch, as well as holding her tightly against his chest while wielding his spear in the dark forest. A dramatic combat flashback shows Enoch fighting off beasts in a swirl of blue mana. Returning to reality, Margaret stammers out, flustered, embarrassed, that it's only natural for two people stranded together to develop a basic, practical bound of mutual care. Reaching out frantically, Enoch tries to clarify that his feelings go far deeper than simple survival camaraderie, but Margaret sharply interrupts him. Scratching her cheek awkwardly, Margaret adopts a pragmatic tone, warning him that wasting precious mental energy on trivial romantic feelings could seriously jeopardize their overall chances of survival. Flashing a polite, calculated smile, mocking tone, Margaret gently asks if they should draw a line and hold back on emotional attachments. Enoch's golden eyes widen in absolute horror as her emotional wall slams right in his face. In a hilarious visual moment, Margaret swiftly scoots her butt backward along the cold cave floor, creating a solid 3 feet of physical boundary between them. Glancing sideways with a smug grin, Margaret compliments herself internally on giving such a perfect logical rejection, planning to slip back to her designated sleeping corner while the momentum is on her side. Dark, thorny vines frame the panel as Enoch suddenly lunges forward, breathless, trapping her against the rough stone wall. His face hovers inches from hers as he growls softly, "If logical rejection worked on me, would I be acting like this right now?" Margaret's blue eyes shrink to tiny pinpricks in sheer panic. Host commentary time. He cornered her against the wall. Enoch completely threw out the polite gentleman script and went full aggressive romance mode. The tension in this cave is off the charts. Looking down at him kneeling right between her knees, Margaret's mind completely short-circuits, wondering why her foolproof rejection strategy completely backfired on a former imperial prince. Gripping the fabric of her dress in sheer fluster, Margaret frantically stammers internally, trying to find any logical argument to snap him back to his senses. Leaning in even closer while blocking her escape hands, Enoch weaponizes her past words against her, reminding her that she once swore she'd never develop feelings for him and explicitly told him not to hold on to false hopes. Bringing his face ridiculously close to hers while Margaret covers her red face, Enoch softly whispers, asking if letting these feelings grow will really just turn into an annoying distraction for both of them, exactly like she predicted. Shrinking back against the wall with her hands raised in total defense, Margaret lets out a helpless whimper, completely overwhelmed by his intense physical proximity. Suddenly, Enoch drops his head into deep shadow. Deep sigh, his muscular shoulders slumping as a wave of intense self-loathing washes over him. A hilarious chibi conscience panel pops up, detailing Margaret's internal guilt trip. Her conscience heart getting impaled by arrows, labeled words backfiring, and he was still worried about you. Margaret groans internally, realizing her brutal reality check utterly crushed his spirit. Host commentary time. Margaret's own conscience is literally beating her up. She gave him a cold reality check and instantly regretted breaking his golden retriever heart. Campfire light flickers against the cavern walls as Margaret takes a deep, sincere breath, softly speaking his name and confessing that more than anything, she desperately wants to live. Placing her hand over her beating heart, Margaret fixes Enoch with an earnest, glowing look, telling him that she wants him to survive this ordeal just as much, urging him that for now, they need to focus 100% of their strength on staying alive together. Looking deeply into Enoch's intense amber eyes, Margaret softly assures him that they can deal with all their complicated emotional issues later, once they're actually safe and off this deadly island. Enoch's piercing golden iris quivers slightly in the dim cavern lighting, taking in every single word of her gentle reassurance. Softly letting out a quiet breath, Enoch peacefully closes his eyes and whispers a quiet agreement, finally letting his intense tension melt away. Outside the cave, the glorious sunset sky blazes with radiant orange hues as Enoch sits in absolute silence, fighting to bottle up the overwhelming flood of emotion surging through his chest. Host commentary time. Look at that background art. The artist turned this awkward emotional scene into an absolute cinematic masterpiece. Unable to take the suffocating awkwardness hanging inside the cave any longer, Margaret awkwardly crosses her arms and excuses herself, taking a quick step outside to clear her overloaded head. Suddenly, catching a strange movement out of the corner of her bright blue eye, Margaret pauses in place, her brows furrowing in quiet curiosity. Resting under the sweeping shade of a massive tree, a mysterious solitary figure sits quietly on a fallen wooden log. Recognizing the familiar broad shoulders and silver hair instantly,
Margaret gasps softly, realizing it's none other than Kaiden. Slowly approaching him from behind, Margaret notices how exhausted he looks, sitting quietly under the warm evening sunlight. Glancing down at the frayed hem of his royal blue coat, she silently realizes that Kaiden must have spent hours frantically searching through the treacherous forest just to find her safely. Hearing her light footsteps, Kaiden glances over his shoulder, his sharp crimson eyes softening the moment he spots her alive and well. Taking a seat next to him on the sturdy log, Margaret breaks the heavy silence, softly apologizing for putting him through so much unnecessary worry. Host commentary time. Margaret is running a full-time emotional daycare on this island. Every single male lead has a complete crisis the moment she steps out of sight. Offering a remarkably gentle smile, Kaiden whispers that her safety is all that matters, casually revealing that Enoch was running around like a headless chicken with extreme separation anxiety the moment a dark magic circle appeared in the sky. Resting his chin thoughtfully on his knuckles, Kaiden smirks slightly, chuckling that watching the stoic crown prince completely lose his cool was quite an unbelievable spectacle. Margaret's face turns bright crimson as her mind completely explodes, realizing in utter horror that Kaiden overheard her entire cringeworthy conversation with Enoch. Before she can even process her shame, Kaiden suddenly leans in ridiculously close, gently cupping her chin as he smoothly confesses that he started developing a deep interest in her too. Clenching her jaw in absolute disbelief, Margaret's head throbs with annoyance, screaming internally that this sudden influx of romantic confessions is going to drive her completely insane. A hilarious chibi inner thought panel pops up as Margaret fumes, wondering if Enoch and Kaiden secretly colluded behind her back to attack her with romance all on the exact same day. Tightening his grip on her chin with a sharp gaze, Kaiden warns her in a serious tone not to brush his genuine words off as a simple joke. Flashing a skeptical, calm smile, mocking tone, Margaret gently swats his hand away, asking him why on earth he would suddenly become interested in someone like her. Host commentary time. You go, girl. Slap that hand away. She is not letting these handsome male leads manipulate her logic with their pretty faces. Reminding him of the rocky past, Margaret points out that he literally declared his hatred for her not too long ago, reminding him that they barely even know each other in a cute, comical chibi panel. Fixing him with a sharp, piercing stare, Margaret flatly states that he once looked at her with pure disdain, so there is mathematically zero chance she could ever harbor romantic feelings for him either. As the full moon rises high into the dark velvet sky, sigh, Kaiden lowers his head, letting out a quiet sigh under his breath. Turning his gaze toward the twilight horizon, Kaiden sincerely apologizes, expressing deep regret for threatening her previously and for falsely claiming that he hated her. Looking back at her with absolute honesty, Kaiden softly explains that he initially believed she was playing mind games to escape danger, but realized she is completely different from the terrible rumors and the old Margaret he used to know. Glowing under the romantic moonlight, Margaret listens quietly, her soft blonde hair swaying gently in the night breeze. Broadening his stance on the log, Kaiden confesses that watching her true self naturally drew his eyes toward her, sparking an undeniable fascination inside his heart. Meeting her blue eyes with unwavering focus, Kaiden admits that he can no longer stop himself from wanting to know every single thing about her. Warm, floral background effects fill the screen as Kaiden earnestly declares that he is completely powerless against these growing romantic feelings. Host commentary time. Look at those smooth lines. If this was any standard Otomi game, that confession would have instantly maxed out his affection meter. Placing a hand over his chest, Kaiden fixes her with an intense look, while Margaret internally questions whether his sweet words are genuine or if she's just letting her past bad impressions cloud her judgment. Shaking her head to clear the romantic brain fog, Margaret firmly raises her hand to cut him off, deciding that regardless of what he says, none of his sweet talk feels sincere. Bluntly shutting him down, Margaret declares that he doesn't actually like her, suddenly pointing right at his magical earring and stating that it's clearly broken. Resting her chin on her arm, Margaret smirks with total confidence, reminding him that those special magical earrings require
crafted specifically to stabilize his volatile emotional magic. A drop of cold sweat rolls down Kaiden's cheek as his eyes widen in total shock, stuttering in disbelief over how she could possibly know about his private secret. Pointing her finger directly at his flustered face, Margaret authoritatively explains that without the magical suppression from those earrings, his internal magic is spiraling out of control and messing with his brain chemistry. Massaging her tired temple with a heavy sigh, Margaret logic pokes him, reassuring him that she completely understands why he's spouting such bizarre romance lines to someone he actually dislikes. Host commentary time. She literally diagnosed his romantic confession as a medical magic malfunction. Margaret's total refusal to accept romance is top-tier comedy. Glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, Margaret smugly congratulates herself internally, confident that her reality check was more than enough for him to get the hint and drop it. Looking up at the luminous moon, Margaret silently reminds herself that both Kaiden and Enoch are destined to fall head over heels for the original female lead, Yuana, the second she arrives on the island. Dusting off her skirt, Margaret prepares to wrap up this exhausting conversation and head back to get some well-deserved rest. Stretching her arms with a sleepy yawn, Margaret announces she's going to sleep, but Kaiden suddenly grabs her wrist tightly, startling her completely. Shadows drape over Kaiden's handsome face as his crimson eyes gleam in the dark, softly admitting that her logical explanation makes complete sense. Holding her arm in an iron grip, Kaiden steps close and firmly asserts that regardless of his magic or her logic, these feelings belong to him, meaning only he gets to decide who he falls for. Unexpectedly lifting her hand, Kaiden plants a suave kiss right on her knuckles. Chibi Margaret completely loses her mind in shock, screaming at him for being an utterly selfish, presumptuous jerk. Sparkling flowers bloom around Kaiden as he flashes a delightfully shameless grin, cheerfully admitting that he knows he's being selfish while Margaret fumes in chibi rage. Host commentary time. He is completely unbothered. Kaiden took her logic lecture, tossed it in the trash, and pulled out the ultimate smooth prince move anyway. Sprinting away as fast as her legs can carry her, Margaret flees into the dark woods while Kaiden cheerfully waves goodbye from the log. Walking through the shadowy forest under the bright full moon, Margaret lets out a heavy sigh, lamenting how Enoch was already an emotional handful and now Kaiden is adding to her headaches. Complaining internally about how uncontrollable these male leads are, Margaret suddenly freezes in place as a towering dark figure steps out from the shadows ahead. Standing motionless at the cavern entrance with his shirt torn open, Enoch stares at her with a dark, brooding intensity that sends chills straight down her spine. Sweating nervously under his terrifying gaze, Margaret panics internally, frantically wondering if Enoch overheard every single word of her private conversation with Kaiden. Silently turning around, Enoch walks back into the cave, while Margaret follows close behind, mentally declaring that she has officially said everything she needed to say to both of them, ready to face whatever drama comes next. Groaning in sheer exhaustion, Margaret opens her eyes, her entirely body aching after being unconscious for days. 4 whole days pass in a flash as the scene shifts to sunset around a crackling campfire, where Enoch and Kaiden sit quietly on wooden logs. Stepping into the warm firelight, Margaret weakly clutches her shoulder, her fancy dress thoroughly ruined after surviving that wild mountain chase. Turning his head with genuine concern, Enoch softly asks if her body is feeling all right, prompting Margaret to give a gentle nod as she reassures him she's fine.
Internally cringing with a heavy sigh, Margaret admits to herself that while running down a mountain in sheer panic was extreme, staying bedridden with total muscle soreness for 4 full days is downright pathetic. Host commentary time. Poor Margaret. She survived a giant 2-headed wolf attack only to be defeated by good old-fashioned leg day stiffness.
Thinking back to how she dragged Enoch down the mountain from that monstrous beast, Margaret resolves in a hilarious comical chibi panel that she desperately needs to start stamina training immediately. Before she can process her thoughts, Enoch suddenly leans forward and gently places his large palm against her forehead to test her temperature. Fixing her with an intensely earnest gaze, Enoch whispers that at least her fever has completely broken. Blushing wildly from the unexpected proximity, Margaret Mock backs away in a panic, stammering that she already told him she's feeling completely better. Host commentary time. Look at Enoch being all smooth and attentive. He went from dark, moody prince to personal private doctor real quick. An awkward silence suddenly settles over the camp as both Enoch and Margaret avert their eyes. feeling the lingering romantic tension hanging heavy in the air. Popping out from behind with a hilarious grumpy chibi expression, Kaiden glares at them while casually suggesting that she really ought to rest a little bit more. Shaking her head, Margaret firmly insists that 4 days of bed rest is more than enough, stating that she refuses to spend another second lying around doing nothing. Grunting in quiet annoyance, Kaiden rests his chin on his hand as Enoch and Margaret sit side by side near the warm, crackling fire. Leaning in close, Enoch gently brushes a strand of blonde hair from her face, keeping his intense golden gaze locked onto hers. Swallowing her nervousness, Margaret changes the subject by asking Enoch if Sir Diego sent any messages while she was out cold, only for Enoch to shake his head in disappointment. Host commentary time. Margaret's ultimate defense mechanism against romance is just instantly changing the topic to plot exposition. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, Margaret inwardly sighs, disappointed that despite all their effort on the patrol, they didn't manage to gain a single useful lead. Turning her attention toward Kaiden sitting across the fire, Margaret realizes that unlike them, who only circle between the cave and the beach, Kaiden has been freely exploring every corner of the island. Looking directly at Kaiden as he rests his cheek on his fist in a stunningly handsome posture, Margaret asks if he's encountered any other living souls during his travels. Raising his hand in a relaxed gesture, Kaiden smoothly answers that he hasn't spotted a single human being anywhere. Flashing a mischievous smirk and a comical chibi panel, Kaiden teasingly adds that he spent all his free time doing nothing but hunting wild monsters. Host commentary time. Man is out here playing a full survival RPG while everyone else is trapped in an Otomi romance drama. Gazing up at the vibrant evening sky, Kaiden lets out a soft chuckle, mentioning that during his hunts, he actually had something specific he wanted to double-check. Resting his ankle over his knee with a suave grin, Kaiden exudes pure royal confidence under the golden sunlight. Looking over from across the crackling campfire, Margaret tilts her head in quiet curiosity, asking him what on earth he was trying to check. Holding up his fingers as visual chains frame the atmosphere, Kaiden softly points out how utterly strange their current situation is. Lowering his tone, Kaiden explains that even though mana is completely suppressed across the entire island, there are still vicious monsters roaming around whose very existence relies purely on mana. Scratch his head in deep thought, Enoch admits that now that Kaiden brings it up, there really are a lot of deeply bizarre anomalies on this land. Leaning forward with a wooden stick, Enoch reveals that while he was out on patrol today, he discovered strange alien characters carved directly into a high cliff wall. As Enoch writes out the letters ALEA on the ground, Margaret's heart drops into her stomach, her eyes widening in utter disbelief as she gasps out the name, Alea. Pointing his finger, Kaiden casually mentions that he saw those exact same letters branded into the thick red hide of the monsters he hunted. Hold on, a mystery brand on both the terrain and the monsters? The plot is finally thickening beyond the love triangle. Sinking into deep panic, Margaret stares blankly into the shadows, connecting the dots that the exact same name appears on the rocks, the beasts, and her mysterious modern item. Reaching into the folds of her dress, Margaret nervously murmurs that she picked up something unusual on her way down the mountain, catching Kaiden's immediate intrigue. Pulling out a bright red modern flare gun, Margaret holds it out, announcing to their total shock that the massive firework explosion in the sky days ago was triggered by this exact object. Kaiden's jaw drops in utter astonishment, shouting in disbelief as he asks how on earth she managed to summon a sky-rending explosion with a tiny plastic tool. Sweating bullets in a funny chibi panel, Margaret nervously laughs that she wasn't trying to keep secrets. She simply forgot to mention it amid all the chaos. Host commentary time. Oh yeah, by the way, I accidentally fired a modern artillery signal. Margaret's casual attitude toward literal modern weaponry is legendary. Showing them the side of the red casing, Margaret explains that while fiddling with the trigger, sparks shot out, and right there on the handle, the word Alea is engraved. Taking the red object into his hands, Kaiden examines examines it with sharp focus, asking if it's some kind of ancient high-tier magic tool. Waving her hands defensively, Margaret stammers that she isn't entirely sure about its true nature. Inspecting the trigger mechanism closely, Kaiden muses that rather than a simple magic artifact, it resembles a modern tool crafted for a specific specialized function. As Margaret secretly panics in chibi form, realizing she can't explain modern technology without sounding like a crazy person, Kaiden suddenly snaps his fingers, declaring that it definitely is a magic tool after all. Holding up a small red shotgun cartridge, Kaiden points out tiny microscopic mana formulas etched onto the surface, leaving Margaret completely baffled since she can't see anything at all. Host commentary time. Wait, magic formulas etched on shotgun shells? This fantasy world's tech stack is wilder than we thought. Pointing directly at the word engraved on the red barrel, Margaret redirects their focus, insisting that the most critical clue isn't the trigger, but the name marked right here. Reminding them of her background, Margaret explains that during her Nobel education, she thoroughly studied the ancient languages of the Eastern continent. Floating in a dark, mysterious void with visual silhouettes of a hooded figure holding flare ammunition, Margaret theorizes that Ayla is almost certainly the personal name of the person who created this weapon. A heavy tension falls over the group as Kaiden agrees, flatly stating that this proves without a shadow of a doubt that other human beings resided on this island before them. Looking up at the darkening sky, Kaiden ominously suggests that the original owner of this magic tool might still be alive and hiding in the dark, possibly even being the mastermind who kidnapped them all. Dramatic split panels flash across the screen as Margaret's mind races, realizing the chilling possibility that their captor is lurking somewhere in the shadows right now. Staring into the deep abyss, Margaret pictures a menacing hooded mastermind named Alea pulling the strings of their survival game. Host commentary time. Finally, we are getting closer to revealing the main villain behind this entire island kidnapping mystery. Modern cityscape graphics and futuristic camera overlays surge through Margaret's mind, making her panic as she wonders if this island is actually an elaborate sci-fi experiment from Earth. Shivering in existential dread, Margaret frantically questions how people from a fantasy romance novel could end up in a modern scientific trap, and how her soul was transmigrated into Margaret's body. Breaking her out of her frantic spiraling thoughts, calm, decisive voice, Enoch speaks up, asserting that before jumping to wild conclusions, their highest priority must be gathering more concrete intelligence. Kaiden hands the red device back, calmly pointing out that examining a single isolated tool isn't nearly enough to make a definitive judgment about their captor's true identity or ultimate endgame. Taking the flare gun back in her hands, Margaret nods in agreement, deciding that they should wrap up their discussion for now and tidy up the campsite before nightfall. As the sun sets over the lush island horizon, the group finishes cleanup duty, preparing to retreat inside the safety of the cave shelter as darkness creeps in. Staring down at the red casing in her palm, Margaret rubs her thumb over the engraved handle, muttering to herself as she tries to recall where on earth she's heard the word Alea before. Host commentary time. Margaret's brain is working overtime trying to bridge modern Earth terminology with fantasy world lore. Pondering in chibi form whether the word comes from Latin or Greek, Margaret lets out a soft exhalation, remembering that she actually encountered the term back when she was studying kinesiology in her past life. Night passes peacefully over the island until a brilliant morning sun pierces through the clouds, signaling the start of a brand new day outside the cavern shelter. Opening her eyes to the golden morning rays, Margaret stretches her arms and sits up inside the cave, feeling much more refreshed after 4 full days of forced bed rest. Hearing light footsteps approaching the cavern entrance, Margaret turns around in shock, calling out Kaiden's name as he casually strolls inside. Host commentary time. Look who decided to pull up at the crack of dawn. Kaiden is making dramatic entrances like he owns the whole island resort. Blinking in utter confusion, Margaret watches as Kaiden stretches his neck with a wide yawn, noticing to her absolute horror that his clothes are drenched in fresh dark red monster splatter. Dumbfounded in chibi mode, Margaret frantically wonders if the world ended overnight, while Kaiden nonchalantly brushes sticky blood spots off his coat, mentioning that Enoch went out early to forage. Asking him where on earth he's coming from, Kaiden flashes a dark, menacing smirk, casually explaining that a pack of wild wolves kept making annoying noise all night, so he went out and wiped them all off the face of the map. Swallowing hard in sheer panic, Margaret remembers that Kaiden possesses a rare physical constitution, where mana constantly accumulates internally, requiring regular magic discharge, and since his mana-suppressing earring is shattered, he has no choice but to purge it manually. Host commentary time. Imagine going on a midnight monster genocide just because you couldn't get a good night's sleep. Caden's stress relief methods are truly next level. Staring blankly into space, Margaret realizes in complete disbelief that Kaiden is literally hunting dangerous apex beasts as a casual form of personal stress relief. Raising his arms in a cozy stretch, Kaiden sighs contentedly, declaring how amazingly refreshed he feels, while Chibi Margaret breaks down into frantic panic, wondering if he's going to go completely insane from mana congestion. Narrowing her eyes with intense focus, Margaret realizes she needs to find a viable long-term solution before Caden snaps and destroys everything. Reflecting on the original web novel plotlines, Margaret remembers how this story was an intense, high-heat romance novel where the female lead saved the day. Host commentary time. Ah, yes, the classic romance novel solution where every life-threatening magical illness is solved through sheer dramatic romance. Recalling the novel's original explicit scenes, Margaret blushes furiously as she remembers how the heroine Yuana was supposed to purge Caden's congested mana through intense physical intimacy. Screaming out in comical horror, Chibi Margaret flails her arms wildly, completely mortified by the graphic romantic imagery bouncing around in her head. Clenching her fist in absolute refusal, Margaret yells out into the void that there's no way on earth she's ever going to perform that kind of mana treatment. Burying her face in her hands with a heavy sigh, Margaret forces her brain to think logically, reasoning that if the core goal is simply clearing up congested mana pathways, there must be a purely physical method to achieve it. Host commentary time. Margaret is out here applying medical science and logical bypasses to dodge romance novel tropes. Absolute genius move. Gazing over at Kaiden standing proudly in his blood-stained royal coat, Margaret's brain flashes with an incredible light bulb moment. Remembering a memory from her past noble education, Margaret pictures her old bearded magic instructor pointing to a chalkboard diagram, lecturing about the importance of core physical conditioning. Recalling how the old tutor explained that building up pure physical stamina directly facilitates smooth mana flow across the body, young Margaret had yawned from boredom, but now it makes total sense. Grasping her dress collar with wide eyes, Margaret realizes that intense stamina training is the key to unlocking safe, natural mana circulation without needing any magical accessories. Locking her bright blue eyes onto Kaiden with a sharp, calculating stare, Margaret prepares to put her brand new physical rehabilitation program into action. Resting his chin comfortably on his hand, Kaiden smirks back with a mischievous glint in his golden eyes, asking her why she's staring at him with such intense passion. Host commentary time. Kaiden really thought she was swooning over his rugged, blood-splattered charm. The vanity on this prince is unmatched. Framed in a sparkling shoujo romance background full of hearts and glitter, Kaiden playfully tilts his head, teasingly asking if she's finally fallen head over heels in love with him. Sweat-dropping in comical chibi style, Margaret casually flickers away his floating romance heart, completely unbothered by his dramatic playboy charm. Standing up and brushing down her ruffled gown, Margaret walks straight up to him, noting that since he was energetic enough to hunt monsters all morning, his physical condition must be totally fine. Dropping a heavy bundle of thick wood and logs right at his feet, Margaret casually mentions that since Enoch went out to forage for food, they desperately need someone to tend to the campsite fire. Looking down at him with a sweet, innocent expression, Margaret politely asks if he could keep the fire burning until Enoch returns. While Margaret poses gracefully like an ethereal goddess carrying timber, Chibi Kaiden drops his firewood in absolute disbelief, utterly stunned that a high prince is being ordered around like a camp maid. Host commentary time. She really assigned physical labor to the Grand Tower Master. Margaret treats royals like unpaid interns. Baffled beyond belief in a hilarious close-up panel, Kaiden stares at her in dumbfounded silence, completely unable to process what just happened. Smiling with supreme satisfaction, Margaret nods approvingly to herself, internally quoting the golden rule that anyone who doesn't do manual work shall not get a single bite to eat. Taking a hilarious quick beat as the camp tension settles, the sheer petty energy between these two mismatched royals reaches absolute peak comedy. Standing frozen in front of the pile of wood, Kaiden squints at the timber like it's some kind of ancient alien puzzle box he's never seen before. Tilting her head in genuine confusion, Margaret squints back at him with big wide eyes, noticing his awkward hesitation around the plain wooden logs. Realization suddenly strikes Margaret's mind as a hilarious thought bubble appears, wondering if this elite magical genius literally has zero idea how to build a basic campfire. An awkward standoff occurs at the cavern entrance as Kaiden cradles the wood in silence, completely cementing Margaret's hilarious assumption. Host commentary time. The Grand Tower Master can unleash high-tier apocalyptic magic spells, but put him in front of 2 dry sticks and he completely freezes. Suddenly bursting out into loud, hysterical laughter, Kaiden wipes a tear from his eye, scoffing that he is an absolute master at starting fires. Smirking down at her condescendingly, Kaiden remarks that Margaret is far too naive, pointing out that as the supreme Tower Master, it's completely absurd to think you wouldn't possess such basic survival knowledge. Swallowing her pride in an embarrassed gulp, Margaret inwardly agrees, feeling a bit silly for underestimating his vast intellectual background. Floating in a magical galaxy background, Margaret remembers the novel's original setting, where Kaiden is described as an all-knowing, omnivorous intellectual who effortlessly mastered every field of knowledge across the realm. Cheerful and bright in chibi form, Kaiden announces that while he can light the fire, it's way too annoying, so he'll just go gather extra firewood instead, leaving Margaret steaming with annoyance. Host commentary time. He didn't refuse because he couldn't. He refused because he was too lazy. The audacity of this man is unmatched. Grabbing a sharp wooden hunting spear with a firm grip, Margaret firmly tells him to go ahead, declaring that she will head out to do some real hunting herself, shocking Kaiden to his core. Clarifying her statement with a casual wave of her hand, Margaret explains that she isn't hunting wild beasts, but rather spearfishing in the nearby stream to catch their dinner. Holding out his hand in total protest, Kaiden shouts at her to halt immediately, completely flabbergasted by her bizarre plan. Pointing his finger dramatically, Kaiden rattles off a barrage of complaints, questioning how on earth a high noble lady like Margaret Rose Floan is going to hunt fish with a crude spear, only for chibi Margaret to accuse him of using discriminatory language. Gesturing wildly with his hands, Kaiden stammers that it has nothing to do with her noble status, but rather the sheer absurdity of a delicate lady attempting wild spearfishing. Tightening her grip on the smooth wooden shaft, Margaret looks on with unwavering determination, acknowledging that while noble ladies don't normally hunt fish with spears, when survival is on the line, she will do whatever it takes. Host commentary time. Margaret is turning into a full survival expert while the prince is still complaining about protocol. What a legendary heroine! Walking forward with her crude hunting spear in hand, Margaret sighs that she's getting completely sick of eating plain fish every single day. Since there are 0 wild beasts left nearby thanks to Kaiden's nightly rampage, she realizes they have no choice but to pack up and move their entire shelter. Looking out over the dense, overgrown jungle, Margaret worries that finding basic food supplies around this area is becoming practically impossible. But just as she notes they can't survive on coconuts forever, gasp! An unexpected shadow suddenly approaches from behind, making both her and Kaiden freeze in shock. Stepping out from the thick trees with a dangerously dark aura, Enoch growls through clenching teeth, catching the tail end of her sentence. Baring his teeth in pure irritation, he murmurs ominously to himself that he is 100% positive he tied Kaiden up tight earlier. Host commentary time. Enoch really thought a piece of plain rope was going to hold back the most overpowered magician on the island. The sheer optimism on this Grand Commander is hilarious. Casually adjusting his dangling red earring, Kaiden turns around with an unbothered expression, innocently asking what on earth Enoch means by tying him up. As Margaret looks on deadpan's sheer silence, the sheer smugness radiating off the prince is off the charts. Lightning literally sparks through the air between the two men as they lock eyes in a fierce staring contest. Stuck right in the middle of their terrifying battle aura, chibi Margaret flails around frantically, wondering how on earth she's supposed to keep these two explosive egos from killing each other. Glaring down with sharp yellow eyes, Enoch sternly warns Kaiden to stop hanging around Margaret once and for all. But Kaiden just flashes a menacing, razor-sharp smirk, mockingly complaining that Enoch is treating him like some kind of infectious disease, while chibi Margaret screams out in complete despair. Screaming inside her head in comical distress, Margaret remembers how peaceful things felt just yesterday when they were calmly exchanging survival opinions by the campfire. Host commentary time. Margaret really thought one campfire chat meant they were best friends forever. Welcome to the chaotic world of jealous male leads, girl. Spreading her arms wide to physically block Enoch's path, Margaret firmly orders him not to tie Kaiden up ever again. Shocked by her sudden intervention, both men freeze as she steps in to take full control of the chaotic situation. Standing her ground, Margaret loudly announces that she actually has an important task for Kaiden to perform. But before she can even finish her sentence, Kaiden smugly points his thumb at himself, lazily declaring that he has zero intention of doing any work whatsoever. Without missing a single beat, Margaret casually hits him with the ultimate threat, stating that anyone who doesn't work gets absolutely no food. Instantly switching into a sparkling, cheerful chibi style, Kaiden claps his hands together in pure delight, eagerly begging to know exactly how much firewood he needs to collect. Host commentary time. The Grand Tower Master folded in less than 2 seconds for a hot meal. Hunger really is the ultimate equalizer. Smiling sweetly, Margaret instructs him to gather enough timber to cover tonight's dinner and tomorrow's breakfast. Skipping off into the forest with bouncy little steps, Kaiden happily agrees, completely forgotten about his royal pride. Letting out a massive, exhausted breath, Margaret wipes the imaginary sweat off her forehead while Chibi Enoch pouts in the corner, thoroughly displeased that the unwanted visitor gets to stick around. Surrounded by a heavenly backdrop of blooming flowers and glittering light, Kaiden stretches contentedly, marveling at how crystal clear his head feels and how insanely good his physical condition has become. Watching him carry heavy wooden logs into camp, Margaret nods approvingly in internal satisfaction, reasoning that engaging in honest physical labor is infinitely better for his monoflow than slaughtering wild monsters. A bright decorative banner pops up declaring the golden rule: a healthy mind and a healthy body. Host commentary time. Margaret literally turned a high-tier fantasy romance plot into a mandatory wilderness boot camp. She's basically his personal fitness trainer now. Twirling a sharp stone knife in her fingers, Margaret flashes a mischievous, calculating grin, deciding that it's finally time for her to get down to serious work as well. Resting his hands lazily behind his head, Kaiden quietly observes her from afar with an intrigued, silent gaze as she sets up her workstation. Watching her rapidly skin and dress the wild rabbit Enoch caught earlier, Kaiden's eyes widen in sheer astonishment as he asks if a delicate noble lady can truly perform such crude butcher work. An inset panel hilariously showcases the dead rabbit with dizzy eyes. Leaning down close to her shoulder, Kaiden politely asks if she needs his assistance, but Margaret casually waves him off without looking up, telling him she's totally fine and instructing him to go help Enoch prepare the cooking setup instead. Host commentary time. Look at Kaiden casually offering to help skin a rabbit just to stay close to her. The Playboy prince is falling hard and he doesn't even realize it yet. Resting his chin on his hand in a cute pouting pose, Kaiden gazes at her curiously, murmuring her name with a deeply intrigued expression. Leaning back, Kaiden directly questions if she's truly the same Margaret Rose Floan he used to know, suspiciously asking if she's actually a completely different person. Sweating nervously, Margaret inwardly panics, reminding herself that he only thinks that because he never actually paid attention to the real Margaret in the past. Standing tall with his white shirt dramatically unbuttoned under the bright blue sky, Enoch steps forward to defend her, telling Kaiden that even after living together for days, he clearly still fails to see that Margaret is no ordinary noble lady. Flashing a triumphant, smirking profile, Enoch smugly boasts that Kaiden knows nothing about Margaret's true self, causing Chibi Margaret to freak out in the background, screaming in utter confusion over why Enoch is suddenly acting like her biggest hype man. Host commentary time. Enoch is out here acting like he holds the exclusive license to Margaret's personality. The sheer flex on this crown prince is hilarious. Trembling in comical disbelief, Chibi Margaret complains to herself that while Kaiden was always a bizarre weirdo, she has absolutely no idea what kind of strange bug bit Enoch to make him act this proud. Shaking his fists in a hilarious Chibi meltdown, Kaiden screams out in frustration, demanding to know what this mysterious true self of hers actually is, leaving Margaret standing there completely dumbfounded. Narrowing his brilliant crimson eyes with intense curiosity, Kaiden stares directly into her soul, waiting in dead silence for her to reveal the truth. Panicking inside her head, Margaret desperately racks her brain, wondering how on earth she's supposed to answer a crazy question about her true identity without exposing that she transmigrated into this novel. A hilarious imaginary panel pops up featuring a censored image of survival legend Bear Grylls tearing into a raw fish with text reading Jungle vs. Beaver and How to Survive in the Jungle. Unable to think of anything normal, Margaret blurts out Bear Grylls, leaving Chibi Kaiden thoroughly confused as she quickly shooed him away to go help Enoch. Host commentary time, did she really just drop a Bear Grylls reference in a historical fantasy romance novel? Margaret is an absolute chaotic legend. Pouting like a rejected puppy, Kaiden huffs in annoyance as he begrudgingly trudges back toward the campfire where Enoch is patiently waiting. Approaching Enoch with a soft voice, Kaiden quietly asks what he should help with. Watching him cooperate from afar, Margaret notes to herself how surprisingly obedient he is compared to his wildly arrogant novel counterpart. Flashing back to a dark blueprint memory of the original storyline, Margaret recalls how in the original web novel, Kaiden completely refused to participate in group survival, isolating himself as a cold, distant outsider even when the heroine was around. Reflecting further on her past knowledge, she remembers that among all the male leads who despised the villainous Margaret, Kaiden was second only to Enoch in his hatred. Yet now, somehow, both of these high-status men hold deep, favorable feelings toward her. A stunning, emotional close-up panel captures Margaret's sparkling blue eyes filled with quiet reflection as she contemplates how drastically she has altered the original fate of this world. Sitting around the crackling campfire, Enoch and Margaret carefully roast skewers of seasoned meat over the open flame. Breaking the cozy silence, Margaret suddenly remembers something important she wanted to bring up. Turning around while holding his own roasted meat skewer, Kaiden casually mentions that while he was out foraging earlier, he spotted a massive, fast-flowing river nearby, instantly catching Margaret's attention. Host commentary time. A flowing river on a deserted island is literally a goldmine for survival. This changes the entire game for their group. Visualizing a grand cascading waterfall in her mind, Margaret reasons that if this is a real major river and not just the small stream she and Enoch found before, it completely changes their circumstances. A cute visual diagram illustrates wild deer, rabbits, and rich berry bushes flourishing along the riverbanks, confirming that a major water source means an endless supply of fresh game and edible plants. Gasping in dramatic realization, Margaret's face lights up with excitement before she suddenly stops herself, looking over at Enoch with a nervous, hesitant expression. Clenching her hands tightly, Margaret inwardly worries whether Enoch will actually agree to pack up their camp and relocate deeper into the island's interior. A somber flashback image shows a grand sailing ship drifting across the ocean blue. Margaret reflects that the sole reason they stayed trapped on the harsh beach for an entire month was the desperate hope of signaling a passing ship. But since no rescue has arrived, survival must take top priority. Holding her skewer with trembling hands, Margaret gazes up at Enoch with big, hopeful eyes, nervously preparing to make her pitch. Host commentary time. Look at those huge puppy dog eyes. There is literally zero chance Enoch can say no to that face. Turning his sharp, handsome gaze toward her, Enoch thoughtfully repeats her words, questioning if moving near the river is truly the best course of action. Sitting together around the bright campfire, Margaret clearly explains that spending an entire month waiting on the shore yielded 0 rescue ships. She adds that moving inland is essential, especially considering the crucial piece of information they recently discovered. Reaching into his coat pocket, Enoch pulls out the bright red signal flare gun they salvaged earlier, holding it up in the ambient firelight. Holding up the sleek red launcher, Margaret points out the mysterious foreign word Alea engraved right onto the side, emphasizing that they need to explore deeper inland to find out what this clue actually means. An intense, dramatic split panel highlights a close-up of Margaret's vibrant blue eye locking onto Enoch's striking golden eye in total, breathless silence. Raising their skewers high in the air in adorable chibi style, Kaiden and Margaret celebrate in pure joy as Enoch officially approves the relocation plan. Host commentary time. Look at Kaiden joining in on the cheer like he was part of the planning committee all along. The teamwork in this weird trio is surprisingly top tier. Resting his chin thoughtfully on his fingers, Enoch commands that they gather extra provisions today and pack up their gear, planning to move the shelter first thing tomorrow morning, as Chibi Margaret happily agrees. Suddenly, a dramatic sound effect echoes through the air as Enoch turns around, throwing a sharp, suspicious glare straight at Kaiden. With a cold, indifferent expression, Enoch casually asks if Kaiden is actually planning on coming along with them, causing Kaiden to recoil in comical, dramatic shock. Exploding into a full chibi rage meltdown, Kaiden screams out in utter indignation, demanding to know why Enoch naturally assumed Crown Prince Enoch was coming while treating Kaiden like an absolute intruder, leaving Margaret sweat dropping in sheer exhaustion. Boldly pulling her close, Enoch flashes a smug, possessive smirk as he tells Kaiden that there was never any room between them for an intruder to squeeze into. But Kaiden just grins back mischievously, retorting that if there isn't any space, he'll simply carve one out for himself. Host commentary time. The pure audacity of this man. Kaiden is casually treating the Crown Prince like a slight minor inconvenience. Listening to the two of them growl at each other like angry wild dogs in the background, Margaret buries her face in her hands with a heavy, dramatic sigh, completely exhausted by their endless, immature rivalry while trying to enjoy her meal. Early the next morning, under the crisp blue sky, the group officially gathers their belongings on the high grassy ridge, preparing to move their base camp deeper into the island's lush jungle. Packing up every piece of salvageable gear, the trio tracks through the rugged terrain all day long, only stopping when the fiery orange sun begins to dip low toward the horizon. Holding her improvised wooden spear high, Margaret gasps out in sheer relief as they finally reach their target destination. Stretching out before them is a breathtaking, crystal-clear river winding gently through the majestic mountain valley. Just as Kaiden described, the vast water source is surrounded by thriving greenery, instantly making all their tiresome walking worth every single step. Turning around with a fierce, commanding expression, Margaret passionately declares to her male companions that this exact riverbank is the absolute best spot for them to build a new branch hut shelter. Flabbergasted by her rapid decision, Kaiden tilts his head in confusion, questioning why she wants to settle for a flimsy hut. But Margaret firmly explains that before arriving here, they searched every nearby canyon for natural caves or hidden cliff bunkers, only to come up completely empty-handed. She inwardly emphasizes that even along this rich riverside, there are no natural rock formations or hidden alcoves capable of protecting their bodies from unpredictable jungle weather or wild beasts. Clapping her hands together smartly, Margaret takes full charge, urging everyone to build a proper raised shelter before nightfall. She points out that heavy rain could cause the river to flood, meaning their wooden hut must be elevated off the ground to keep out unwanted crawlspace visitors like giant ants and venomous scorpions. Host commentary time. Margaret's survival knowledge is literally saving all their lives right now. She went from spoiled villainess to certified wilderness expert. Dumbfounded by her sudden technical breakdown, Kaiden blinks in complete dot-eyed bewilderment as he hesitantly asks how on earth they're supposed to construct a complex raised structure from scratch. An amusing visual profile highlights the stark reality of her two helpers, featuring Crown Prince Enoch and High Master Wizard Kaiden, two world-class, high-ranking nobles who have literally never performed a single second of manual labor in their entire lavish lives. Kneeling down on the dirt with a thin tree twig in hand, Margaret begins drawing out a detailed architectural blueprint right on the soil, instructing her two clueless royal students that they first need two short wooden poles and one sturdy long beam. Dragging her stick through the dirt, she demonstrates that the two short poles must be positioned together in a tight, stable triangle right at the front entrance of the hut. An adorable chibi visual guide breaks down the precise engineering step by step. After locking the main roof beam over the front tripod, secondary wooden poles are laid down like structural ribs along the spine, which are then densely covered with woven branches and fallen jungle leaves to form a waterproof roof. Striking a triumphant pose with her drawing stick, Margaret brightly asks her two high-class companions if her clear instructions make total sense to them now. Host commentary time. Look at Enoch and Kaiden staring at her stick diagram like she just revealed the secrets of ancient alien magic. Their noble brains are working overtime. Nodding their heads in synchronized chibi agreement, Kaiden and Enoch easily catch on, remarking that it sounds just like the basic temporary frame they put together back on the beach, agreeing that her structural strategy is absolutely perfect. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, Enoch notes that cutting down thick, heavy wooden timber will require a much sharper cutting tool than their bare hands. Blinking in sudden epiphany, Margaret's eyes gleam brightly as she informs them that if a sharp weapon is what they lack, she can easily solve that problem herself. Turning around with ethereal grace under the warm golden evening rays, Margaret radiates an effortless aura of regal beauty, causing both men to freeze in breathless awe as they murmur her name. A stunning, angelic angelic close-up showcases Margaret's sparkling blue eyes and glowing golden locks fluttering gracefully in the evening breeze. Looking down toward the rocky riverbank with absolute confidence, she casually remarks that if they don't have proper iron tools, they can simply forge their own sharp implements right here. Blinking in utter disbelief, Kaiden and Enoch stare at her in complete shock, wonderingly asking what on earth she could possibly mean by making weapons out of nowhere. Tying her long, silky hair back into a tight, practical ponytail, Margaret's soft, angelic expression instantly vanishes, replaced by a terrifying look of pure, ruthless determination. Panicking as he watches her dangerous change in demeanor, Enoch nervously yells out, desperately asking what crazy stunt she's about to pull next. Squatting low beside the riverbank, Margaret firmly grips both of her delicate white hands around a massive, solid granite boulder lodged deep into the dirt. With a burst of unbelievable brute strength, she forcefully hoists the gigantic multi-pound stone high above her head like it's light as a feather. Margaret savagely smashes the heavy boulder down onto a sharp river rock with a shattering impact, blasting stone fragments everywhere and causing both Enoch and Kaiden to scream out in absolute horror. Host commentary time. Did she just lift a whole boulder with her bare hands? Forget a delicate noble lady. Margaret is built like an absolute powerhouse superhero. Kaiden hysterically shrieks that she's going to crush her own hands, begging her to stop before she gets seriously hurt. But Margaret just wipes a stray strand of hair from her forehead, letting out a satisfied, cheerful gasp. Proudly holding out her palm, she presents a freshly broken, razor-sharp flintstone blade created from the shattered boulder fragment. A hilarious chibi diagram illustrates Margaret happily explaining that by binding these sharp stone edges onto thick wooden handles with sturdy vines, they can craft perfectly functional primitive stone axes. Meanwhile, Chibi Enoch and Kaiden tremble in sheer terror behind her, completely intimidated by her terrifying survival skills. Narrowing his eyes with deep, suspicious intensity, Kaiden points a dramatic finger straight at her face, solemnly demanding to know the truth once and for all. Pointing directly into her eyes, he directly asks if she is truly the real Margaret Rose Floan. But Margaret just casually crosses her arms with an annoyed smirk, telling him to keep his mouth shut and hurry up with the manual work before the sun completely sets. Chapter 32, Transition Panel. As the evening sun sets behind the silhouette of the dense jungle trees, the island sky turns a deep, fiery shade of purple and orange. Following right behind her footsteps like an annoying puppy, Kaiden continues to pester her repeatedly, whining her name over and over while begging her to just be completely honest with him. Nagging endlessly behind her back, Kaiden argues that no young, high-class noble lady could ever possibly know how to nap flint weapons or engineer wilderness shelters. Losing her absolute mind, Margaret turns around and screams at him to zip his lips. Host commentary time. Kaiden is literally like an annoying little brother who refuses to shut up during a road trip. Margaret's patience is running on absolute zero right now. Trailing behind her through the thick tropical foliage, Kaiden continues his endless rant, rambling about how while mages are obsessed with academic research, he highly doubts the noble Florna state ever taught its daughters how to survive on a deserted island. Snapping her fingers with a bright, victorious smile, Margaret suddenly halts in her tracks, pointing excitedly toward a massive fallen tree trunk lying on the forest floor. Inspecting the sturdy timber closely, she notes that this specific log is thick enough to serve as the main support pillars for their brand new cabin frame. Turning back to call for assistance, Margaret asks Kaiden if he can give her a quick hand moving it, only to turn around and witness Kaiden effortlessly hoisting the colossal tree trunk onto his shoulder with a single arm. Glancing down at her with an innocent, completely unfazed expression, Kaiden casually asks her what exactly she needed help with, acting like he isn't currently lifting a 300-pound piece of solid wood. Marching forward like it's a light plastic toy, Kaiden easily carries the giant wooden pillar on his back, leaving Margaret standing behind him in complete breathless shock. Watching his surprisingly broad shoulders from behind, Margaret inwardly reflects that because he is a Grand Master Wizard, she naively assumed his physical body would be weak and fragile, completely forgetting that magic users in this world possess crazy physical enhancements. Resting her chin on her hand with a mischievous, calculating smirk, Margaret's blue eyes glint with a scheming glow as a brilliant idea pops into her mind. Floating text highlights her hilarious inner thought. Since he's actually built like a tank, she can officially throw all the back-breaking heavy labor and domestic chores onto his shoulders without feeling guilty at all. Host commentary time. Margaret's evil genius brain is at it again. She just turned the Imperial Archmage into her personal heavy-lifting butler. As the sunset casts a radiant golden reflection over the vast river waters, twilight officially settles across the tranquil island wilderness. Holding his neck with a shocked, open-mouthed gasp, Caden stares in absolute wonder at the finished sight standing before his eyes. Standing proudly in front of a massive, fully constructed lean-to branch shelter, Margaret places her hands on her hips with a smug, satisfied grin, declaring that the hut turned out even better than she originally expected. Leaning comfortably against the wooden support frame, Margaret praises their team effort, noting that having 3 people made the construction incredibly fast and easy. She adds that the cabin is surprisingly spacious, easily big enough to fit 4 full-grown adults inside. Inside her head, a funny thought bubble pictures Enoch and Kaiden glaring at each other with grumpily swirling eyes, as Margaret admits that while sharing a tight sleeping space with those 2 drama queens is super annoying. Flopping her exhausted body dramatically onto a thick pile of soft, collected leaves, Margaret lets out a loud, breathless groan, panting, whining that she is far too bone-tired right now to care about romance, drama, or seating arrangements. Inside the cozy, moonlit interior of the newly built hut, Kaiden rests his chin thoughtfully on his palm, quietly gazing down at Margaret's cute, peaceful sleeping face as she slumbers soundly on the bed of leaves. Thoughtfully contemplating his own comfort, he silently vows to himself that as soon as he gets free time tomorrow, he's definitely building a separate private cabin just for himself. While Margaret is fast asleep on her makeshift leaf bed, Kaiden can't help himself and leans in close, planting a gentle kiss on her exposed collarbone. Sensations shock through her body as her eyes snap wide open in utter disbelief. Whispering softly right against her ear, Kaiden casually excuses his overly bold move by murmuring that the shelter is far too cramped for them to sleep apart. Embarrassment instantly surges straight to her face as Chibi Margaret lets out a flustered scream, her face flushing bright red with overwhelmed panic. Smirking playfully, Kaiden purrs that he just wants to sleep pinned right beside her, driving Margaret into an absolute frenzy as she frantically shoves his face away, shrieking at him to get his hands off her before she loses her mind. Host commentary time. Margaret's survival instincts don't mess around. Without a second thought, she delivers a brutal kick straight to his chest, sending the Imperial Archmage flying into the wooden roof pillars with a loud thud. Rubbing his bruised jaw with an outraged cry, Kaiden angrily demands to know why she kicked him so hard, while Enoch stands nearby in heavy silence, completely fed up with the chaotic nocturnal drama. Tensions explode in an instant as sparks fly between Kaiden and Enoch. Kaiden aggressively confronts the prince, demanding to know why he's interfering, while Enoch glares back with icy disdain, questioning his disgraceful lack of boundaries. Pointing a firm finger, Enoch scowls that sneaking a bite on a helpless sleeping woman violates every basic law of etiquette. Kaiden just smirks mockingly, taunting the prince for suddenly caring so much about polite noble manners. Host commentary time. Look at these 2 grown men arguing like squabbling toddlers over who gets the prime sleeping real estate next to Margaret. They're so wrapped up in their ridiculous rivalry that they aren't even paying attention to her anymore. Turning around simultaneously, both men scream out to ask Margaret for her final verdict, only to realize in complete shock that she has already picked up her shoes and is quietly sneaking right out of the shelter. Enoch and Kaiden stare out into the night with wide, bewildered eyes, utterly flabbergasted that their shouting match drove away the very person they were fighting over. Turning around with a sweet, angelic smile, Margaret nonchalantly tells them that since her presence is causing so much endless friction, she'll gladly solve their problem by sleeping outside alone. Panicking in complete terror, both men instantly drop their pride, desperately yelling out into the night sky as they beg her to come back inside, promising to stay dead silent and behave. The next morning, bright golden sunlight washes over the tropical forest. Kaiden steps outside the cabin, stretching his arms high into the air as he lets out a deep, refreshed sigh. Glancing over toward the edge of the campsite, Kaiden spots Margaret squatting beside a mound of smoldering wood and asks her what on earth she's building so early in the morning? Wiping a smudge of soot from her cheek, Margaret calmly explains that she's making handmade charcoal. Normal firewood leaves game meat raw on the outside and burnt on the outside, so charcoal is mandatory if they want proper cooked meals. Post commentary time. Gasp! Kaiden is staring at her so intensely that Margaret genuinely feels like his eyes are gonna burn a hole right through her head. What is going on in this Archmage's head right now? Suddenly breaking into a dazzling, sunshiny grin, Kaiden eagerly asks if she has any chores or heavy lifting tasks assigned for him today. Flexing his shoulders with upbeat enthusiasm, Kaiden chirps that he's itching to move his body, adding that if she doesn't give him work, he'll just run into the jungle to hunt dangerous beasts. Watching his restless energy, Margaret's sweat drops heavily. Realizing that Kaiden has absolutely no idea why his body is suddenly burning with so much uncontrollable energy. Her inner thoughts reveal that as a Grand Archmage, Kaiden always had specialized Imperial retainers constantly regulating his mana flow, meaning he's completely unaccustomed to managing his own overflowing magical reserves. Cleaning off her hands in a nearby stream, Margaret knows that if Kaiden's unmanaged mana goes completely haywire, he could accidentally blow up the entire island in a chaotic rampage. Approaching him with a sly, calculating plan, she reasons that small camp chores won't burn off enough energy. Whispering, but letting him hunt monsters is way too risky for everyone involved. Stepping right into his personal space, Margaret extends her delicate finger and firmly pokes him straight in his open chest. Host commentary time. Look at Margaret utilizing her physical touch strategy. She pokes the Imperial Archmage's bare chest like it's a casual doorbell button, completely taking total control of the conversation. TB Kaiden blinks in stunned silence, his mind completely stalling out as he tries to process her sudden, intimate proposal. Snapping back to his senses, Kaiden stammers that he meant finding a chore to do right now this second, not taking on a permanent long-term job for the rest of their stay. Leaning in even closer to maintain her overwhelming dominance, Margaret ignores his weak protest completely, keeping her firm focus on managing his wild mana levels. Pointing her finger with sharp logic, Margaret reminds him that they desperately need food right this moment anyway, smartly adding that his restless body will definitely crave continuous physical exertion every single day. Covering his face with a heavy palm, Kaiden lets out a long, defeated sigh, realizing he's being completely outmaneuvered by her silver tongue. Narrowing his eyes with suspicious skepticism, Chibi Kaiden grumbles that she's blatantly manipulating his mana problem just to turn him into the camp's permanent grocery fetcher. Post-commentary time. Margaret's intense look says it all. She's about to drop a reward so irresistible that Kaiden won't even be able to say no. Pausing right in front of him, Margaret gazes up into his glowing golden eyes, making Kaiden freeze in silent anticipation as he wonders what offer she's about to make. Mischievously tapping his own cheek with his index finger, Kaiden leans down with a dashing smirk, brazenly demanding a sweet kiss on the cheek as his ultimate payment. Chibi Margaret recoils in utter disgust, sweat dropping heavily as Kaiden whiningly urges her to hurry up and give him his reward already. Squishing his own cheeks together into a cute, silly pucker face, Kaiden closes his eyes, eagerly awaiting her sweet touch. Suddenly, Enoch bursts out of the jungle foliage carrying freshly hunted game, grabbing Kaiden's face and forcefully shoving him back before he can get anywhere near Margaret. Glaring with terrifying, bloodthirsty rage, Enoch growls that Kaiden has been blabbering far too much since yesterday, threatening to permanently seal his mouth if he doesn't shut up. Wiping the dirt off his cheek where Enoch grabbed him, Kaiden's golden eyes instantly flash with a violent crimson glare as he growls out a lethal curse. Host commentary time. Gasp! Margaret's internal alarm bells are screaming at maximum volume. A mana-overloaded Archmage versus a blood-crazed Berserker Prince? This island's about to get turned into a smoking crater if she doesn't intervene instantly. Throwing all safety to the wind, Margaret leaps straight into the danger zone, screams, tackling Kaiden down onto the dirt and forcefully slapping a bright kiss right onto his cheek. Time instantly freezes as Kaiden's crimson eyes widen in total paralyzing shock. Gasps, surrounded by a magical aura of rosy romantic romantic flowers. Sitting frozen on the ground like a stunned puppy, Chibi Kaiden stares blankly while Margaret proudly declares that his payment has been officially settled in full. Wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, Margaret strictly warns him not to get any funny ideas, reiterating that it was purely a business transaction before ordering him to go hunt. Instantly recharged with infinite energy, Kaiden leaps into the air with a jubilant shout, happily skipping off into the jungle like an overjoyed golden retriever, while Enoch and Margaret watch in utter, awkward disbelief. A heavy, suffocating silence settles over the campsite as Enoch and Margaret stand side by side, surrounded by a painfully awkward aura. Host commentary time. Enoch is so flustered by what just happened that he completely stammers, suddenly blurting out that he forgot he was supposed to be catching fish, driving Margaret to frantically offer to help him. Panicking to avoid any more awkwardness, Enoch loudly shouts for her to stay at camp and tend to the fire before sprinting off toward the river at lightning speed. Looking back with a deeply flustered and conflicted expression, Enoch's heart swirls with mixed emotions as he tries to process the chaotic events of the morning. As the crystal-clear river waters flow gently beneath the bright blue sky, peace temporarily returns to the island shore. Stretching her neck with a heavy exhale sigh, Margaret sighs to herself about how exhausting it is being stuck in the middle of two chaotic men. Wandering down to the crystal-clear shoreline with her spear, she wonders why Enoch hasn't rejoined Diego's group yet, reasoning that keeping her distance from all the main leads is her best shot at surviving on this island. Thinking back to the original novel storyline, she realizes it might actually be smarter to help everyone locate the original heroine as soon as possible. Host commentary time. Look at Margaret overanalyzing the plot while these handsome male leads are practically throwing themselves at her. She's so focused on survival that she's completely blind to her own harem. Precision striking her spear into the ocean waves, Margaret hoists a massive fish into the air, though deep down, a small part of her hesitates about letting the guys meet the heroine. Squeezing her eyelids shut in frustration, blushes heavily, recalling how both Enoch and Kaiden essentially gave her half-confessions that left her feelings completely jumbled. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she tosses the heavy fish onto the sandy shore, commanding herself to snap out of it and focus strictly on hunting and staying alive. Suddenly, a sharp rustle in the dense jungle foliage catches her attention. Instinctively spinning around with sharp blue eyes, Margaret lunges forward and thrusts her spear straight into the thicket. A blood-curdling screech echoes through the woods as her spear tip jabs violently into someone's noble garments. Host commentary time. Margaret's survival instincts are so lethal she almost assassinated a whole side character. That quick spear reaction was straight out of an action movie. Gasping in total shock, Margaret drops her jaw as she spots a silver-haired young man cowering on the dirt floor, trembling violently next to her spear point. It's none other than Bishop Rusev. Cowering on the ground with wide, teary eyes, Rusev stammers out an outraged cry, demandingly asking what on earth she thinks she's doing trying to impale him. Wiping a bead of nervous sweat from her temple, Margaret laughs off the incident, teasingly asking who told him to sneak around like a creeping stalker, driving Rusev to furiously deny peeping. Host commentary time. Look at Chibi Margaret standing over him like a final boss. Bishop Rusev looks like a terrified kitten who picked a fight with a tiger. Glancing sideways with suspicious eyes, Rusev rubs his chin in deep thought, trying to piece together why the high society lady is running around in the wilderness with a fishing spear. Pointing toward the massive fish impaled on her spearhead, Margaret nonchalantly asks him if he really came all this way just to watch her hunt dinner. Chibi Margaret nods innocently, inwardly concluding that the bishop must have been secretly watching her spearfish from behind the underwater rocks the entire time. Sweating profusely with a wave of purple panic hovering over him, Rusev furiously waves his finger, stuttering that there is absolutely no way a holy man like him would do such a scandalous thing. Holding his forehead in sheer embarrassment, Rusev groans that the idea of a noble lady catching fish with her bare hands would make even passing demons laugh, only for bushes to rustle nearby. Host commentary time. Gasp! Speak of the devil. The dark villainous aura is radiating so heavily in this panel that you can practically feel the temperature drop. Stepping out of the shadowy canopy with crossed arms, Prince Enoch gazes down at Rusev with icy yellow eyes, darkly warning the bishop that if he values his life, he had better keep his mouth shut. Rusev gasps in utter horror, clapping both hands tightly over his mouth as Enoch's overwhelming aura threatens to crush him into the dirt. Standing side by side like a formidable power couple, Enoch and Margaret look down at the cowering priest with unbothered disdain. Inner thoughts race through Margaret's mind as she observes Rusev's sheer panic, realizing that Diego must have kept his prior encounter with Enoch a complete secret from the rest of his group. Sinking into quiet reflection, Margaret notes that keeping secrets is totally in character for Diego. Host commentary time. Diego's possessive nature is top-tier toxic. He literally wanted to keep the Saintess all to himself from day one. Regaining his composure, Rusev points a trembling finger at Enoch, demanding to know why the Crown Prince is wandering around the island accompanied by a notorious villainess. Sweating heavily as wild theories race through his brain, Rusev inwardly panics, convincing himself that Margaret must have used black magic or a love potion to manipulate His Highness's mind. Pointing directly at Margaret's face with an outraged screech, Rusev angrily labels her a wicked witch and demands she explain her hypnotic spell over the prince. Flustered by the priest's frantic noise, Enoch grits his teeth, stepping forward to silence the unhinged bishop before things get out of hand. Losing his balance entirely, Rusev falls backward onto the dirt, desperately shouting for the prince to stay away from the scheming temptress who orchestrated their shipwreck. Suddenly, a polished leather boot stomps forcefully down right beside Rusev, cutting off his frantic screaming in an instant. Post commentary time. Oh boy, Kaiden just joined the chat and he looks ready to vaporize someone. This bishop picked the absolute worst day to throw a tantrum. Rusev's eyes dilate in pure terror as a bloodthirsty aura fills the air. Brushing back his silver locks with a menacing smirk, Archmage Kaiden gazes down with glowing crimson eyes, mocking the bishop's holy robes with lethal sarcasm. Looming over the priest like an imposing shadow, Kaiden's voice drops to a chilling whisper, asking if Rusev crawled all the way through the jungle just to die by his magical hand. Glaring back with sheer hatred, Rusev grits his teeth and spat out a curse, calling Kaiden a filthy mage, only for Kaiden to burst into wild laughter, dismissing him as a lowly, incompetent lackey. Host commentary time. Look at Chibi, Margaret, and Enoch standing in the background just sweat dropping. They are so done with Kaiden's arrogant villain monologues. Archmage Kaiden steps intimidatingly closer, sneering that of all the miserable creatures on this island, he had to cross paths with a hypocritical priest. Historical context highlights the ancient, deep-rooted blood feud between mages and priests, a bitter war where priests branded mages as corrupt heretics, while mages reviled the clergy as self-righteous hypocrites. SD stick figures visually depict the explosive, uncontrollable hatred clashing between the two faction leaders. Sweat dropping in complete exhaustion, Margaret realizes that if she doesn't stop this holy war right now, someone is genuinely going to end up dead. Kaiden leans down right into Rusev's face with a dark, twisted grin, preparing to unleash a lethal curse. Reaching into her dress pocket with absolute swiftness, Margaret pulls out her bright red signal flare gun and aims it straight at the Archmage and Bishop. Post commentary time. Margaret bringing out the heavy artillery. Nothing settles a magical religious war faster than a loaded flare gun pointed straight at your head. A terrifying flashback flashes through Rusev's mind, remembering the blinding, explosive power of that red weapon. Raising his hands in complete panic surrender, Rusev stammers out for Lady Florn to calm down and lower her deadly weapon. Narrowing her sharp blue eyes with total dominance, Margaret commands them both to shut up and put their hands up before she shoots them point blank. Chibi Rusev instantly throws his arms straight into the air with a helpless screech, totally terrified for his life. Laughing triumphantly with a cute Chibi grin, Margaret takes a deep breath, relieved that peace and quiet have finally been restored to the camp. Margaret asks the bishop if he's alone in the woods, only for Rusev to admit he has a companion, making her instantly realize he must be traveling with the novel's original heroine. When she asks why he's wandering by himself, Rusev stammers nervously, completely unable to give a straight answer. Host commentary time. Before he can craft a noble excuse, his stomach betrays him with a massive rumble right in front of everyone. Flustered to his absolute core, Rusev slumps down in humiliation while Enoch and Margaret stare at his desperate hunger. Glowing bright red with shame, the bishop winces, completely unable to hide his embarrassment.
Looking up at the sky, Rusev sheepishly confesses that he was actually out searching for anything edible. Host commentary time? Look at this sudden shift. 1 second he was accusing her of dark magic, and now they're all peacefully sharing a campfire meal.
Tearing into the freshly roasted fish with total eagerness, Rusev cries out in pure joy, declaring it the most mouth-watering meal he's ever tasted. Devouring every bite, he marvels at the perfect roasting while Margaret observes him with deep pity, noting how critical proper nutrition is for stamina. Coughing nervously to clear his throat, Rusev admits that he survived on nothing but wild berries for days, completely unable to catch small game. Looking down solemnly, the proud bishop tries to explain his embarrassing predicament further. Host commentary time? Imagine being a group of top-tier imperial nobles and starving because nobody knows how to catch a fish. Margaret's face is literally priceless. Staring back with wide blue eyes, Margaret processes the hilarious absurdity of his noble party's total lack of survival skills. Reflecting on high society, Rusev admits that a party composed entirely of prestigious aristocrats wouldn't have the slightest clue how to forage or fish. Seeing his gloomy expression, Margaret feels a soft pang of sympathy for the helpless priest. Sparkle-eyed Chibi Rusev gasps in disbelief when Margaret kindly offers to share some extra fish for his group. Flabbergasted by her generosity, Rusev stammers out asking if she's actually serious about helping them. Host commentary time? Margaret's saintly kindness is breaking his brain. He spent months believing she was an evil villainess, and now she's saving his life with seafood? Holding out a freshly prepared fish skewered on a wooden stick, Margaret presents her gift to the dumbfounded bishop. Smiling warmly as she hands over the food, Margaret receives a dramatic, deep bow of gratitude from the tearful Rusev. Sobbing with heartfelt thanks, Rusev repeatedly blesses her, leaving Margaret to quietly reflect on how hunger truly humbles even the proudest nobles. As the twilight sky painted the island in crimson hues, the narrator reminds us that survival doesn't care about noble bloodlines. Handing over a neatly bound bundle of fish tied with forest vines, Margaret instructs Rusev to share the food with the rest of his camp. Accepting the bundle carefully, Rusev hesitates, fidgeting with the vines as if wanting to ask something important. Host commentary time. Here it comes, the classic manhwa cliché where every male lead gets suspicious of her personality change. Laughing awkwardly with the sweat drop, Margaret internally screams, wondering if questioning her identity is on a mandatory male lead checklist. Looking at her with genuine confusion, Rusev waits for an answer about why she seems like an entirely different person. Before Margaret can respond, Enoch steps out of the shadows with a chilling aura, sternly asking why it matters who she used to be. Glaring with deadly yellow eyes, Prince Enoch darkly warns the bishop that he won't be seeing her again anyways, scaring Chibi Rusev half to death. Host commentary time. Gasp. Enoch's possessiveness is off the charts. He treats any male lead within a 5-mile radius as an immediate threat. Trembling under Enoch's heavy pressure, Rusev squeaks out a hasty apology as Enoch points sternly to dismiss him. Bowing low in complete submission, the bishop begs for forgiveness for his prior insolence. Sweating profusely, Rusev sincerely apologizes to Lady Floan once more for his rude behavior. Maintaining her majestic poise, Margaret calmly accepts his apology and grants him leave. Clutching the precious bundle of fish to his chest, Rusev retreats into the dense sunset forest. Host commentary time. Margaret wanted to ask about the heroine Yuana so badly, but Enoch's terrifying murder glare completely ruined the mood. Bright morning sunlight bathes the rocky cliffs of the island as a new day begins. Stepping barefoot onto the sandy riverbank, Margaret dries her wet feet after a long morning hike. Lifting her soaked, ruined gown, Margaret groans about wanting modern clothes, noting how both her dress and Enoch's uniform are utterly shredded. Recalling the original novel, she remembers that modern supply drops like t-shirts, trousers, and combat boots were hidden across the island. Post commentary time.
Imagine being transmigrated into a romance novel only to find out it has battle royale supply drops hidden behind rocks. The author was definitely wilding. Walking along the steep stone cliff face, Margaret muses to herself about how bizarrely game-like this island truly is. Suddenly, her sharp eyes spot a yellowed piece of folded parchment wedged tightly into a fissure in the rock. Zooming in on the tight rock crevice, that mysterious paper sits waiting to be discovered. Reaching out her hand carefully, Margaret pulls the weathered document free from the stone wall. Gasping in utter shock, her blue eyes dilate as she unfolds the hidden document. Host commentary time. No way! A literal map to an underground bunker? Margaret just hit the absolute survival jackpot. Sneaking back toward their leaf-covered wooden shelter, Margaret keeps the valuable discovery hidden close to her chest. Peeking inside the empty hut, she confirms that Enoch is out hunting and Kaiden is away on a scouting mission. Sitting down on the woven floor mat, Margaret takes a breath and unfolds the bunker map to plan her next big move. Unfolding the weathered parchment with bright eyes, Margaret hopes this bunker schematic will finally give her a clear path off this dangerous island. Looking closely at the faded brown sheet, her confident smile vanishes the moment she takes a proper look. Host commentary time. Look at all those massive question marks plastered across the page. The author didn't even try to draw an actual map. Scratching her head in complete disbelief, Margaret groans that whoever drew this nonsensical sketch made zero effort to make it legible. Narrowing her eyes to decipher the scribbles, she tries to match the rough landmass shapes with her current location. Examining the route details, Margaret calculates that they are stranded in the central southern region, while the bunker sits far up north, guarded by a massive river. Deciding to head northward while scouting, she carefully folds the ancient paper back up. Pausing mid-motion, a strange inconsistency about where she discovered the document creeps into her mind. Host commentary time. Why on earth was a secret bunker map neatly origami folded and shoved inside a cliff crevice like a hidden video game collectible? Inspecting the corner text closely, she reads the ancient kingdom calendar marking year 666. Recalling her historical knowledge, she remembers that the Ingram Kingdom was completely destroyed over 1,000 years ago before the current empire rose. Realizing the document is over a millennium old, Margaret mutters in annoyance, wondering what kind of lunatic hid a 1,000-year-old bunker map in a rock wall. Stash packing the ancient parchment inside the leaf-woven bag Kaiden handcrafted for her, she prepares to make her move. Host commentary time. Look at her having an existential crisis. She found the ultimate single-player escape hatch, but now she's feeling guilty about abandoning her male leads. Sitting on the forest floor with heavy thoughts, Margaret battles her conscience, knowing the bunker only fits one person, while Enoch and Kaiden still desperately rely on her. Shaking off her guilt with a cute chibi nod, giggle, she decides to stay with the group a little longer until she figures out a better plan. Heading out into the sunlit woods under a clear blue sky, she decides to gather firewood before dusk falls. Gathering a thick pile of sturdy wooden logs into her arms, Margaret prepares for another night at camp. Turning around with a bright, satisfied smile, she gets ready to trek back to the shelter. Host commentary time. Gasp. Hold on. Look at her sharp eyes catching faint whispers echoing through the dense tree canopy. Creeping quietly behind the thick vegetation, Margaret catches the distinct sound of a heavy male voice arguing with a soft female voice. Dropping down low to hide her presence, she realizes that another woman on this island can only mean the original heroine. Crawling stealthily through the overgrown foliage, Margaret peeks through the leaves to spy on the newcomers. Host commentary time. Look at that classic male lead introduction shot. Short, dark brown hair and an impossibly sharp jawline. Another handsome guy enters the chat. Recognizing the pristine green Imperial Guard uniform, her eyes widen as she identifies the noble knight. Gasps echoing in her mind, he realizes this man is none other than Diego Bastian Walterheim, the second male lead. Noticing Diego wearing a pristine, undamaged uniform, Chibi Margaret fumes with jealousy in the bushes, cursing him for stealing her potential clothes. Turning her gaze toward the seated female figure, Margaret prepares herself to see the main character of the novel.
The divine maiden sits gracefully upon a mossy stone, draped in elegant white and gold silk. Swallowing nervously, Margaret holds her breath as she watches the fabled character from the original storyline. Host commentary time! Gasp, it's Joanna Lucy, the High Saintess herself. But wait, why does she look like she just survived a brutal cage match? Noting her jagged short haircut, Margaret is stunned, having always imagined the saintess with long waist-length locks. Inspecting Joanna's torn clothing and visible scratches, Margaret worries for the heroine's battered physical state. Glaring up with intense emerald eyes, Diego gazes devoutly at the saintess. Kneeling before her, Diego begs Joanna to lean on him, bad-mouthing Crown Prince Asdel for putting her through so much distress. Host commentary time. Is this man seriously trash-talking his rival male lead just to score brownie points? And look at him dramatically kissing her hand like a cheesy Prince Charming. Tucking herself deeper into the shrubbery with sparkle eyes, spectator Margaret eagerly waits to see Joanna's romantic blush. Suspense builds as the spotlight focuses entirely on the saintess's grand reaction. Tension rises in the quiet forest as Diego awaits her emotional acceptance. Post commentary time. Weak. Look at Joanna's face. That is not a romantic blush. That is the face of an exhausted girl who wants him to shut up. Staring down at the kneeling knight with complete deadpan apathy, Joanna looks thoroughly annoyed by his theatrical declaration. Uttering a completely listless response, Joanna dryly thanks him without a single trace of emotion on her face. Completely oblivious to her total lack of enthusiasm, Diego blushes furiously with joy, thrilled by her minimal answer. Sweating profusely in the bushes, Chibi Margaret watches in utter disbelief as Diego joyfully offers a piggyback ride. Observing Diego carry Joanna through the forest canopy, Margaret realizes there isn't a single spark of romantic chemistry between them. Walking steadily through the serene woodland path, Diego carries the silent saintess on his back. Analyzing Diego's facial expression, Margaret sees a man consumed by overwhelming guilt and duty rather than genuine romantic affection. Host commentary time. Look at Joanna's sharp, distant gaze. She looks less like a sweet romantic heroine and more like a hardened battle survivor calculating her next move. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, Margaret finds the dynamic between the original main characters bizarrely altered. Host commentary time. Kaboom! Kaiden pops out of nowhere right behind her, catching her red-handed doing the exact same bush spying she yelled at him for earlier. Margaret's scared screech is gold. No! Margaret gasps in sheer terror, her blue eyes dilating as she nearly leaps out of her skin. Sitting under the shady tree canopy, Rusev cradles his bundle of raw fish with a calm expression, casually claiming he was merely passing through the area. Host commentary time? Look at Margaret giving him that ultimate side-eye glare. Rusev is trying so hard to act unbothered, but she sees right through his weak cover story. Rusev turns toward her and asks if she knows the true identities of the two people who just walked past. Resting her cheek against her palm, Margaret maintains a completely unreadable deadpan stare, keeping her knowledge strictly to herself. Noticing the two raw, untouched fish sitting forgotten on the grass, Margaret realizes Rusev has been lurking in the woods stalking the heroine all day instead of eating. Post commentary time. Those raw fish are literally sitting there decomposing while this guy acts like a mysterious, brooding main lead. Asking him directly if he spent the entire night out in the wilderness, Rusev nods meekly, sweating profusely while stammering about complicated circumstances. Glancing up at the bright blue sky, Margaret asks why he hasn't eaten a single bite of the fish she gave him, leaving him completely speechlessly flustered. Blushing deep crimson from ear to ear, Rusev stares at the grass, unable to admit his total lack of survival instincts. Right on cue, an absurdly loud rumble echoes from his stomach, instantly exposing his starving state. Host commentary time. He tried so hard to maintain his lofty, noble bishop dignity, but his own intestines just exposed him in high definition. Exhaling a long, weary breath, Margaret takes pity on the helpless priest and decides to teach him basic fire-starting skills. Holding up a split segment of dry bamboo, she points out the exact spot where he needs to carve a small friction hole into the surface. Explaining the survival technique step by step, she demonstrates how to pack finely shaved bamboo tinder underneath before rubbing the wooden pieces together. Staring at her hands with wide, spellbound eyes, Rusev hangs onto every single instruction like a devoted scholar. Host commentary time. Casp, check out that hyper-focused stare. He's looking at her like she's a high-level archmage casting ancient forbidden spells instead of just making a campfire. Gasping in quiet awe, Rusev's eyes widen as tiny glowing sparks begin to ignite against the dry tinder. Watching thick plumes of white smoke rise from the wooden slat, Rusev shouts in genuine amazement that it's actually working. Ordering him to quickly gather dry leaves to feed the ember, Margaret watches Rusev scramble off like an eager errand boy. Host commentary time. Look at him clapping his hands like a little kid seeing magic for the first time. From Grand Holy Bishop to campfire cheerleader in under 5 minutes. As roaring orange flames erupt into the sky, Margaret tells him that he will be the one building the fire by himself next time. Sweating nervously, Rusev timidly asks if he can truly pull off such a feat, to which Margaret reassures him with a confident nod. Skewering a fresh fish onto a sturdy wooden branch, Margaret demonstrates how effortless survival cooking is once you master the basics. Handing the raw skewer over to him, she instructs the bishop to grill his own dinner over the open coals. Host commentary time. Look at those anime sparkles surrounding him. A simple grilled fish skewer literally brought this man spiritual enlightenment. Moments later, nothing remains on the ground except a clean, spotless fish skeleton. He devoured the entire meal in record time. Watching him sit motionless beside the warm embers, Margaret narrows her eyes, wondering why on earth he isn't making any attempt to leave. Turning to him directly, she asks if he shouldn't be heading back to rejoin his own temple faction before nightfall. Lowering his head meekly, Rusev stammers out a desperate plea to stay with their group, causing Margaret to violently choke on her saliva. Post commentary time. Margaret's spit-take reaction is legendary. She gave him one single grilled fish, and now he wants to adopt her as his new ruler. Sweating under the terrifying murderous glares of both Enoch and Caden, Rusev enthusiastically offers to do all the camp chores just to earn a spot. Clutching her throbbing forehead, Margaret groans in distress, feeling a dark wave of chaotic, unscripted drama invading her survival route. As a peaceful starry sky spreads across the horizon, Margaret reluctantly agrees to let the priest stay for just one single night. The following morning, Enoch, Margaret, and Caden stand side by side scrubbing their teeth with frayed twigs, leaving Rusev completely baffled. Host commentary time. Look at the three of them perfectly synchronized like a modern dental commercial. Rusev is staring at them like they're performing a dark ritual. Holding up her wooden twig toothbrush, Margaret casually asks if the bishop doesn't brush his teeth, leaving him staring back blankly. Blinking slowly in confusion, Rusev ponders whether high-ranking holy figures are even expected to care about earthly daily hygiene. Observing her pristine male leads, Margaret muses that while island magic prevents bad odors, skipping dental hygiene still feels thoroughly gross. Reaching into her woven leaf pouch, she hands Rusev a fresh wooden stick to try out for himself. Demonstrating proper wilderness oral care, she instructs him to chew down on the wooden tip until the fibers split into soft bristles. Host commentary time. Look at him standing there obediently gnawing on a stick like a golden retriever puppy. He went from high holy authority to pet dog instantly. Nodding like an eager student, Rusev listens attentively while Margaret turns her focus toward their nighttime sleeping arrangements. Glaring sharply from the side, Caden mockingly calls the bishop a pathetic lackey, instantly causing Rusev to flare up in rage. Spitting his foam onto the grass, Caden smirks coldly, declaring that holy priests belong outside guarding the shelter like loyal watchdogs. Sparks fly intensely between Caden and Rusev as they scrub their teeth with furious aggression, forcing Margaret to groan in exhaustion. Host commentary time. Look at Rusev's eyes lighting up with hopeful sparkles the second Margaret speaks up. He really thought she was about to offer him a cozy spot indoors. Crushing his hopes in an instant, Margaret orders him to sit at the hut entrance and stand guard, sending Caden into uncontrollable laughter. Pointing toward the dirt floor right outside the shelter, Margaret explains that human scent will draw dangerous monsters if he sleeps anywhere else. Pointing her finger dramatically, Margaret reminds him of how he called her a wicked witch, telling him to check his conscience before complaining. Slapping a playful arm around Margaret, Caden smirks boastfully as he talks about how snug and cozy they'll all be sleeping inside the hut tonight, glibly reminding Ruzef to keep watch outside like a proper guard dog. Grinning from ear to ear, Caden revels in his petty victory while the exhausted priest grunts in suppressed fury, his soul practically leaving his body. Stepping in between them, Enoch firmly commands Caden to back away from Margaret, prompting the silver-haired rogue to click his tongue in annoyance before cheerfully ushering her inside, leaving Ruzef stammering uselessly in the dark. Host commentary time! Look at Ruzef standing out in the wilderness all alone under the moon. He went from high holy authority to homeless stray night watchman in less than 12 hours. Glancing back toward the silent priest as she enters the shelter, Margaret ponders her survival math, whispering, noting that ever since relocating near the riverbank, nighttime monster encounters and distant wolf howls have dramatically dropped. Staring into the shadows with a sharp, calculating look, her mind pieces together the strange pattern of this mystical island's ecology. As the dark sky gradually shifts into dawn, Margaret wonders if the dangerous wild beasts on this island just refuse to venture down to the water's edge. Host commentary time. The sun rises on a new morning, and just look at Ruzef. The poor bishop looks completely drained, floating like a ghost with his soul leaking straight out of his mouth. Inspecting Margaret's heavily prepped gear, including her trusty hunting spear, woven gathering ropes, and leaf pouch stuffed with emergency rations, Caden mockingly declares her wild look as shocking as ever, making her suspect he's just taking petty revenge for last night's sleeping arrangements. Before Caden can keep teasing her, Enoch steps up behind him and grabs him firmly, while Margaret calls out his name to regain control of the room. Pointing directly at the traumatized bishop who gasps in horror, Margaret requests Caden to handle sending the holy priest back to his own faction while she goes out scouting. Flash of a devious, fang-filled grin. Caden gives a confident thumbs up, orgully promising to terrify the poor priest so badly that he'll sprint back to his church in record time. Host commentary time. Ruzef is out here dramatically crying about how he can't survive without her, and Caden just casually grabs him by the collar like trash day arrived early. Dragging the screaming bishop across the dirt, Caden tells the divine lackey to run off and find his god, while Margaret playfully sticks her tongue out as Ruzef wails in utter despair. Turning her back on the chaos, Margaret prepares her spear, explaining that establishing a new campsite requires thoroughly mapping out the surrounding territory. Unfolding a thick leather map in her hands, she decides her scouting route will head straight toward the northern bank of the river. Skipping merrily through the vibrant woodland path, Margaret hums a cheerful tune as she enjoys a quiet moment away from her dramatic harem. Host commentary time. Look at Enoch standing in the foreground acting all brooding and heroic, while those two absolute chaotic goblins argue incessantly in the background. Narrowing his golden eyes in silent contemplation, Enoch gazes into the forest where Margaret vanished, his mind heavily weighed down by hidden thoughts. Turning around with decisive, heavy footsteps, the prince silently follows her path through the dense foliage. Hearing footsteps approaching behind her, Margaret turns around with a startled gasp, caught completely off guard. Emerging from the sunlit trees, Enoch stands before her with an unreadable, intense gaze that immediately makes her breath catch in her throat. Host commentary time. Check out that unbothered open shirt look. Man walked up to her like a supermodel on a runway just to casually claim he's on hunting duty today. Sweating nervously, Margaret frantically clarifies that she only wished for real meat because she was sick of endless fish and birds, swearing she never meant to complain. Placing her hands on her hips, she asks why he keeps trailing behind her when she's supposed to be conducting a solo scouting mission. Lowering his gaze softly, Enoch stammers out that he simply thought it would be best to hunt alongside her path. Looking up at her with soft, irresistible puppy dog eyes, he quietly asks if she truly dislikes walking together with him. Host commentary time. Critical strike. Look at Margaret blindingly overwhelmed by his handsome charm. That face is a lethal weapon. No human can resist that. Squeezing her eyes shut in defeat, Margaret internally sighs that she'll have to abandon searching for the secret bunker today, knowing that even though she cares for Enoch, Keeping her survival escape route private is her ultimate priority. Noticing his unblinking heavy stare, Margaret twitches uncomfortably, asking why on earth he's gazing at her so intensely. Dropping a heavy bombshell into the air, Enoch solemnly whispers that he knows she is secretly preparing to leave, sending a sudden wave of shock straight through her heart. Halting their footsteps in the grass, Enoch takes a slow, deliberate step closer to her, his voice trembling with hidden vulnerability. Her blue eyes dilating in sheer astonishment, Margaret stares up at him, her mind racing as her secret escape plan is exposed. Looking down into her eyes with raw emotion, Enoch asks if she is genuinely planning to abandon him and go off alone. Host commentary time. Look at that dramatic standoff. He stepped into her personal space so fast, she had to hold up her hunting spear just to keep her heart from exploding. Flustered beyond belief, Margaret stammers out that she isn't trying to leave anyone behind, desperately attempting to diffuse the overwhelming tension. Pulling her close into a breathtaking embrace, sniffle, Enoch cradles her head tenderly, desperately pleading for her to let him stay right by her side. Staring into her soul with burning amber eyes, he begs her with every fiber of his being not to abandon him on this island. Feeling her heart thumping frantically against her chest, Margaret gazes back into his eyes, completely lost in the electric heat of the moment. Resting his forehead against her neck with a deep, breathless exhale, Enoch mutters a desperate prayer of relief, holding her like his entire universe depends on it. Leaning in closer until their lips are barely inches apart, the raw romantic atmospheric charge reaches an absolute fever pitch. Host commentary time. Margaret literally reached up and grabbed him by the chin to stop the kiss. She hit him with the classic, "You better not regret those words later" line like a boss. Softly chuckling with complete devotion, Enoch promises with absolute certainty that he will never regret it, leaving Margaret laughing nervously at his reckless, bold vow. Suddenly, a loud, sharp snap echoes from the tall grass nearby, shattering the romantic atmosphere in an instant. Naming the sudden distraction, Margaret leans over and points into the dense vegetation, calling Enoch to look at what's hidden in the dirt. Buried beneath fallen leaves lies a weathered wooden crate, resting quietly on the forest floor. Crouching side by side to inspect the discovery, Margaret points out that it's clearly in drop supply box, though it appears completely empty. Examining the hollow interior, Enoch notes that someone must have looted the contents recently, theorizing it was likely opened by Bishop Luzef's faction. Reaching down to lift a discarded piece of tattered parchment resting beneath the wood, Enoch spots strange foreign text printed along the surface. Holy mother of plot twists! The paper literally reads, "Handle with care, M67 fragmentation grenade." They went from medieval fantasy survival straight into modern military warfare in 5 seconds flat. Margaret carefully examines the salvage crate label, noticing someone deliberately scratched off the original Korean script and hastily replaced it with imperial lettering. Recalling her knowledge of the novel's world, she remembers a hidden supply cache guarded by territorial beasts, containing modern military equipment, medical supplies, and high-calorie rations. Enoch rests his hands on his hunting spear and reflects on their recent travels, pointing out that wild monster attacks have plummeted ever since they set up camp along the river. He theorizes that the aggressive wolf-like creatures actively avoid approaching open bodies of water. Continuing his analysis, Enoch notes that the wolf beasts stayed far away from the initial beachhead as well, confirming their aversion to water. Unrolling her leather map, Margaret remains uneasy, remembering that this island harbors worse abominations than wolves, including giant tarantulas and colossal serpents. Her mind races as she recalls the novel's descriptions of giant anacondas that exhale lethal purple toxic gas. Because these slithering predators occasionally migrate from deep swamps to riverbanks in search of prey, navigating these waters requires constant vigilance. Before Margaret can complete her warning, a violent detonation shatters the silence. Trees snap and birds scatter as Enoch instantly reacts, tackling Margaret to the earth and shielding her body from flying debris. Host commentary time. Look at that massive pillar of dark smoke billowing high into the sky. Whatever detonated over there was definitely no ordinary campfire. That's high-grade modern explosives at work.
Staring at the rising smoke, Enoch and Margaret realize the blast took place dangerously close to their path.
Weapon in hand, Enoch leads the charge through the dense brush, only for both of them to freeze in horror as a gigantic albino serpent tail glides across the forest floor directly in front of them. Margaret's jaw drops in utter shock as she gasps as she gazes up at a terrifying, multi-headed giant white snake looming over the tree canopy. Panicking internally, she realizes this horrifying encounter was completely absent from the original novel storyline. Hissing fiercely, the monstrous reptile unleashes a thick cloud of toxic purple vapors. Kaiden draws his wooden bow, shouting at the panicked priest to clear out of his line of sight. Gripping the wooden crate tightly, Margaret grits her teeth in annoyance. Sigh, questioning why these nocturnal monstrosities are actively hunting in broad daylight instead of waiting for nightfall. Host commentary time? Look at Enoch fearlessly charging directly into a giant snake's open jaws while poor Bishop Ruzef has a complete emotional meltdown in the background. Soaring into the air with incredible athleticism, Enoch drives his wooden spear downward with lethal momentum to pierce the monster's heavy scales. A massive energy shockwave blasts through the clearing, forcing the multi-headed serpent back as Enoch's strike impacts its armored hide. Recognizing that crude wooden spears are useless against such massive armor, Kaiden and Enoch stand back-to-back within the swirling toxic haze to cover each other's blind spots. Glancing at Ruzef collapsed and choking on the grass, Margaret realizes time is running out. If this battle continues any longer, the lethal poisonous gas will paralyze everyone. Reaching into her pouch, she reviews her secret arsenal, finding a bright pink signal flare gun accompanied by 4 red flare cartridges. Her blue eyes flash with fierce determination, knowing that she possesses one final tactical asset that can wipe out these creatures in an instant. Host commentary time. Gasp! Look at Margaret making a solo tactical retreat. She grabbed her heavy gear and sprinted into the battle zone like an absolute hero, while the guys stand there completely stunned. Sprinting through the tall grass at full speed, Margaret turns back and shouts at Enoch and Kaiden to hold their ground until her mark. With an authoritative yell, she commands the entire group to clear the vicinity the exact moment she gives the order. Refusing to let her face danger alone, Kaiden shouts back in protest, attempting to sprint after her to drag her back to safety. Ignoring his cries, Margaret plants her feet firmly onto the dirt and aims her pink flare launcher high into the air. Locking her sharp blue eyes onto the towering monster, her face hardens with cold focus. Host commentary time. She pulled the trigger on a flare launcher like it was a combat shotgun, blasting sparkling fireworks straight into a giant snake's face's top-tier survival tactics. The golden flare shell explodes into brilliant, dazzling sparks, temporarily blinding the monster's crimson eyes and disorienting its multiple heads. Standing resolute amidst the rising smoke with her gown fluttering in the wind, Margaret looks like a battlefield commander taking total control of the situation. As the giant serpent recovers and lunges its massive fangs toward her, Margaret counts down the final seconds before screaming her order. Snapping the pin free with her teeth, Margaret yells for everyone to hit the deck as she hurls a green M67 fragmentation grenade directly into the monster's open mouth. Host commentary time? Gasp! Look at their reactions! Enoch and Kaiden are staring at a floating green tactical grenade like it's alien artifact magic, while Ruzef is covering his head and praying for divine intervention. The fragmentation grenade bounces off the serpent's slick white scales, landing in the center of its coiled body. A deafening, fiery blast erupts across the clearing. Whoosh! Flames and shrapnel tear through the creature, while Margaret ruthlessly pulls the pin on a second grenade and throws it into the blaze. Searing fire and metal fragments shred through the monster's body as it shrieks in extreme agony. As the black smoke drifts away to reveal the slain beast lying still, Margaret pumps her fist in triumphant delight. Host commentary time? She was right in the middle of celebrating her explosive victory when someone grabbed her from behind like an unruly toddler caught causing trouble. Scooping her up into a tight carry, Kaiden sprints away from the blast area, scolding her loudly for pulling such a life-threatening stunt. Flanking them on the left, Enoch stares at her with wide, panicked eyes, yelling for her to stay conscious as if her life is fading away. Host commentary time. Look at Ruzef, completely convinced she used high-tier forbidden explosion magic. He has no idea she simply brought modern military weaponry into a fantasy realm. Covered in grime and feeling sick from inhaling venomous smoke, Margaret groans in annoyance, begging all 3 men to stop frantically screaming her name since she is completely fine. Snapping her eyes open with a sharp gasp, Margaret awakens inside a shadowed, unfamiliar shelter. Massaging her temple in confusion, she pieces together her foggy memories, recalling the serpent explosion and being carried away over Kaiden's shoulder. Sitting up with a tired exhale sigh, she notices she is resting safely inside a cozy, hollowed tree trunk lined with foliage. Turning around, her heart drops into her chest as she discovers both Kaiden and Enoch lying motionless on the ground right next to her. Host commentary time. Oh no, look at her shaking in panic. After inhaling all that toxic purple snake breath during their escape, did the poison finally knock them out cold? Carefully checking their faces, she lets out a deep sigh of relief upon confirming both men are breathing smoothly. Peering through the dense leaves deliberately covering the entrance, she realizes someone concealed their hideout to keep them hidden from roaming wild beasts. Host commentary time. What on earth is Ruzef doing? The high holy bishop is sitting in the dirt crying his eyes out while cradling a chubby black blob monster like a newborn infant. I am losing my mind. Noticing Margaret poking her head out, Ruzef breaks down into dramatic tears of joy, praising the heavens that she woke up uninjured. Sweat dropping at his instant emotional breakdown, Margaret stands there speechless, amazed at how this man can cry enough tears to drown a forest in under 5 seconds flat. Her eyes widen in complete shock as Ruzef tearfully informs her that she and the male leads have been out cold for 2 whole days. Holding a dried fish in disbelief, Margaret repeats the words in total shock, realizing they lost 2 entire days of survival time while recovering from the poison gas. Ruzef sniffles softly, explaining that both Enoch and Kaiden have been knocked out cold on the verge of death for 2 whole days. Glancing over at the wooden supply crate and modern medical kit inside their shelter, Ruzef confesses he had no clue what kind of strange venom was on her neck, so he simply applied whatever primitive holy remedies he knew. The two sit across from each other by a crackling campfire, munching on roasted fish while discussing the chaotic aftermath of the serpent fight. Host commentary time. Look at Ruzef trying to act like a grand, righteous saint when we all know he was weeping like a baby 5 minutes ago. Pouting defensively, he insists his holy priestly code wouldn't allow him to abandon wounded allies. Margaret recalls the original novel's lore. Priests in this world undergo mandatory medical training, and deep down, Ruzef really is a devoted holy man who genuinely cares about saving lives. Realizing how terrified he used to be whenever he looked at her, Margaret offers him a warm, gentle smile, thanking him sincerely for pushing past his fears to patch everyone up. Shifting the conversation back to the monsters, Ruzef admits he was just hiding inside the shelter, fully expecting Enoch to toss him out into the wilderness. Host commentary time. A giant, multi-headed monster lurking outside your front door while everyone is fast asleep is straight-up survival horror material. Margaret strokes her chin, wondering if the beast was actively stalking them for dinner. Ruzef hesitates, whispering that the serpent's strange behavior felt less like a territorial hunt and more like it was setting up a nest. Margaret freezes in place, her vibrant blue eyes widening as the terrifying implications of his words start to sink in. Preparing? She repeats nervously, watching Ruzef give a grim, solemn nod in return. A delicate white feather drifts gracefully through the quiet air as Ruzef begins explaining the terrifying biology of these island abominations. He theorizes that the giant albino serpent was migrating toward the riverbank to build a hidden nesting ground and lay its eggs. The original multi-headed snake was carrying a full clutch of eggs, and when Margaret's explosive barrage obliterated it, the remaining monsters rushed to the water's edge. Host commentary time. So Margaret basically interrupted a high-risk reptilian maternity ward with high-explosive fragmentation grenades. No wonder the entire snake family came out seeking total revenge. Resting her chin on her hands, Margaret admits his monster biology theory makes total sense, though she has zero intention of returning to that swamp nightmare ever again. Pondering their next move, sigh, she resolves to focus strictly on their current survival situation. Looking over at Kaiden and Enoch resting peacefully against the wooden tree trunk, she decides all they can do is wait for the two fighters to regain consciousness.
By the next morning, Margaret stretches her arms, noting that Rusev is completely useless at physical labor, though his leaf-weaving crafts are surprisingly handy. Looking down at the newly crafted leaf slippers, she decides to weave a few extra pairs so everyone has proper footwear for trekking through the jungle. Quietly stepping outside the hollowed trunk, she hopes to finish weaving the sandals before the guys wake up and cause a commotion. Host commentary time? Out of absolute nowhere, Caden snakily slides up behind her and wraps his arms around her waist. My man woke up from a 2-day coma and immediately went in for a cuddle. Annoyed that he ruined her concentration right when she was about to finish the leaf sandal, Margaret grumps as Caden clingingly nuzzles his head against her shoulder.
She tries asking if he feels okay, but Caden cuts her off, staring directly into her eyes as he drops a bombshell question. "You're really not Margaret, are you?" Sweat dropping nervously, Margaret jokes that as long as she isn't a swamp monster, it shouldn't matter who she is, but Caden remains dead serious.
Gently tightening his hold on her arm, Caden whispers that ever since they landed on this island, her personality and eyes belong to a completely different woman. Host commentary time. Margaret's brain is undergoing a total meltdown right now because this drop-dead gorgeous mage is invading her personal space like a romance webtoon male lead. The lighting softens into a breathtaking golden glow as Caden pulls her flush against his chest, refusing to let her pull away. Margaret's heart hammers against her ribs, her vibrant blue eyes wide with pure shock as she feels his warm breath against her ear. She remembers his true identity in the original novel. He is the undisputed master of the Magic Tower, a genius mage who perceives secrets nobody else can see. Hovering inches from her face, Caden tilts his head, his fiery red eyes locking onto her lips as tension fills the small shelter. Closing the tiny remaining distance between them, he slowly leans down for an intimate kiss. Before he can touch her lips, Margaret swiftly slaps her hand over his mouth. Chibi Caden blinks in total confusion, while Margaret groans in absolute disbelief. Keeping her hand glued to his face, she scolds him sharply, asking what kind of absurd reaction he expected after dropping such a weirdly vague interrogation. Pointing a finger at his nose, Margaret reminds him that he clearly still harbors suspicion toward her, so they should stick strictly to surviving this dangerous island rather than play romantic head games. Host commentary time. Rusev swooped in like a protective hall monitor catching students making out behind the gym. Look at him flying across the panel with holy rage. Rusev's face turns bright red as he screams at Caden, demanding to know if mages are completely devoid of common decency and boundary respect. Turning his head with an arrogant shrug, Caden scoffs that he takes 0 etiquette lectures from a cowardly priest who faints at the sight of a reptile. Rusev fumes internally, deeply regretting wasting his divine holy energy to cure this ungrateful mage, while Caden smirks that he would have woken up fine on his own anyway. Resting his chin on his palm with a mysterious, chilling grin, Caden casually drops a massive secret, whispering, "I kinda can't die." Margaret's head snaps around, demanding to know what on earth he means by being immortal before she can finish her question. Behind them, Enoch suddenly bolts upright from the foliage like a reanimated soldier. Host commentary time. Enoch woke up from a 2-day coma and went straight into Golden Retriever hero mode, tackling her into a full-body bear hug like his life depended on it. Cupping both of her cheeks with his massive hands, Enoch squishes her face together while inspecting every inch of her skin for injuries. Panting heavily, he frantically checks her arms and neck, asking over and over if she suffered any harm during the explosive battle. Burying his face into her shoulder, Enoch holds her so tightly his hands tremble, whispering in a broken voice how terrified he was watching her charge that giant monster alone. Flustered beyond belief, Margaret squirms in his grasp, internally screaming with embarrassment because 2 other men are standing right behind them watching this intense romantic display. Host commentary time. Look at Caden's venomous, terrifying smile. If looks could kill, the crown prince would be turned into ashes on the spot. Glancing over his shoulder with a cold, competitive stare,
Enoch dryly dismisses Kaiden's petty jealousy, asserting his place right beside Margaret. Cutting off their testosterone-filled stare-down, Margaret commands both men to sit down immediately so she can properly inspect their recovering bodies for lingering snake poison. Hanging his head low with a soft sigh, Ruzef meekly murmurs his gratitude, thanking Margaret from the bottom of his heart for saving everyone once again. A gloomy, dramatic purple aura shrouds the holy priest as he sits huddled in silent contemplation, overwhelmed by how helpless he feels compared to everyone else. The small survival squad gathers in a tight circle under the towering roots of the ancient tree shelter, ready to hold a serious team meeting. Rubbing his neck in frustration, Enoch mutters that this entire territory is an absolute death trap, complaining about how they barely survived mutated wolf packs only to get swarmed by giant venomous serpents. Throwing his hands into his messy silver hair, Kaiden groans out loud, asking the sky how on earth they're supposed to find a way off this cursed rock. Margaret narrows her eyes, her bright blue gaze shimmering with quiet determination as an idea suddenly sparks in her mind. Host commentary time. Look at Margaret stepping up as the ultimate tactical team captain while the three powerhouse male leads look like lost puppies. Addressing the squad, she firmly suggests abandoning this place to locate a safer campsite. Reaching deep into her woven leaf shoulder bag, she grabs the sleek metallic handle of the crimson flare gun she salvaged earlier. Unveiling the red magic weapon, Margaret boldly proposes tracking down the mystery person named Alea, causing Enoch, Kaiden, and Ruzef to freeze in absolute bewilderment. Holding up the launcher, Chibi Margaret explains her theory that this mysterious Alea figure is likely the master who originally crafted these advanced magic tools. Pointing back toward the stone wall, she reminds them that the name Alea was deliberately carved over every single section of original black text that got scratched off. Host commentary time? Gasp, Margaret's out here pulling off a high-stakes bluff with the totally straight face. When Ruzef asks if the inscription was written in the Eastern Continent's language, she gives a confident nod, even though she's completely making it up on the spot. Nodding along with her logic, Enoch concurs that finding clues is their highest priority, pointing out that Alea is the single lead they've uncovered in these abandoned ruins. Displaying a wide aerial view of the mountainous island, Margaret suggests making a complete trek around the entire perimeter, rather than holing up in one permanent base. Kaiden leans forward to object, mentioning that he surveyed the landscape from the peak and warns her that the island's actual landmass is far bigger than she assumes. Margaret acknowledges his caution, but brings up his earlier theory about a dimensional escape portal existing somewhere on the terrain. Her eyes sparkle with keen strategic insight as she argues that an island packed with high-level magic items and deadly beasts must be hiding even greater secrets. Host commentary time. Margaret's internal greedy hoarder personality is coming out. She's literally dreaming of tearing this whole island apart like a video game dungeon just to loot every shiny secret item in sight. Quietly glancing down into her satchel, she fingers the delicate folded paper containing the secret bunker map. Resolving to keep the bunker location as her ultimate secret ace in the hole, she announces that everyone seems aligned with her strategic exploration plan. Under the bright morning sunlight, the group packs up their gear and begins marching through the lush forest, with Enoch carrying their supply crates while armed with his spear. Chibi Margaret trots alongside Enoch, curiously asking how he managed to stay completely calm during the serpent fight despite his crippling blood phobia. Enoch shakes his head with a heavy sigh, confessing that he honestly has zero clue how he pushed past the horrifying sight of blood in that frantic moment. Resting her chin on her hand, Margaret muses that pushing through on raw willpower alone is an incredible breakthrough, hoping it means his psychological trauma is finally healing. Host commentary time. Margaret giving Enoch little encouraging pats on the back like a proud life coach is so wholesome. Patting his broad back, she gently prompts him to remember the exact feeling he had during that combat high. Giggling behind her hand, she offers a lovely, warm smile, praying inside that he can overcome his painful past for good. Her expression shifts into serious concern as she reflects on how crucial his mental recovery is, knowing they'll inevitably face far bloodier battles ahead. Enoch then clears his throat, abruptly calling out her name. Sweating nervously with a red blush creeping across his cheeks, Enoch awkwardly asks if she is truly comfortable walking around in those strange things. The panel drops down to show Margaret's bare toes resting inside hand-woven leaf sandals. Standing tall with absolute pride, Margaret enthusiastically chirps that her fresh leaf footwear feels completely amazing. Wiggling her toes in the green sandals, she explains that her old high society flats were shredded to bits and made running impossible. Meanwhile, Enoch instantly covers his bright red face in utter shame, while Kaiden and Rusev gasp in utter horror. Host commentary time? The contrast between Margaret's modern logic and these noblemen's extreme Victorian purity standards is hilarious. Look at Enoch looking away like he just witnessed a crime while Margaret stands there completely oblivious. Realization hits her like a lightning bolt as she realizes these uptight aristocrats are having a complete moral crisis just because a lady's bare ankles and toes are exposed. All three full-grown men physically turn their backs to her, refusing to look in her direction to protect their precious noble etiquette. Margaret sweat drops in sheer disbelief, snarking internally that in the original spicy romance novel, these exact same guys did wild things with the heroine, yet now they're fainting over a foot. Clapping her hands together brightly, she orders the squad to stop being dramatic and keep moving before sunset, leading the team forward as they set off toward their next camp. Narration reveals that finding a proper shelter proved far harder than expected, forcing the squad to pitch temporary open-air camps on the hard ground for 2 straight days. By the 3rd day of continuous trekking through the dense jungle, the party is completely exhausted, trudging forward in heavy, miserable silence. Turning around with hopeful eyes, Margaret checks in on her companions, asking if everyone is managing to pull through the brutal hike. Pointing toward a towering rock formation peeking above the canopy, she encourages them to push a bit further toward the nearby cliffside, predicting they'll find a dry cave for shelter. Enoch, Kaiden, and Rusev give a unified, solemn nod, summoning every last drop of energy to follow her lead. Host commentary time. Margaret's sharp senses just cut something in the breeze. Look at that dramatic close-up on her blue eyes. Something big is about to go down. The scene shifts across a sweeping sunset sky as hours pass during their relentless search. Breaking through the thick tree line, Margaret gasps in sheer delight, shouting with joy as a beautiful 2-story wooden cabin appears right before her eyes, the iconic shelter from the original novel. Sprinting toward the clearing, she thanks the heavens that the cabin actually exists, overjoyed that they didn't have to wander aimlessly forever. But suddenly, her heart skips a beat. An unfamiliar voice echoes from the front yard, causing Margaret to freeze in horror as 3 distinct figures emerge from the cabin's shadow. Stepping into the light is a drop-dead gorgeous woman with wavy blonde hair and a smug smirk, expressing her playful surprise at finding another woman on this isolated island. Margaret's shadow drops in sheer terror. Text reveals the newcomer's true identity. She is Yuana Lucy, the sacred saintess of the Langrid Empire and the official female lead of the original webtoon story. Host commentary time. Margaret's face collapsed into total meme-tier despair. Grabbing her face in sheer panic, she screams inside because encountering the main heroine at this exact cabin is the absolute worst timing imaginable. Before Margaret can process her panic, a handsome red-haired prince steps out from behind the saintess, reaching his arm out protectively while Margaret considers whether she should turn around and sprint for her life. Holding out his arm to shield Yuana, the noble warrior declares the area dangerous, while Yuana cocks her head, claiming Margaret looks oddly familiar. Margaret stands her ground with her bag strapped tight, bracing for an intense confrontation. Crown Prince Kaiden narrows his sharp eyes, warning everyone not to take another step closer to Margaret because she's extremely dangerous. Metallic sparks fly in a flash as blades are unsheathed in a heart-stopping split second. Enoch and Kaiden instantly move to shield Margaret, their weapons clashing directly against the prince's guard, while Saintess Yuana watches in pure amusement. Dark purple ominous energy shrouds Kaiden's silhouette as he sinisterly finishes his sentence, declaring Margaret to be an absolute lunatic. Host commentary time. Wow, talk about a warm welcome. The Crown Prince really has zero chill, calling our girl insane when she's literally just trying to survive. Glowing with malevolent royal authority, Prince Kaiden reiterates his warning to his companions, ordering them to keep far away from that crazy woman. In a hilarious mental breakdown, Chibi Margaret rants internally about how ridiculously unfair it is to be branded a psychopath for crimes committed by the original villainess. Yuana cocks her head thoughtfully, shifting her gaze down toward Margaret's feet and pointing out how completely bizarre her footwear looks. Both Enoch and Kaiden instantly flex their chests to physically block Yuana's vision, while Margaret loudly defends her leaf slippers as peak survival fashion. Host commentary time. Look at these protective bodyguards treating bare toes like classified state secrets. Victorian purity standards are truly out of control. Turning his stern gaze toward the brown-haired knight, Enoch addresses Sir Diego with a cold, serious tone. Enoch notes that Diego has become increasingly uncooperative, prompting Margaret to sweat drop as she updates her mental list of total crazies on this island. Sir Diego stands his ground with his spear raised high, staring back at Enoch's party with unyielding hostility. Suddenly spotting Bishop Rousseff standing behind Margaret, Diego's eyes widen in sheer shock as he blurts out why on earth the holy priest is hanging out over there. Host commentary time. Diego, looking at the holy priest like he just saw a ghost rising from the dead, is absolute comedy gold. Stuttering in complete disbelief, Diego admits he genuinely assumed the holy bishop had already perished in the wilderness. Pointing an accusing finger, Diego shouts, asking if Margaret kidnapped the holy man, causing Chibi Margaret to explode in rage while denying the baseless accusation. Crown Prince Caden smoothly steps forward with an open palm, commanding Bishop Rousseff to leave Margaret's side and return to their group. Margaret glares ahead with deep suspicion, her eyes sparkling with intense tactical focus as the chapter title screen appears. Host commentary time. The dramatic art style shift on Margaret's face is insane. You can tell she's already calculating 10 steps ahead of these royal snobs. Prince Caden repeats his royal order, firmly gesturing for Rousseff to step across the boundary line. Smiling with arrogant confidence, the pink-haired crown prince wiggles his gloved fingers, expecting immediate obedience from the holy priest. Bishop Rousseff trembles nervously, caught between his loyalty to the crown and his profound gratitude toward Margaret. In a melodramatic chibi thought bubble, Rousseff whimpers inside as he slowly shuffles forward, making Margaret snark internally that he looks like a tragic soap opera lead. Host commentary time. Rousseff is out here giving a full Oscar-winning dramatic performance just to walk 5 feet across the grass. Enoch steps into Diego's path with a sharp glare, reminding the knight that he still owes a proper explanation for his bizarre hostility. Recognizing his supreme ruler, Sir Diego immediately drops onto one knee, offering a formal imperial salute to Crown Prince Caden. Lowering his spear, Enoch grunts that they will settle their personal grievances later, while Diego wipes nervous sweat off his brow. Turning his attention back toward the prince, Enoch notes with dry irony how unexpected it is to run into His Highness in a place like this. Host commentary time. Can someone give this guy a mirror? He's stranded on a monster-infested island and still acting like he's on a fashion runway. Prince Caden strikes a dazzling, sparkling posture, offering a charming wink as if he were attending a high society royal banquet. Resting his spear casually over his broad shoulder, Enoch snarls back, stating the prince is the one who owes everyone a full story. Confused by their complex political banter, Chibi Margaret tilts her head, wondering what bizarre royal titles and shortened insults they're tossing around. Enoch clarifies that the Hestia royals refer to Caden as arrogant Asdal, which got abbreviated to arrogant, prompting Margaret to ask about his other nickname. Host commentary time. Manwa nobility really love coming up with the most convoluted backhanded compliments, don't they? Caden crosses his arms with a smug grin, explaining that the term Banwang translates directly to half a prince due to his illegitimate royal birth. Flashing a dangerously handsome smile, Caden dryly remarks that being labeled half a prince just means he's now half a crown prince. Sweat dropping at the casual disrespect, Chibi Margaret thinks to herself how brutal it is to name someone after their complicated heritage. Yuana breaks her silence with a dismissive wave, mocking Caden for acting so high and mighty when they aren't even in the Empire anymore. Host commentary time. Yuana sitting under the tree giving Major "I don't get paid enough for this" energy is so relatable. Flipping her wavy hair with an annoyed huff, the Saintess asks who would dare scold her for speaking her mind before turning around to walk off. Curling up at the base of a massive jungle tree, Yuana slumps her shoulders in absolute boredom, resting her chin on her knees. Margaret observes her carefully, realizing the webtoon's main heroine looks utterly exhausted and completely unmotivated to deal with any of the male leads. Chibi Margaret and Enoch stare in bewilderment, struggling to reconcile this cranky, sarcastic girl with the bubbly, innocent Saintess from the original novel. Margaret's eyes suddenly widen in sharp realization as her gaze locks onto something sitting outside the wooden house. Resting right beside the cabin's front door is a heavy tactical military backpack with a polished knight's longsword strapped to the side. Analyzing the gear with tactical precision, Margaret ponders why a high-grade knight's weapon would be left completely unattended in plain sight. Shifting her leafy sandals forward, Margaret resolves to grab that supply pack before anyone else, when suddenly Caden lunges forward. Host commentary time. Hold on. Is Caden about to make a blind dash for the loot box without checking for traps first? Enoch shouts an alarm at Diego's sudden movement, while Ioana smirks playfully, realizing that bag must contain something extraordinarily valuable. Standing up with a wicked grin, Saintess Ioana sinisterly proposes taking the supply bag by force if a peaceful agreement can't be reached. Pointing her slender finger directly across the clearing, Ioana unexpectedly announces that she wants to get up close and personal with Margaret. Chibi Margaret freezes in place, floating inside a sea of pink question marks as she points a finger back at her own chest in total confusion. Host commentary time. Margaret's face when the heroine ditches all the hot male leads just to pursue her instead is peak comedy. Bursting out in dramatic shock, gasp, Margaret screams out loud, questioning why on earth the main heroine is suddenly targeting her. Resting her chin cutely on her gloved hands, Ioana flashes a charming, sweet smile directly at Margaret, completely ignoring the men surrounding them. A humorous side note reveals poor Bishop Rusev huddled crying in the corner, realizing everyone has completely forgotten his existence once again. Prince Caden agrees to Ioana's request to chat with Margaret while they secure the loot, while Margaret panics internally over how twisted the novel's plot has become. Caden commands Sir Diego to seize the military backpack, but as the night moves forward, Margaret's gaze sharpens into lethal intensity. Host commentary time. Look at Margaret's eye glow. She's done playing nice and is about to pull out the heavy artillery. Drawing her metallic flare gun with lightning speed, Margaret aims the crimson barrel straight at Diego's face, cold-bloodedly commanding him not to move another inch. Unmoved by Diego's fierce glare, Margaret aims her trusty crimson flare launcher straight ahead, coldly informing the knight that while wasting ammo on him feels like a total ripoff, she's more than prepared to pull the trigger if he keeps playing hero. Flipping the weapon safety switch with a loud mechanism click, Margaret stares down her front sights with absolute resolve, warning the men that if they still don't respect modern gunpowder technology, she will gladly deliver a quick live demonstration. Aiming skyward, Margaret pulls the trigger as a blinding flare rockets into the atmosphere with a thunderous blast, exploding into brilliant sparkling fireworks that leave Prince Caden and Sir Diego completely thunderstruck. Host commentary time. Look at the prince's face! He went from arrogant royal playboy to absolute shock in less than 2 seconds flat. Smoke gently curls from the hot gun barrel as Margaret lowers her weapon, causing the Imperial Guard to realize with growing dread that the terrifying magical signals from earlier were all engineered by Lady Flawn herself. Shifting her aim back toward Diego's chest, Margaret asks with a bone-chilling calm what he thinks would happen to his human ribs if that scorching explosive charge hit him at point-blank range. Staring straight into the guard's soul, Margaret demands he shut his mouth and put his hands above his head right now, prompting both Caden and Diego to hastily raise their arms in complete submission. Host commentary time. Talk about absolute girl boss energy. She just put an entire royal squad on mute with a single signal flare. Seizing the exact second of distraction, Enoch and Caden sprint forward, slamming both Prince Caden and Sir Diego into brutal arm locks from behind to completely immobilize them. Recognizing her tactical window, Margaret dashes toward the cabin door, resolving to snatch the tactical military backpack before any of the royal snobs can reclaim their composure. Sliding into the shadowed porch alcove, Margaret takes a frantic breather as she scans the immediate perimeter for any surprise traps or hidden enemies. Reaching out to grab the heavy canvas straps of the loot bag, Margaret suddenly freezes in terror as a soft, chilling voice purrs right behind her shoulder, addressing her formally as the noble daughter of the Flawn ducal house. Host commentary time. Oh no, someone check her pulse. Getting snuck up on in survival games is literally the worst jump scare ever. Drawing her flare gun back with lightning speed, Margaret whirls around only to find Saintess Ioana squatting comfortably right beside her like an unbothered stray cat, while Diego screams out in helpless panic from across the yard. Clasping her chin cutely in her hands, Ioana beams with unnerving affection, while Margaret loses her mind internally, wondering how on earth this woman moved completely silently across open ground without anyone noticing. As Diego continues shouting her sacred title from afar, Ioana completely ignores his hysterical warnings, remaining inches away from the glowing red gun barrel with zero fear in her eyes. Leaning even closer until their foreheads almost touch, Ioana chirps enthusiastically, mentioning that she has heard plenty of fascinating rumors regarding the infamous name of Margaret. Host commentary time. Is it just me, or is the main heroine giving off major yandere stalker vibes right now? The personal space boundary is completely non-existent. Flustered by the sudden proximity, Margaret backs up against the wooden wall, desperately holding her flare gun up as a barrier while squeaking out for the Saintess to stay back. Restively placing a finger against her lips, Ioana cocks her head and studies Margaret's golden locks with deep, unreadable curiosity. Clapping her gloved hands together with a sweet smile, Ioana playfully asks if Margaret is staring so intently because she's mesmerized by her cute short haircut, leaving the villainess utterly baffled. Twirling a wavy lock of her brown hair, Ioana casually explains that while noble society forbids highborn ladies from trimming their tresses, she cut hers short as a grand act of pure rebellion, reminding Margaret of the heroine's wild backstory. A vivid memory fragment reveals Ioana's secret origins. Before earning her holy title, she was merely a scrappy street urchin surviving in filthy back alleys by picking pockets. Everything changed the moment massive divine magic awakened inside her body, resulting in her being forcibly dragged away by holy knights to the Vatican Cathedral. Trapped inside a metaphorical golden bird cage, the young orphan was stripped of all personal freedom and declared a living saintess against her will. Due to those bitter shackles, Ioana harbored a deep hatred for the church elders, laughing maniacally as she recalls the sheer terror on the old geezers' faces during her frequent rebellions. Host comment time. Haha. Wow, so the sweet, innocent saintess is actually a reformed alley thief who loves traumatizing church cardinals? I respect her so much more now. Beaming with mischievous joy, Ioana chuckles that Margaret would have loved watching the holy priest suffer, while Margaret offers a nervous, sweat-dropping smile. Shifting her posture against the rustic cabin background, Ioana reiterates her earnest desire for them to form a close bond before dropping an incredibly bizarre proposal. Flashing a dazzling smile surrounded by sparkling stars, the saintess casually suggests that it would be super fun if Margaret became her personal servant. Staring blankly with her brain totally stalled out like a loading screen, Margaret blinks twice in utter speech-deprived shock before whispering out a confused prompt. Tilting her head innocently, Ioana sighs softly, admitting she never considered being regular friends because she's literally never had a single real friend in her entire life. Smirking with a dark, sinister glint in her eyes, Ioana whispers that she'd much rather watch a pretty face like Margaret's attend to her every need, confessing that Margaret has the exact kind of delicate face that makes her want to bring her to tears. Host commentary time. Yo, did the saintess just casually reveal her inner sadist? Margaret is out here fighting for her life while the heroine is writing dominant fanfiction in real time. Shaking in full mental chaos, Chibi Margaret screams inside her head, questioning if this holy saintess is actually a total closet pervert who completely ruined the novel's original canon. Pushing back with stern, noble pride, Margaret aims her flare gun right at Ioana's nose, rejecting the absurd offer, giggle, and demanding that the saintess serve her instead. Turning her chin up arrogantly, Margaret declares that as a highborn ducal daughter, she is far more accustomed to being waited on hand and foot by others. Ioana's cheerful expression instantly vanishes, her eyes dimming into a cold, clinical stare as she murmurs that such an arrangement would pose major problems. Leaning forward until her breath warm against Margaret's cheek, Ioana flatly states that she cannot serve anyone because she absolutely must hold the upper hand in their relationship. Confused by her intense hostility, Margaret asks why on earth she's so obsessed with controlling everything, prompting Ioana to slowly reach out her slender fingers toward Margaret's face, darkly whispering that the biggest reason is simple. Host commentary time! Look at the color palette shift. The light comedic vibe just vanished into thin air. This turned into a full-blown psychological thriller. Whispering right into Margaret's ear with a terrifying, predator-like smirk, Ioana drops a bombshell secret that chills Margaret to her absolute core, revealing that she possesses the ultimate escape key to break free from this island.